Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in here to the Nest, as we've got some very special for today on a very special presentation of the Hawks Nest. We're going to be taking a look at this college action that's still ongoing, the last of the college action of the season, the playoff college action. So we get the UW, our own University of Washington, taking on the Texas Longhorns. Oh my goodness, we got a burn for you today. Here we go. But we've got ourselves a hell of a matchup on deck, I think. It's great to see this Husky team once again back in the playoffs. They've been a few years back there when they had Buda Baker and the crew rolling along. But, you know, before that, it had been a very long period of time, though I know the playoffs was new, but just that they had been in this kind of contention. And it's so great to see what Kalen DeBoer has been able to do with the program, building a little bit upon. I know you had Peterson, then there was a dip with Lake, but then you get back up there here with Kalen DeBoer and how he's done a job there. And I'll tell you, boy, it's kind of reminiscent to me in a lot of ways of going back to my youth and go back to 89, 90. You have a Seahawks team that's kind of at the end of their road at that time. Chuck Knox is going to be moving on as a coach who had been a really successful hire. Steve Largent, the best player in your franchise's history, was just going to about retire. Dave Craig, your starting quarterback, was going. He had everything was going to get turned over. And at that time, one thing that was at least nice to have is you had a Seahawks team that wasn't necessarily particularly good at that time, right around that 1999 level, was that, of course, the Husky team was coming alive. And still one of the best, I would still maintain, I think, best college program I've ever seen out there. In that Husky program in 1990 with that stack, Steve Empen in the middle, so many players that played in the NFL on that team, and won the technical co-national title because they didn't have playoffs back then. But that was a hell of a team. It was a great to have that kind of magic and team that was so special as the pro team wasn't necessarily doing what you were hoping they could do. So today we're going to do some play-by-play like we'd normally do on a Hawk game today. We just kind of breaking down the action a little bit. We got also on top of this being a game where the Huskies are in this and fighting for it. We've also got a lot of pro players on the football field to check out. And to give you guys a little bit of extra action here, of course, we've got the first game of this playoff set between Michigan and Alabama going on right now, where Michigan looks like they're just about to get it into the touchdown here in overtime, as they've got a real fun game here between Alabama and Michigan. Kind of an old school game, not one of these high scoring, just kind of a slugfest. Fighting it out down there by the line of scrimmage and seeing if they can make it happen. And it's been kind of cool to see that. Nice to see Michigan hanging in there too, as many people thought that Alabama was going to just roll right through them, but they get a nice opening touchdown here. And we're off with that, you know. So it's been a good game here on this side of it. Hopefully the Husky game can kind of match in it. And of course, on top of there also being us with a dog in this fight. Oh, no pun intended. Also with having a lot of potential pro players all over the field on this field today. We might have one of our two next quarterbacks here with the Seattle Seahawks in Michael Penix or Quinn Ewers. You never know how these drafts are going to go. You never know which guy John Schneider is going to fall in love with. Word has it on the street that he fancies himself a little bit of Quinn Ewers. Might have been the old, what do you have over there? The mullet he was rocking there for a little while. Might have been that. But he supposedly likes him quite a bit. So we got a couple quarterbacks here that look pro ready, and probably going to get some fireworks, a little more fireworks than maybe this first game between Alabama and Michigan, where it's been more, grinded out on the ground, field position war, kind of some trickery in there, misdirection. But Michigan looks like they could be on the verge here if Alabama doesn't get this score here at the end to taking this one home and see what Alabama can do to counter them. Nicholas, how you doing? Says go Longhorns. I'm gonna go Huskies. I'm a Husky here on this one, but you can go for Longhorns. I'm sure we got a few Texas folk in here today. Megan Gock Rogers has been celebrating 25 months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that, Megan. Says Kraken win 3-0 in the first shutout in team history. 4th in Winter Classic history. Makes up for yesterday 100%. Well, there we go. Kraken starting to maybe turn things around on their end, which is good to hear. Good to see. Not our Hawks. Sean Lee, how you doing? Go Huskies, right? Go Dogs. Go Dogs, John. And Michigan's about to, Alabama looks like they're just about to punch this in. Boy, they pressed the timing on this, did college football, with these games going back to back like they are, because they would like to have everybody watching one game all the way through and then get to the other game, but there's so many commercials they ran through this game that you get an overtime contest and there's no more room. Have you used it all up? And they did almost get that fumble. Well, Hand Grenade, how you doing? New Blacks, what's up? Snap out of it. Hello, hello. My Ducks didn't make it, but I truly hope the Huskies win. It'd be just cool to see the Huskies get a national title again. Ooh, Michigan with a 1st and goal stop there. Is that linebacker? That's that linebacker there that I like. He's nice. Playing with a freaking cast on his hand. Yeah, Guts Jr. Colson. He's really nice. Another guy that could eventually be your maybe middle linebacker of the future for your Hawks. I got a 2nd round grade on him, but he may come up even higher than that. He's good. What's up, Mark? How you doing? It's a hype. All piss me off if it's not on my TV to watch. I'm sorry you're not able to watch it. I'll try to give you some scintillating play-by-play. And the Michigan Wolverines have, thanks to Graham up there up front, Alabama's not been able to run a real varied offense today. Not that Michigan's been all that crazy with it either, but Michigan was blitzing. I wonder if that forced him to give him the read option there. 3rd and goal. 2 down territory here for Alabama. Michigan showing a 5-man front. They're bringing it. That ball is knocked down at the line of scrimmage, and he completes it at the 4-ish. Going to come down to this. Burden looked like he about had his leg snapped in half there. I'm not surprised to see him getting up a little bit stiff after that one. That looked gnarly. I look big gnarly. Yeah, he can't even, he's that poor kid. Something happened on that play. His legs all locked up and stuff. He just got wrenched to the ground. And it's not a dirty play. Michigan player just fighting his butt off to keep him from getting a single another yard, but the leg got turned up and over and through. It just wasn't good. Stephen Penor, thank you for this $2 donation. Just have to say, such a great channel, man. Well, thank you, Stephen. I really appreciate that, man. I'm always seeking to get it better and keep improving it. And we've had the best year ever. Hopefully next year I can keep on that train and trail and keep climbing with that. So thank you, man. I appreciate that donation and support. And I love what I do. I really do. John, Steve Edmond was the best college defensive tackle I've seen in my life. Aaron Donalds was nice. This guy was the #1 pick in the NFL draft as a defensive tackle. He was an absolute just full of mayhem. You couldn't triple team him. I know that sounds like one of these old school tales that somebody tells some of the youngsters, oh yeah, sure you could. You couldn't triple team him. They could beat the triple team. And you had stacks of NFL defensive players all around him. It was like it wasn't just him on it. It was just from the older guys on that roster to even the young guys that were the up and comers. Such a magnificent team, and truly one of the great teams in Seattle history. When we talk about Legion of Boom, the national title team of the Huskies that went undefeated, would be right in there with her. It's only sad that we just didn't get to see the Miami-Washington matchup that year, which would have determined, because that Miami team had a lot of players as well that went on to play in the NFL and have great careers. I still maintain that the Huskies would have lapped that Miami Hurricane team because they hadn't faced anything near that kind of same physicality that we were going to bring, physicality and speed of that Husky team in the 1990s. Nicholas Pretty Brewers is staying. I believe that that's where the signs seem to be leading to. But you never know, man. All right, so looks like they're going to play the game after this one ends. That's smart of them to kind of just slightly delay it rather than trying to force it over the top. I like that. 4th down and goal. Michigan trying to progress on to the next round, to the final round, to the championship game. Here in the Rose Bowl, Michigan set up in shotgun, 1 back, H back, heavy formation look here. Everything is screaming run about this play here. And Bama calls a timeout. Saban, he's been his typical crotchety self today. I wouldn't have liked what I would see either there as a coach. You just didn't like the feeling of that formation and how it looked. Kind of just had a, they know what's coming. If I'm Michigan there, I'm selling out on the run. Stephen Penor, thank you for another $1 donation, man. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. All right, 4th and goal. And Michigan moved forward. They knocked on the door last year. They were the Rolling Stones. Can you hear me knocking? Now are they ready to kick it open? 27-20. Bama needs a touchdown. 4th and 3 yards to go. Millwoods takes the run, and he's knocked down there. Michigan handles business, and they sprint up the football field as their team takes over the football field, celebrating, arms to the sky, jumping up and down. The confetti rains as the Michigan Wolverines will solve the big bad equation that is the Alabama Crimson Tide. And this was a fun old school college kind of fight here, man. This wasn't your new school, what we're going to probably see in this game coming up with Texas and Washington. This was a bit of that old school, and it comes down to it's not your fault, Millwood. It's really not. That's to me play calling. You're calling a kind of a quarterback keeper on the final play of the game there. You need 3.5 yards. Michigan, like I said, is going to sell out in that moment to stop the run. Why wouldn't you? Bama's leaned away from throwing the ball all day long for the most part, and I know you're trying to lean on the guy who's got his legs and can do it that way. But all that being said, to me, you got to try to call a play where he's trying to throw it a little bit there. But fun game, good, well played game by both parts. The lines of scrimmage dictated a lot of this between the two of them, but both teams brought I thought the A effort today. Can't knock them for that. Snap out of it. What's up, Jen Mays? Hello. Harbaugh's kid is a special teams coordinator of Michigan. Oh, goodness. That nepotism thing, I'll tell you what. Just can't help. Will Gregg says, UW Huskies have been my lifeline in Seattle sports with the Hawks mediocrity and the Mariners being cheap as F. Yeah, it's in a little bit of a darker place on those other two items than we thought we might be in recent history, but it is nice to have at least this, as it was for me in that 1990 season, having this to kind of go to feel good about because there was some other spots at that time. Mariners weren't very good. Seahawks were about to head into the dark decade that we never want to return to. But yeah, they have. It's been wonderful seeing them come up in the way they have, and they had such a good year. But I didn't know this year they'd be able to do all this with the schedule that they had in front of them, because this was not an easy schedule with the amount of ranked opponents they had to play. It's just hard to skim through the narrow of that, and they were able to pull it off. New Black says, whatever happened to the WSU linebacker from last year? WSU linebacker. Oh, yeah. Dayon Henley. I checked on him earlier this year, and he wasn't starting. Let's take a look at this PFF grade. Chargers. So he's played He's not played in a lot of games. Looks like he's been dealing with injuries. But he's just gotten back out on the field and he's doing pretty well. So he's only played in like five games this year. He's been well graded in the games he's played, but the injury situation seems to have struck him a little bit there, it would appear. It would appear. Jen says, watching Russ ride the pine in Denver was almost sad. Almost. I added the evil Lord laugh to that, Jen, to your statement on that, because I know you're back there with the Empire Star Wars laugh. Yeah. Amazing Disgrace says, whammy in Miami was still spectacular. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. New Blacks, Cam Ward coming out. I celebrated it. I did. I think this guy would have increased his value next year coming back to college, because he would have gotten his choice of programs to go in and really excel at. And then now he's going to come out and get drafted a little bit later, like maybe third round, instead of driving himself up in the top of the second round, or dare I say even the late first round of next year if he had things going in the right direction. But now he becomes absolutely on the Hawks' radar within that third round area, and I'm very excited about that prospect. I like me some Cam Ward. Sign me up for the Ward. Brian says, I effing hate college OT. Play the game. Especially this game is sort of would be an example of that, because you have this game playing a certain way, Brian, where special teams, field position factor into how this game played out, especially as Alabama for a while there in this game was able to utilize their big Aussie punter. Everybody's looking for their own on that, Megan, I guess now. But they were able to use their big Aussie punter to keep flipping the field position there in Michigan and just keep themselves to kind of keeping Michigan down offensively from finding much of a footing in that second half. So, yeah, you kind of lose that in play now when you get into these college playoffs like this, or into the OTs like this in college. Oh, he tripped over his own guy. See, even if he didn't trip over J.C. Latham, he would have still. Man, did Michigan not have Chris Jenkins on the field for the final most important play of their season? I don't understand that call at all. I don't understand that call of Alabama. I'm going to have to hear about what went into that process a little bit. They got the fly sweep guy coming, then a blitz coming from the fly sweep side of things. But the blitz seems to indicate to him to not go to the fly sweep guy and then run it up the middle. Yeah. Play action pass would have just smoked Michigan in that moment. Even the most simple play action pass there. Even more Seahawks, has anybody opted out of the college football playoffs? No, not that I can think of. Snap out of it. Brandon, do you think Jody Allen will sell, and to who? There's been a lot of interested parties. I am going to guess that this would take a bare minimum at this point where we stand right now. I would say that you're looking at the very minimum of January 2027 as the earliest possible date that the Seattle Seahawks could reasonably be sold. So, that for all intents and purposes puts us 3 years into the future. That's about where I would see it to be at. My theory on this comes back to snap out of it that the Blazers have been for sale for a while. They still haven't sold. I think that they serve as a little bit of a marker on this, where we haven't even been announced to be up for sale, and we can't be even announced to be up for sale technically until springtime of next year. So I think what she's trying to do a little bit here is hold on to both of these franchises as she's liquidating everything else, because unlike probably some of the other assets that are in the Paul G. Allen Trust, the other assets probably don't gain as much value just by sitting there like pro franchises would. Since pro franchises are also, I would believe, profitable on a yearly basis on top of the general value they're gaining just by the way the pro franchises just constantly gain price. It's not a bad investment if you're a billionaire. I don't know if I've heard of yet one billionaire who's bought a pro franchise that didn't come out on the other side of it very well, very good in the situation. Williams says, interesting that Sarkisian used to be a UW coach. Now the Huskies are in the Final Four against him. Indeed. He's a guy that I'm sure is a guy that has some eyes on the NFL looking down on him and watching his progress. He brought a lot of ingenuity to the Husky offense when he was here. He opened it up in a way that the Husky offense had never really quite been, and brought in a lot of the modern college concepts in there that you'll see tonight, specifically really attacking lateral to the width of the field as much as trying to attack up the field. But of course, Steve had some demons when he was here, and he had to work through those demons, and he seems to have gotten them clear and through now. But he is a hell of a coach, and from the Coach Carroll tree as well. New Black says, good. Alabama shouldn't have even been there in the first place. Ball don't lie. That's true. I don't care about the Miami Hurricanes, having happened what happened to them. They had guys sitting out in that game. They were making a statement by not doing what they did. So they should have been in it. Shouldn't have mattered. Megan says, more Cosell, please be. That was actually me trying to go for my Steve Jackson, who is an old favorite of mine back in the day watching Husky games, We find ourselves here in the Rose Bowl. He spoke a little bit more politized. He would coming down to the Rose Bowl. You've got the Washington Huskies. Whereas then with Howard, it's today we've got ourselves an irresistible battle between two titans of the college football scene. Whether you go back 5, 10, or 100 years, you will find them at the epicenter of the college surroundings. These are two teams driven by a madness of greatness, rarely seen on the college scene in all my history as an announcer. They are merely seeking greatness, and nothing short will accommodate. Sam Piccolo, go Seahawks, go Hawks. Are they still waiting here on this game? We're going to get the ceremony here. Okay, cool. Harbaugh raising the trophy. Dig it. Mark A. Dave just won $1 million. That's right. Dave Portnoy and Taylor Wan put a huge monster bet on this game for Michigan. They put their money where their mouth is. You got to give them that. Snap out of it. Where will Russ cook? Gordon Ramsay. Ace for Nova. You're a donkey. I can't do a good Ramsay. You're a donkey in the kitchen. Stephen Penoris is so upsetting about the loss. Hawks through and through, just hope we can hang in and make the playoffs. You never know. Where there's a will, there's a way, Stephen. And if you're in it up until the end, till the fat lady sings, till you're mathematically eliminated, I say you're in the fight. I say you're in there trying to do what you can do. And maybe there's a small stand. There was a small chance of us getting in last year. And there's a small chance that we get in, we're going to win much. But hey, I always will say, I'll never say it's better that we lose, better for this, better for that. Never will lean that direction. I'm always going to say, hey, keep fighting in this, keep doing what you can do. It's gotten ugly, no doubt about that. But you never know. You never know. Also, why I wanted to fully is wait and get this full assessment done with where we're at with this team and where we're heading until we really get to the end of the season. We've got this whole year to kind of look at and really stand back from, and you caught the heat of the moment and caught the emotionality of the moment, and sometimes sway you away from what the truth is. Will Go Lightly says that game was crazy. That was a fun playoff game for a college football game. That was nice. That was a good college football game. The energy was right out there. Those guys were laying on the line. Mason Graham's going to be a beast. Bigfoot Seahawk. I'm so glad the Seahawks Afterlife alternate life mascot fell by the wayside. It looked like a blue turtle. Yeah, that would not have been good. No, I don't want to lose. We don't deserve to be in the playoffs, says Nicholas. Many do feel that way. Sean Lee says, Penix going off tonight? I hope so. Go, Michael. Brian, people that say the Huskies don't deserve to be in the playoffs despite having the record to make it makes me nuts. Record gets you in. You do deserve to do it. I don't understand as well how people could not, unless, there's someone out there, Brian, that's just humping the SEC. They're dick riding the SEC, so any other conference can't do anything with it. But how do you pick apart what the Huskies have done? I mean, they've had so many ranked opponents that they've gone through this year to get to where they've gotten. And on top of it is an undefeated record, as they're about to play a Texas team that's got a loss on the books. So I agree. I haven't heard a lot of people making that argument. I mean, there's probably, a few, but, Huskies absolutely deserve to be here. Jared G, college OT is very weird. Steven, what part of the defense do the Hawks need to work on the most because the Steelers shredded us apart run-wise? Just wanted to hear your take. It's going to start with the line of scrimmage for me, Steven, and kind of on both sides of the ball, but in regards to your question, just defensive line. You had in this game, I think, points where you were okay in stopping the run when you had Leonard Williams and Jaron Reed both out there with a little bit of freshness to them, but then you didn't have much of a rotation to any rotation behind them. If you look at the scores, for instance, coming out with Miles Adams or Cam Young coming out of this game, it wasn't there with them. They weren't getting the job done. And so you've got to get that deeper and more well-rounded out. For instance, in my opinion, Jaron Reed, rather than being a starter, should be more of a third defensive tackle coming off the bench in the rotation at his age, at this point in his career. You also are going to have to get probably another edge in here, and that's unfortunately with all that you've dumped into it, but Darrell Taylor just can't be on this team anymore. You've got to address that. So he's more of, I know now, outside linebacker, but it's more of that front I'm more looking at. And then the linebackers. I think that's where defensively you can kind of scope into this range. I think that we've done the experiment of investing $50 million into the safety. I'd like to try to clip ourselves away from that experiment and lean into a little bit of more where the NFL is at with the safety position, which is, no, you don't dump that much into it. In fact, you try to dump, not minimal, but you make it one of the lesser spots that you're putting in as far as asset-wise, especially when it comes to dollar bills. Versus other positions. And so you dial away from the Jamal deal, you dial away from the Quandre deal, you save that money, you reinvest it up in the front, and you ride with Julian Love, draft even a guy that is another safety out there. You can even go draft a guy high if you want. Just keep the position in the right cost because spending as much money as they have hasn't worked. So I would stay with that. I think they can kind of laser focus, Steven, on that defensive line. And on that front seven, for the most part, if they want, absent drafting a safety, if they just clip both of if they go with, no Adams, no Jamal, no Quandre, then, you probably will have to draft somebody. But all that being said, you'll save $26.5 million on next year's salary cap if both of them are off the roster. So that's a good amount of ammunition to go out there and get some other work done. Make it happen. About the start of the Husky game just about kicking off here. In fact, it's kicking off right now with the Huskies looking like they've deferred. And so the Texas Longhorns are going to go ahead and take this one over here to start things off. Nice return up to the 30-yard line, up to the 34-yard line there by the Longhorn returner. Jeffrey, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you for that. Can't wait until next year to see if the next coming of Manning has any chops. He's on the bench this year for Texas. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see on that as well from my perspective. He's been such a hyped up kid, and they all say he's got a mobility the other Mannings don't have, yet has all the arm talent that they had, if not more so, as far as arm strength goes. Very excited. Good size to him. So it sounds like, lab constructed quarterback a little bit. 1st and 10, shotgun look here for Quinn Ewers, and we're going to get a penalty flag, it looks like, right off the start here for Texas. Ball start for them. But we'll see on that, Jeffrey. He's in an interesting position, too, because if Ewers comes back, he still doesn't have really a starting pathway spot at that point. Yet we are hearing he is going to remain in college. All right, 1st and 15. Kind of a semi-pistol look here for Texas. 3-4 look here from the Huskies countering it. Quick pass play up over the top, and that'll get floated deep. I don't know if that ball got tipped or Ewers just missed through that ball. It just kind of sailed a little bit on him. Bit of a wounded duck. 2nd and 15. Houston. I'm going to call him Houston all day here. Texas is going hurry up here. They're going into a handoff give. This ball's a nice carry there. That's a 16-yard gain on the ground. Read option look there. Out of shotgun. Yeah, Braylon Trice set the edge there, but he did not really press that hole down. He got widened out of there pretty good. 1st and 10. Pressure all around Ewers. Ball knocked down again there. Husky defense playing fast here early on. Noah Berman, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate you for doing that, Noah. You can check your community post right now. I just published the PFF game scores today for the Steelers game. We'll also be doing a Thursday stream on for members only on the channel here this week. Oh, every week, I should say on that. All right, 2nd and 10. Boy, another tip pass. Huskies already feel like they've got about 3 of them on up here, and they're well acquainted with what the Texas is trying to do. Texas's attack is so quick versed in the passing attack. Everything's quickly out of the quarterback's hand. Fast. So what you do as a defender then is make sure that you keep your hands active and up, and then you make sure you keep your eyes watching that QB, because oftentimes he's going to be trying to throw it into a real tight window at that point. Not a lot of separation down there if you're going to throw those kind of passes. 3rd and 10. A little bit of jumpiness down there around the line of scrimmage. Huskies showing a heavy blitz look. They mostly drop out of it. Run a stunt around the other side. Miss errant thrown ball there by Ewers, and very nice defense there by the Huskies to start off in this opening drive against Texas. Fast. Loose. Ewers maybe just a little bit tight to begin thing here on some of those throws. A little bit, maybe just a little bit tight. But Noah and all the members of the channel, we will be continuing this offseason, expanding those membership benefits. So do continue to keep an eye on your community post for those updates. All right, this is going to be punted down around 11-yard line. Huskies will take over there with 14 minutes to go. Megan Gock Roger, thank you for the $5 donation. Says B, saw Steve Largent and Jim Zorn at the Winter Classic. So why can't we see Jim Zorn on the wall behind you? Where is he? Oh, he's right there. I got to get a 1080p camera, Megan. That's why. And that's my next purchase here. So I had actually planned to get it here around Christmas, but I ended up having those mic issues, so it kind of set me on the deal. But once I get the 1080p and I can run a true 1080 camera look, then you should be able to see a lot clearer. But he's there. He's right there. He's over there rocking it. All right, 1st and 10 for the Huskies now. Michael Penix out on the field here with a 3-wide look and shotgun. Texas looked like they jumped off sides there. Jalen McMillan will make the catch and get rolled out of bounds there for about a 4-yard gain after the bubble screen. That's going to be offsides on Texas, though. But no, I got him right there. I got to get the camera. I got to get the new camera, Megan. I've been waffling on going between the webcam or getting something like real so that it looks good, you know. But I think it's time. King Bomber in the house. What's up, King Bomber? King Bomber says, I know this is a Huskies and Longhorn stream, but watched a post-game discussion from Evan Hill, and God, did it put everything into perspective how terrible our defense is. Oh, yeah. No, we'll be talking some Seahawks here today, too, King. A little quick give here inside of the running back on 1st and 5. He'll take it upfield for a gain of maybe about 2 or 3. And I know you hate tanking, but we have to lose against the Cards next week, not just to get a better pick, but to put in perspective how bad we are as a franchise and how bad the scheme is. Going to get Carroll out of here, and that's what matters most, more than any playoff run where we end up as a first-round exit. Almost like the blueprint for beating Seattle has been put out by the Steelers. Doesn't seem hard to run at all. No, well said on all those parts, Bomber. I don't contend with anything you, of course, said with there, or would not say I don't agree fully. I mean, there's a lot of bottom line stats on this Carroll defense to point to. We've got 2nd and 2 now. Penix pistol look here. Handoff inside, rammed up in the middle there of the B gap. Looks like he's going to get a favorable spot and a first down marker there by the official. Texas fans in the stadium don't like it. A man with the double chin shook his double chin in anger as the camera scoped in tight on his face. And King, I'll definitely in just a sec get to a little bit of your thoughts on that one, so I can give you a little more expansive here with that. All right, we got 1st and 10 for the Huskies at the 21-ish yard line. 3-wide receiver look. Texas, like they're bringing some heat. Penix dropping back to throw. Huskies got it blocked up. Penix unleashing a nice deep ball here, and that part is going to be completed. It's complete. He's still on his feet. His Polk. He spins out of the tackle, and he's still up the football field here. Finally drugged down at the 2-yard line. What a amazing throw there by Penix. He can spin it. Long developing route there by Polk. And a beautifully thrown ball there by Michael Penix. He put that right on the nose. 1st down and goal here for the Huskies from the 2-yard line. This is just the type of opening drive they wanted here, huh? The explosiveness of this team. Jalen Polk, 61 receptions, over 1,000 yards this season. And that's a handoff inside to Johnson. That's a touchdown. Got to give him the TD on that. Let's go. Well executed drive by the Washington Huskies. And got to feel good about that. Dylan Johnson with a 2-yard run right inside there. Way to go after this Texas team right off the jump, defensively and offensively. DeBoer's got this team looking ready to play here today. And that's right behind Fondue. That's a kid that I've told you guys about being who I see a bit. He's a plays tackle, but you kick him inside to guard, he'll be great in there, I think. Huskies went right behind him on that play. And the extra point. Snap will be down, kick is up, and good. 7-0. So, King, I'm with everything you said. There are a many different variety of metrics you can use looking at this defense for not just this year, but many years that point to it not being a good defense. Take the most advanced of analytic stat down to the most basic of defensive numbers like yards given up and points allowed. When it comes to tanking, you know where I stand on that. I'm pretty firm with it. I feel like if it takes the Cardinal game for anybody in the point of making the assessment about this coach or this organization, you know, if it takes the Cardinal game or you get in the back door, the playoffs to kind of make that final determination, that kind of sucks. It might be the truth. It may be what it is. and that people would be swayed in that way. But we'll see how it plays out, see how it plays out. We may come to find that it doesn't matter whether they win or lose that game. Green Bay's got to play Chicago, and Chicago's not exactly, it's a divisional matchup, but Chicago was going to probably lose that game. And then it'll be all null and void. But I'll try to check that video out. It's certainly something I'm definitely well aware of with all the defensive problems here. And I don't know how it can be denied at this point, Ray Barrios, goodbye Pac-12. Pac-12 champ this year would be fitting. It would be. We got a national title this year with the last year of the Pac-12. It finally going defunct. That would be a nice final chapter to it. Megan, I know who it was, B, but I haven't heard Mr. Cosell in a while. Hawks Nest. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it has been a while since I've done Howard. We'll get him out a couple times here today if I can. What channel is the Husky game on? ESPN is the one I guess I'm on right now. Or on it. That's on so technically. Sugar ball. I was thinking about this last night with how bad this season has collapsed. If we were to have a losing record, what are the chances Jody tells Pete to be the face of the franchise type guy? I don't know, man. I've been told things in the background, King, about Jody being very much more hands-on and fierce than I've sometimes given her credit for, or some fans have given her credit for, or just wondering. I mean, we don't really know. So I can play the guessing game on that one, but I don't have a lot to base it on either way with that. And I've maintained, in my opinion on this, King, that we're going to learn a lot about that this offseason. Where that's a question now, but that's going to be less a question for me if we go through this offseason without any kind of firm change. I did what has become a suspicion becomes confirmed. You know what I'm saying? Mick, as a Ohio State fan, I hope you guys win and beat TTUN in the championship. We got you guys, man. We'll take care of Michigan for you. We got some old beefs with them going back to our old days back in the Rose Bowl, so we got some cross beef going on, all right? And I know they say you're never supposed to cross the streams, but this is one of the times like the end of Ghostbusters where we're going to cross the streams and send that Harbaugh team back through the dimensional vortex. All right, kickoff here to Texas now. Another nice, good job of coverage there to recover. Texas will get it out to the 25-yard line where they'll take over here for their second drive. Quinn Ewers stepping out. Shotgun look here. Two back set. Huskies showing a four-man line of scrimmage here. They're thinking pass. They get run. Texas, a nice little give there for 8 yards. Jadon Blue. That's a hell of a name. What's your name? They call me Jadon Blue. That's a comic book name. 2nd and 2. Play action pass. Spins back around. Boy, Ewers almost got hammered, but he's able to get the screenplay off. And it goes for a big play there. Caught the Huskies right. A little over aggressive. Sarkisian sensing that aggressiveness and using it against him. Play was almost put to bed really quickly there as Ewers spun around and the defender was right there. But nice job by Ewers just to get the screen pass off. 1st and 10 onto the Husky side of the field is Texas here. Texas with 167 yards after the catch this season. 9th most in football, college football. a little bit of my issue comes with sometimes trying to evaluate Ewers. 1st and 10, little bobble in the pocket from Ewers. He's going to break free and try to scramble this through, and he's going to have a huge, gaping hole to run through, get down to the 20-yard line after a 15-yard gain. But a lot of his throws come from just these sort of pocket passes, everything quick out of the hands, and the receiver goes and does the work. So I'm really, really love the arm talent with the kid, but sometimes he's hard for me on that part of the evaluation. He threw a screen pass, 3 yards. He took it 50. 1st and 10. Another fake. Try to get back to the middle of the field here. Huskies covered up well. Ewers then scrambles up through the middle, salvages the play, makes it about a 5-yard gain there where it didn't work. Sarkisian going to more of that, we're going to utilize the Huskies' pursuit against them thing against them. So he's going to try to get them to bite one way. There he tried to get them to not just bite one way, bite the other way. We've had the Hawks score a touchdown on that play. I think it was to Parkinson a couple weeks ago on that very fake, completed right up the middle play. 2nd down and 6. Too high look here for the Huskies. Give is inside. A lot of room there on the Husky defense there to run through right now for the Texas Longhorns, and they'll get a 1st and goal here. Eight minutes to go here in the 1st quarter. C.J. Baxter, the first true freshman since Ricky Williams, to start in the backfield for Texas. Pistol look here for them. Play action pass. They'll hit the back in the little outlet pass there. Nice tackle by the Husky defender. His helmet comes off. Still keeps the tackle. 2nd and goal. That's Ulifososo. Middle linebacker for the Huskies. I've actually scouted a good amount of this kid. He's a fun player. I don't know why he's not looked at a little bit more as, legit pro prospect. I'm not saying a high prospect, but he's fun to watch. Inside carry right up the middle here, and that's going to be a touchdown for Texas. They're definitely finding some holes in this Husky defense in the ground game right now, and they just kind of ran it right down their throat there once they got inside the red zone. Jadon Blue with a 5-yard touchdown rush. Tim DB11, thank you for the $10 donation. Says, your percentage, Pete and John run it back in 2024. I would say that I'd be about 75% that we're going to see them run it back, Tim. But as was posed in the question about Jody Allen, some of this is a little bit of mine not sure about where Jody sits with this or how much she would be willing to really go that direction. It would take a firm hand on it. I think John's got a much more better chance, Tim, of remaining here for the year forward. It's really more of the Pete question to me. I don't think it's going to be a tough enough bridge for Jody to cross to have to look at hiring a new coach, much less having to hire a new coach and a new general manager. But when it comes to that, I just don't think. I think Carroll's optimism will keep him from retiring, and I think that the team having the impending sale is impacting matters. And if even is impacting this decision slightly, it could be just enough to push it past the finishing line of moving on and doing something different versus staying the course, or as you put it, running it back. But yeah, I think it's 75 feels about right for me where we're at right now. Most likely comes back, but it would not shock me as well within that 25% there, Tim, that Pete says, okay, I've seen enough. No, I can't quite get this through. I got to call a day on this, and we're going to have to go down this road with it, Thank you for the $10 donation, though, Tim. I appreciate you for that. Maybe we'll get a little bit of information about where things are at to get a little bit more precise. I can get to like 78 or 72, but 75 feels about right. Hawks, thank you for the $5 donation. Ewers and Penix are both on the board for the Seahawks. Who would you go with? I would take Michael Penix. But Ewers tends to be in a place that I would also tend to align a guy like Spencer Rattler, where the general opinion that I read about him online seems to be much higher in regards to both of these two guys than they are my own. With both of the two, I don't think they're bad players. But when we talk about being considered up around the first round range of things, my opinion is Penix is got much more arm talent ability. You see it on the throw, he pushed it up the field there on that deep throw. It's just a much more of an ability to push the ball up the field. Ewers is out here supposedly with a great arm, but he's also got a coach that does nothing but seemingly kind of try to protect that arm with a bunch of these, pop gun throws, screen play, outlet passes, swing throws. Not a lot of it when I watch Ewers on the tape. It's the part that bothers me is really him doing much of really back there true typical NFL quarterback things where, you're back there like letting it rip. Penix is. It's not necessarily pure all schematically driven out of the NFL, but just on some of the throws he's making are absolutely up the NFL's alley. So it'd be pretty easy for me. I'd go even with Penix's age and injury. I think Ewers is he feels a little bit overrated to me. I could be wrong with it. I still do need to do a few more games of dive. He had some injury, had an injury thing go on this year. He had an injury thing go on last year. It does make his evaluation harder because he doesn't have as much tape to operate from. But Sarkisian does a very good job within this offense of creating elaborate eye candy for the defense that makes it significantly easier to play the position. All right, this kick will go through the back of the end zone, and the Huskies will take back over the 25-yard line. Thank you, Hawks, for the $5 dono. Tim, you as well. Megan, thank you too. And Zorn's right there. He's right there. All right, Penix back in shotgun, 1st and 10. 3-man front from Texas here. A little bit of pressure. Penix slides away from it. Dumps it off to his back there out of the backfield. He'll get a gain about 5 yards. Momo Moon in the house. What's up, Momo? Says hook 'em horns. We're going for Huskies over here. But you're not alone. We got a couple of horns in the crowd. Horns in the crew. 2nd out of 5 here for the Huskies. A little pre-snap shuffle motion here. Pitch play out wide here to Johnson. Good penetration by the Texas defensive tackle there. And he just kind of clogged that all the way up, did Burke. Great pursuit there from the inside by the kid. Having a good night, Momo. Good to see you. Six minutes to go here in the first quarter. Tie score here between Texas and Washington. 3rd and 4. Huskies in shotgun. Penix sees something he don't like, and he's going to change the play. Texas tries to counter on it with some defensive signals of their own. Penix dropping back to throw. He's waiting. He's going to get loose across the board there. A little bit of an errant pass there, moving on the run. Try to hit Hanover, his tight end, and just threw it back too far inside. He might have been there open, just couldn't quite put the ball there on the spot. Yeah. Just a little bit away from Hanover, sorry. Hanover. All right, so a punt for the Huskies here. Short punt. Be fielded here at the 30. Huskies able to corral them down there after the return nicely. There we go. Texas, 7 carries, 60 yards here. They're definitely going to lean into this ground game if the Huskies can't shore up some of their run defense a bit. That is true. Android for Life says, what do I think of Penix to Seattle? I only really like the thought, and I do prefer Penix over Ewers, but if you're going to draft Penix, then you've got to have invested in your offensive line in a major way. You can't just go trot out the offensive lines we have recently, especially from the inside, and then expect that he's going to be able to be okay in that look. You know, you're also going to have to commit offensively to doing the things he does well. And some of that Carroll will be fine with. Some of that in the intermediate passing attack and whatnot is stuff that Carroll would have to kind of come to sort of welcome a little bit more. But if you just even essentially just really dealt with the offensive line in a major way and improved that, that'd be enough to bring me on board with, you know, being okay with Penix at that point. But you can't just we've had for the last few years, you know, piss poor pass protection on a yearly basis, and you can't throw this kid into that because he has the injury concerns, and you know you're likely to get him beat up at that point. Huskies have done a good job of keeping him clean with their play calling and with their pass protection. Snap out of it. So sorry to be a Debbie Downer, but 2024 is going to be much worse than 2023. Calling it. I don't know. It's possible, I suppose. Anything's possible. Hawkaholics says, go Dogs. Woof, woof. Jade Apex says, it was sad to hear that mostly Steeler fans were in attendance for the Seahawks game, but expected. Yeah. I don't know if it was mostly Steeler fans, but I know that that's a larger contingent of opposition's fans that you see in there more than you normally would. I think a lot of fans are selling their tickets right now. I think there's a lot of fans that are, you know, not engaged with the current program and what's going on. And there's a variety of reasons for why a lot of those fans find themselves there, but I think that the ownership should take note of it. There's probably a sign within that there in their shade. If I'm an owner of the team, and I'm paying attention. 1st and 10, empty look here for Ewers from the 35-yard line. He'll drop back to pass quickly under pressure, and he is taken down. Is that Trice? Oh, be Trice. Yes, it is Mr. Trice out there getting it done. Future first-round pick, I believe. Just crossed his face and gave him a swim move inside. Picture perfect. Catch the tackle with a little bit of oversetting to the outside. Snatch it back inside. Kid's got a great feel for just how to get off blocks. Just a natural slipperiness to him. 2nd and 16. Shotgun look here for Texas. Hand off inside. And the Huskies will corral this one down. Nice play in there by the defensive tackle to reroute that ball carrier through. He's pumped up. And this will bring up 3rd down and long for Sarkisian and company. Third and 14. Seahawks Huskies showing a blitz here. They're going to drop out of it. Oh, Lordy. I got a penalty flag on the play. It's a 13, 14-yard gain. Huskies are signaling there's holding on Texas on this play. I feel like DeBoer probably, even though you stopped him short of the 4th down here, or 3rd down conversion, you probably still take the penalty. You want him to come back with a 4th and 4 and then take that and then go, have a makeable 4th down at that point. Best to put him back in 3rd down and hella long. Huskies tried to show a blitz look and then drop out of it and did get their guys to be just a little bit late over there to make the play. Though it does help when you have Muhammad getting held over there on the edge by the receiver. Does make it easier for the offense. 3rd down and 17 for Texas. Again, stack front here from the Huskies. Ewers looks over to the sideline for direction from his coach. How to proceed. He drops back to throw. Texas protects against it well. Huskies brought a good amount of pressure. Again, there is a flag. The ball is completed down the football field, but it does look like we might have another hold here against this Texas offensive line. Yep, that is what the officials are indeed indicating right now. Ewers breaks the pocket. The thing you always key in on that with those tackles is when the quarterback's breaking the pocket from the backside, do they release? We saw DK Metcalf have this problem on a play where he was blocking yesterday, right? You've got to release once the ball carrier goes past you. You can have those hands in there and grab it there, but once it goes past and the defender starts to pull away from you and then the jersey's pulling with it, it's going to draw the flag. And Christian Jones, the right tackle for Texas, got hit with that in the way that DK did yesterday. It's very hard, though, for blockers. That's hard to know the timing of when the ball carrier is just going past you always. It's like you need to have just kind of a sense for it a bit. So bring up 3rd and 27, and Texas is just going to run this up the middle here to try to get about 4 or 5 yards and call this drive a day. And as they were going backwards, they're very, very, very quick. But that's the tough part with the scrambling quarterbacks that can happen for those tackles. When you stay in the pocket, you're all good there with what you're doing, but then they pull away and you your natural tendencies to pull them back into you then. And that's where you get into trouble. Nice punt here. Go out of bounds at about the 20-yard line. Yukel, the Huskies are tackling much better than the Hawks. That's big facts. Return of the Dukes. Is there a scenario where Pete isn't back next season? I think there's a couple of scenarios at this point that are plausible. I think the first scenario is, does the guy look within himself here and go, is my message still resonating? Am I still a good coach? Am I still getting the job done? And perhaps he just looks at it and says it's the players. It's them not getting it done. It's them not doing their job. I'm fine with what I'm doing. Maybe he looks at it that way. Could be. But I think that there's a straightforward path here where he looks at it and goes, okay, I've reached that place that my mentor, Bill Walsh, warned me about, where eventually a long-standing coach just has their message not resonating anymore. And that appears to be a bit of the case. So I think retirement is certainly a scenario I could see here. Could I see Jody coming in and firing? I've been told in the background by a few people that that's certainly something that's a potential thing on the table that she'd be willing to do. But that's going to be something that I'm going to be able to make a much better assessment on after this offseason to see how she proceeds with this situation. But the retirement part, I think, is definitely is a scenario that's a plausible one here. Return. I mean, he's had a couple seasons of this where he's been in these press conferences saying, "Man, I don't have any answers. We've taught him how to do it. We practiced on it all week. We said this is what you guys need to do. Bop it, bop it, bop," and it's just not resonating. Just not resonating. Brian Koski says, "Happy effing New Year's. I'm way behind off work. I see that Penix's 77-yard pass to Polk. That's way cool. 7-7 so far. Y'all enjoy." Yeah, we got a nice little game here out the gate. Oh, I'm digging it. Mick Furs is out of all the people on the Huskies team this year, who would you want the Seahawks to draft? I like Tony Otanu. I got to learn how to say his name. But the guy can play, I think, tackle and guard. I think his future is a guard. But if you have some weird injury thing go down at your tackle, you could kick him to either or. And I think he'd hold up okay over there too. So I like him a lot. I think he's a top 50 player. He fits to just the need we have to. He can get out in space. He's mobile. He's got good hands, nice pop. Just kind of checks all the boxes, I do kind of put him, Graham Barton, and Cooper Bebe all around the near same area in the caliber of potential player you could be getting. Mick says, and is there anyone on the Longhorns that you'd like? I think they have a middle linebacker, I dig. Gotta look up. I think there's a linebacker I scout on them. Should be looking at him too. Getting caught up on the Huskies offense. Johnson inside run on a shotgun here for 4-yard gain. Let me see. Do I have a middle linebacker? Is it Edrin Cooper? That's Texas A&M. 2nd and 10 for the Huskies. Penix back in shotgun. He's going to loop this ball up over the top. Beautiful throw. Just a beautiful rainbow throw there. And that ball will be completed. Penix showing off the touch and ability to layer in throws on that one. Huskies at midfield stripe, and they're going to go into hurry up here. Back in shotgun again. Penix has had 2 outstanding throws already in this first quarter. He's going to change the play up around the line of scrimmage here. Drops back. Going back to his left. Nothing there. He's got a lot of time here to kind of figure things out. He's going to loop this ball. Holy crap. Husky receiver just got tackled out there. No call. It was just thrown away. So not catchable, but whoa. Whoa. Second and 10. Penix under some pressure, escapes the pressure, finds a Dunzier. Dunzier up on his feet, down the field, down to the 25-yard line. Great job by Penix navigating the pocket, a little bit like Geno Smith yesterday. Stepping up in the pocket, climbing around the pressure. It's not about running away. It's just about a subtle couple steps to the right, to the left. Get yourself clear, keep your eyes upfield, get rid of the football. Well done there as the pressure was bearing down. Jalen Ford. I was asked about a guy on Texas that I would like, that I'd be looking at. Mick, I would say Jalen Ford. That's going to be 41, your middle linebacker. I currently have, I believe, a third-round grade. I think he's more of a coverage guy or I got a late second on him right now. More of a kind of coverage guy, I think, if I remember correctly out there, but he's been a good player for them. And right on cue, he almost blows up a screenplay there just as I'm talking about him. How about that? That was perfect. Perfect timing by Jalen there. Only about a yard gain, and that will take us down to the end of an action-packed, jam-packed first quarter here for the Huskies in Texas, 7-7. Offense is going back and forth here a little bit. Huskies down here in Texas territory, threatening. Nolan, what's up? Nolan in the house. It's good to see you, Brody. Hope you're doing well. And thank you for the $5 donation. Hope everyone had a happy new year. Pete saying post-game that they didn't have the right mindset. He's falling. Man. Come on, man. I need to go to the store and get more sticky things. Pete saying post-game that they didn't have the right mindset. Isn't that his job? I think it's time for a change. There's been a couple of these moments, Nolan, where yes, you hear him say that and you go, yeah, that's your instrument panel, buddy. You know, you're in charge of those checks. That's the one that goes up your alleyway on that one. I felt the same way, Nolan, in a lot of ways at the first game of the year against the Rams. You know, I didn't have them ready to play. You know, how do you not have a team ready to play in the very first game of the season in the home opener? How do you not have a team ready to play in a game where you're trying to fight to get in the playoffs. The season's almost done. It's, in a lot of ways, almost win or go home. I think you, many others go away from that and we say, yeah, that's kind of not acceptable. That's reflective on you as a coach not getting your message through, which is already being hinted at in a lot of different areas as to what is maybe kind of going on. This is where a little bit of that lack of confidence, I think, starts to build up a little bit on a variety of different levels. And so I appreciate his forthright nature in saying what it is at that point and not hiding it or putting the blame game on just the players solely, which he could have done. Because he said, well, look, Darrell Taylor doesn't like to set the edge. What do you want me to do? I got no one else to play. We tried Frank Clark. It didn't work. Derek Hall's not ready. Uchenna Nwosu went down to a torn pec. There's only so many guys we can call upon to try to get the job done. And he can't do it, but we got to play him, and Darrell and Leonard Williams and Jaron Reed can only play so many snaps, so I certainly think that he could have done that, and he went the other way with it and kind of fell on the sword a little bit in his comments with that, but I appreciate that part of it. I do. So I don't want to hammer him too much in that respect, but at the same point in time, if the team's not hearing your message, they're not hearing your message, right? B-Boy J Mills, G2G, thank you for subscribing to the channel. B-Boy, appreciate you for that. Nolan, thank you for all your donations and support this year, on top of, I know, being a member of the channel as you are as well. Okay. 2nd down and 7 for the Huskies. Start out this second quarter. Handoff. Outside zone run there. Nice carry there by Johnson. Able to break first tackle, get free, get up the field. Actually, I don't think that's Johnson. That's, Rogers. Huskies leave the edge unblocked, and they just think that they can get him to get caught in no man's land there between playing the quarterback and the running back, and then that's what happens. They caught the defensive end there in no man's land where he did make a choice between either player. Was too late to react to the running back who could then get to the edge. I never liked that call of leaving the unblocked player to the play side that way, but it worked there. We got a fake pitch play back to Penix by the running back. He's dancing forward as Johnson, trying to pick his way through traffic. He's going to get a couple yards, and now the flags are going to start to come out, it looks like here. Potentially up against the Huskies on this one for probably a hold, I would imagine. Oh, it's on the defense. Chop block on the defense? I mean, that's kind of a tough call on Texas there. He's trying to take on the blocker and get low. He's got a lineman bearing down on him. They're saying that he's trying to knock the lineman off his feet there, but the player is a much smaller player going up against a bigger man. You just go low. That's what you're told to do. He can't take him head up or the lineman's going to throw him in through the back of the end zone. 1st and goal, though, for the Huskies. Pays off for them from the 2. Inside handoff to Johnson. Early penetration by Texas on the play, and that will stop it in its tracks here. 2nd and goal. Nice job by the defensive tackle there inside. Getting upfield and penetrating quick. That was Collins there for Texas. 2nd down and goal. Penix coming up for a rare under center look here for the Huskies. Got a little I formation going on. Inside handoff to the fullback. Nicely done there. Touchdown. Some wonderfully constructed drives by the Huskies here. Nice mix of run and pass. On that play, you have a sort of an I formation look, but you've taken the 2 receivers to one side. You start bringing Polk in motion as what would look like to the defense the potential fly sweep guy, or sorry, that's Udunzie, who's the fly sweep guy coming in motion. That's enough to pull one extra guy to the gap. Defense has their eyes on the tailback. You come back to the fullback on the dive inside, and it's a touchdown. Very inventive play calling there by the Huskies, and a wonderful drive. Penix is indeed looking very, very impressive at this point. Dane Ironfoot, Sam Hartman in the later rounds. I'm okay with taking flyer on him in the later rounds, Dane. I don't mind that. I think I'd like to, if we're looking just targeting a quarterback in this draft, going a little bit earlier than where you'd be picking Hartman to find a little bit more of a for sure viable guy. Hartman might end up being a viable QB, but just to find a guy that's a little bit more like, okay, yeah, this guy will absolutely be a guy that can be in the mix for potentially a guy that can push our starting quarterback here, or at least down the road. Black says it's still pretty disappointing, though, when they just have to win out and get in the playoffs. Fans don't want to show up. It's not like we are the Panthers. No, it's not. It's an unusual situation, I would say to you on that, with seeing this go down like that, New Blacks. I might say that you also have a really unusual situation here in Seattle where you have a coach here who's been here for a long period of time. And as we're saying, the messages are not resonating with the players. So too, I think, could you make an argument, not all, I'm not saying even the huge, vast majority, but that there is a big contingent of fans that the message of Coach Carroll is no longer resonating with. And that they have gotten to a point of, I know where this show's going. I know where this ride is going. There is no uncertainty here. I understand right well how it'll play out. I hear about a lot of them in my chat. Where New Blacks, they came in a couple of years ago talking about this stuff, some people. So I'll check back in with the team when we've gone on from Carroll. I know where this goes. I know how far this can go. It doesn't have that potential anymore. And that's whether they're wrong or right, they're firmly rooted in that position. And there's been nothing this year, whether they've just come to that stage or been there for a long period of time, there's been nothing this year that's dissuading them off of that spot. And so the checkout process begins. And I think the part that you really like about football or any sport is the potential of anything can happen. And when you start to be able to go, no, not anything can happen, this is going to happen, it removes some of the acclaim and draw of watching these sports. And I can understand that. Thank you, Mark, for reminding me. Please do, folks, hit that like button if you could for me, if you like what you're listening to as well. We are so very close at this point. I mean, we're kissing the door here of 15,000. We are almost within, I believe, right now, as we started the broadcast up today, 175 subs away from 15,000. So if you aren't subscribed, you can join Beat Boy today. Get subscribed up. Help us climb up over that mark here. We're trying to get there before the year end of our induction date, which is basically February. So we got 31 days here in December to try to get ourselves up to that 15,000 mark, which was our goal this year. And I'd love to hit that part. Please do sub up if you're not. All right, 14-7. Huskies are up. Rolling. Nick says horns down. Penix is in. Penix is very impressive. Joey says, I think it's going to be my Wolverines versus Huskies in the title game. Penix is a beast. It's going to be so nostalgic having some Michigan Wolverine Husky action going on. I mean, it takes me just back to those. We played a variety of Rose Bowls against them back in the 90s. They got us. We got them. First and 10 here for Texas from the 25-yard line. Play action pass, quick throw out into the flat, quickly snuffed out there. Is that Ulofoso? Well, he's had a couple of real nice plays in this game already so far. You're seeing why I like him a lot too, this middle linebacker kid. I don't know if he'll be a highly rated kid coming out, but he's a fun player. I think he's been fighting through his share of injuries here with the Huskies, but he's fast. He's fast. Second and 12. Play action pass. Ewers dropping back to throw. flicks it out wide. Beautiful play out there. Was that Muhammad? Yeah. He is another kid that I believe he's a sophomore, but he's got a real bright future. And he is going to be an NFL, I think, drafted player here by this Husky unit down the road. Junior. I love Jabbar Muhammad. He is feisty as hell. He's just the mentality you want in a cornerback, what he brings to the position. Bounciness, athletic, ball skills. 3rd and 12 for Ewers now. Husky defense showing that blitz look that they have throughout this game early on, dropping mostly out of it. And then rally to make the tackle. I don't know if this is what they're attempting to do for sure, but it would appear that the Huskies, especially when they're getting Texas into 3rd and long, that they are putting the stack fronts up on Texas, believing that that's going to then drive Ewers in the offense to make the call and the read to then go to the bubble screen. Then they drop out of it post-snap and then rally to the bubble screen to tackle it up. Because Texas is making the call to the bubble screen like it's anticipating the true blitz to be coming on the play. So a little bit of that chess match between the two coaches here in how they're rolling this out a little bit in this game early on. And we've got a muff punt by the Huskies. Wow. Oh, no, man. Saw it happen earlier in this game with Michigan. Things get tight. And he just couldn't get his hands up under the ball there. He should have just let it bounce. That was DJ Dallas-like uncomfortable. He was feeling the guy bearing down on him. And just a drop. Wow. Big play in this game as the Huskies could have just about taken some firm control here. Special teams. Oof. Drew B says, Happy New Year, and thank you for the $5 donation, Drew. So he says, Happy New Year, man. Thank you for all the work and helping keep us sane when the Hawks are killing us. Best to you and the channel in 2024. Well, thank you, Drew. I really do appreciate that. You guys, you yourself and everyone on this channel has been quick run up the middle here for 9 yards by Texas. You guys have been amazing in your support of this channel throughout this year for years now. And it allows me to, pursue this dream and do what I'm doing. And, man, I really thank you for that. I really, really do thank you for that. So, I'm having an awesome time. I think this channel's on its way to doing some great things here as we move into the next new year. And it's been a tough time for the Hawks, but it'll be all that much more sweeter when we get back to the mountaintop, kind of going through some of these, the tougher times, so to speak. Inside handoff here, first down from the 12-yard line, a big gaping hole there, and take it down to the 5. A little bit of a momentum loss here for the Huskies after that turnover. You can kind of feel it body language-wise. We do have a flag on the play, though. And Happy New Year to you too, Drew. Hope you and yours are having a very, very good one. So there is a penalty on a hold. Ooh, takes him back a good 10 yards here for Texas. So make it down to 2nd and 6 here. Ball's complete inside by Ewers. Nicely done. Down to the 1-yard line. Texas able to bring the Husky linebackers up with the play action there and then hit it up over the top. Dakota says, go Huskies. Go Huskies, Dakota. Inside into the fullback here. Texas saw the Huskies do it, said we can do that too. They give it to the big dog in there. Looks like a defensive tackle they gave it to, Murphy. And Byron Murphy will run it in for a touchdown. So Texas looks like they're going to match this score. Brian freaking fumble punt, man. Defensive tackle score looking like a freak. Yeah, it's brutal too. It's right when you're about to maybe grab a little bit of that momentum there. He was feeling, he thought he was going to get lit up. And as a returner, you've got to solidify that catch. You got to go in there and cradle that thing in and make sure that you're securing it first and foremost. You can't be worried about what's bearing down on you. You know, it's a bit of the fearlessness you got to operate with on that position. Kevin said we should hire the entire UW coaching staff at this point because it's impressive. Nobody can catch punts anymore. It's a dying art. Brian Koski says Penix and Zorn were both also southpaws. I believe that Kurt Warner was too. Oh, it's cool to hear about Kurt. Yeah, we've had a lefty before. And we've had a couple lefties. Brock Eward was a lefty too. You could say we almost have a rich history in Seattle of left-handed quarterbacks. Let's be chill in the chat, please. Let's take a chill in the pat, please. No violence today. No violence today. Boney, I'm heading down to Seattle and Bellevue for a couple nights soon. Down from BC, staying at the Hyatt Regency in Bellevue. Any places I should check out with my kids? I haven't been down in Seattle lately as far as some of the attractions and stuff down there. So, you know, I could tell you like the Science Center. I don't even know if they have the Science Center even going anymore down there in Seattle, you know, we're down there near the Space Needle and whatnot. That used to be kind of a place you got to go check out down there. You got the Music Experience Project, Seattle, which was pretty cool in the day to go take a look at. Bellevue on that side, there's really not a lot. You have the Bellevue Mall. I mean, you go down and check out down by the lake a little bit. There's some spots. Not really a lot, though, down in there. Bell Square Mall. Yeah, like Noah says, that'd be a spot there. Not a lot other than that than Bellevue because it's just kind of a business center over there. But Seattle, if you go down there, there's still some stuff to check out down there. Got Pike Place Market, you know. Kind of do a day of just doing this. If they do have the Science Center still going, just go down there and head down to Pike Place, check out the piers and stuff. Go on the deal. First and 10 for the Huskies are going to take over here at the 25-yard line. Penix back in shotgun. He is going to roll out. Throw it deep again. Boy, he's letting it rip today. That ball will be caught down the field by Romo Edunzie. Penix just keeps outdoing one throw after another. He absolutely laced this one down the field. 55 yards looked like in the air, darn near. Odunzie with just awesome tracking. He gets a little extra gear there to get underneath it. That ball couldn't have been more perfectly thrown. You talk about dropping it in the bread basket from 50 yards out. That's just what Odunzie did there. Woo! What a throw by Michael Penix. Great catch by Odunzie, who's set a school record now for 1,500 yards receiving this season. He is indeed the truth himself. Officials having a hard time with the chain. It's broke. The chain broke. So 3 already big-time throws here by Michael Penix, who's 6 of 8 for 190 yards in this game. Already 9:28 to go here in the second quarter. Whew. Penix in a pistol look now. Man goes in motion, flip play outside to Johnson. Johnson looks like he's got a little bit of room to work with. Good fill there by the safety coming up to make the tackle stop in his tracks, but he spins off that and is able to push forward for a couple more yards. This will bring you up to second down and relatively short. Toffee with the catch. Inside carry here to Johnson on 2nd and 4. He's going to take this for about 3 yards, where he will get turned around and stopped there in his tracks. Murphy, who scored the touchdown on the fullback give here on the last series for Texas, came up and made the play on that one. This will bring up a 3rd and 1 as the clock continues to roll. Tim says, with a $5 don't know, thank you, Tim, says, just curious, when you take your coffee break, what's your brand? So I go with, I've really kind of settled in on the Pike Place breakfast mix. Another inside carry here to Johnson. And boy, the early penetration there by the Texas Longhorn team. They got off the ball there very fast into the backfield, and Johnson had no chance there to. Johnson probably could have squeezed that out a little bit wider to the right and found a hole, but everything got closed up pretty quickly there. See what the Huskies do if they attempt to go for this, which I imagine got to be the draw. They're 11 of 15 this year on 4th down conversions, 73%. They're going with the direct snap here to Johnson. Boy. Looks like he's going to be short. What a weird call there. You don't put the ball in Penix's hand. God, I don't get that call at all, why you would do that. Pike Place morning breakfast mix for me is the way, Tim, I think. I'll go for some of that like crazy, strong coffee they'll have on the top shelf in the coffee aisle now that they like, some of those kitschy brands. But I'll go back to that more often than not. That's kind of my right down the middle good. Just strong enough, not too overbearing. Nice little middle of the road roast. I don't know why they're measuring this. I know the Huskies are going to be far short on this play. Yeah, this ain't even close. But that's what I've kind of settled on. I'm kind of digging that as the way right now, Tim. It's good. It's real good. Megan, thank you for a $5 donation. Says, love the Pike Place blend. Can't get it here anymore. So sad. Well, maybe eventually. It is a brand that, hell, it's kind of taken over in a lot of ways. You can get in a lot of places in the nation here. So, maybe with the fact that it has kind of gone over here with America, eventually it'll expand out maybe into the other countries. Though I know that that's tough when you talk about getting down to probably Australia. But, yeah, it's a nice brand. It's got a good flavor to it. It just packs a nice little punch. But sorry you can't get it. Hopefully you guys got some really great, probably Australian brands, though, down there. Imagine that the environment down there would be pretty good for growing coffee beans. Sanchez with the $2 donation. Who am I rooting for? Well, there is some difference of opinion in the chat on this one, Sanchez, but me personally, I'm going for the Huskies. I want to see a Husky win today. I want to see a Husky national champion. Michael Bailey says, Michael says, whole bean, very dark roast, self-grind it. I'll eventually maybe get into self-grinding. I'm too lazy with that right now, but someday I might decide to do that. Roland Connor, how can the Hawks get Penix? Well, you might be able to just natively select him at the spot at 15. I'm not certain that he's going to be a top 10 player because you do have two things that are going to hold him back in a way that they won't hold other prospects back, being the age and the injury history. And that's not something you can just, as an NFL franchise, when you're picking the top 10, you can't just sort of like, we'll just ignore it. He's just so good. You're going to have to put it into factor and take it into account. So I think that there's a good chance he is, if he's not where our pick is at, I think he'll be at least close to where our pick will be. That if you're talking about wanting to then move up for him because he's within 5-6 selections of you, you're maybe giving up a third round pick to do that. If the Hawks really do look at M. Roland as that guy, if that's where they view him as being. So it won't be a very high cost, I don't think, to go get him. He'll be, it's my belief even right now that he's probably neck and neck with Jaden Daniels between who's actually going to be selected as the third quarterback. And John Hobbs, Penix is absolutely just uber accurate, especially on those deep balls. I mean, he can put it down there with velocity and accuracy. And as we saw down the field, it's right on a spot. I've watched him do it over and over again. Nolan says, I'm so glad I don't have to listen to this strange roving reporter podcast as how they're doing on the sidelines. King Bomber is too old to take in the first, considering we won't start him immediately, or at least I hope not. 1st and 10 here. Texas continues to find some big holes in the ground game against the Huskies here. That's where they're finding their success early on in this game. And you never know, King. It kind of all depends on what John Schneider and Carroll fall in love with, If they fall in love with a guy. 1st and 10. Ewers dropping back to throw. He flicks it deep. Nowhere near accurate, though. Underthrown. That was to Worthy, Xavier Worthy, his main guy. Jabbar Muhammad out there in coverage, locking things down. Muhammad playing some man there. Staying on top. Picture perfect technique. Good job. 2nd and 10. 6:46 to go in the second quarter. Texas on the 25-yard line here. Early penetration by the Huskies. And finally brought down to the ground there. There was Trice making a nice play, looks like, over there in space. Good job making his presence felt there in the ground game. 3rd and 12. So the Huskies have tended to, in these situations, bring up the stacked fronts, force Texas into their audible then, which is then it would seem like to go to the bubble screenplay. And sure enough, the Huskies are up there in the stacked fronts right now. Let's see how Ewers counters it here. Does he go back to the bubble? No, he does not. He's going to throw it up top. And he's not going to throw it anywhere near the man. So you're seeing a little bit here with Ewers why I'm not. This game's really kind of crystallizing what you guys are seeing that I see on the tape with watching him on it. It's a lot of this just and then when you see him actually pushing the ball up the field, when you're looking at these two prospects between the Penix, and he's under duress there. He's got pressure bearing down on him, but this is not even close. He's 5 yards ahead of this guy here, 6 yards away from where that guy's at. It's inside rather than being out and away. And you saw it in the previous throw to Worthy where he short-armed that one too. Okay, catch this punt now. There we go. Can't quite get on board with the Ewers experience myself. King says, I feel like Jaden Daniels is the guy that gets the draft hype and ends up being a top 5 pick. If he falls into the teens, I would want Seattle to take him. Indeed, I think that he has leapfrogged Michael Penix at this point and that he will be a top 10 player. All the more reason I think the Penix does last into the teens and probably selected somewhere between 10 and 20, 11 and 20. Just my feeling. It's obviously early on this, but I think that somebody will fall in love with Penix at that point. But you're right. I think Jaden Daniels becomes that guy like Anthony Richardson was last year, who rises up and really rises up in the post-draft process. Look at how Anthony Richardson did, who had only 13 college starts to his career, much less a guy like Jay Daniels got a Heisman Trophy and went out there and didn't just give you some toolsy moments in the college season as a young player, but actually kind of took over at times. So I could certainly see it going that way. Nicholas says, I hope Daniel slips right into a Hawk jersey. Yeah, I don't think it'll happen. Not when we're picking. I think he will be on that Anthony Richardson track this year. He'll be on that, what was it, Kyle Wilson? Jets QB track. Same thing with him, right? Maybe he's a first-round guy, becomes a top 3 pick. How'd that happen? Adrian X has Bernard really back there again to receive the punt. We've seen with our roster, sometimes you don't have a lot of guys that can do this thing. You got to ride with what you got on it and hope that they just figure it the hell out. Megan, we don't know who our first draft pick is yet. We're currently sitting at something about like 15. Kitty, what's the matter? What's wrong? What? Oh. Yeah? You napping? Okay. Yeah. Oh, tired. Well, commercial break here as we're waiting for this game come back after the punt. Megan, when do we find out? We will find out after next week. Well, if we get in the playoffs or not, I think that's the one thing is if then you can still have it finalized on that. But no, next week we should probably, if things fit the form. Huskies tried to do a little bit of trickeration there that did not look very good. Jalen McMillan was trying the pass back play, and he just didn't. He had a defender bearing down on him there, and so he couldn't get the throw off like he wanted to. What? Okay. 2nd out of 10 here from the 24-yard line in Huskies territory. Give is outside here to Johnson on the read option look. Take it for a nice little run of about 5 or 6 yards there. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, does Locke have any eligibility left? No, he's sadly got none left. He's exhausted all of it. He is also going to be a free agent after this year. No more Locke for you after this year, Sanchez. What? Are you crying? All right, 3rd and 4. 3-stack look here for the Huskies to the far side of the field. Penix dropping back, falling away, finds his man. Very good tackle. Official's going to give him a very healthy spot. And that's going to be a first down for the Seahawks. Nice throw there by Penix to put that on the spot where McMillan could catch the ball and quickly turn it upfield. It wasn't a lot of steps upfield, but simply just that action of being able to take it and get another foot step forward on that one. Allowed him to get to the first down marker. They might try to review this play. Yeah, they're going to put this under review here. Sarkisian saying no, it was a little bit short. I don't know, man. I don't know if you can overturn this. I do not know if you can overturn this. I don't know. We'll see. Kevin O'Connell says, Brandon, what did you do before committing to this full time? I was I did a variety of stuff going through. So for years, just kind of contracted. I did a lot of IT contracting, helping out small businesses, online with tech stuff, everything under the sun, from that you could kind of imagine with that. So just kind of whatever you needed as a business, I can come in there and help you. It's kind of word of mouth got me through for many years. And that was kind of what I did. Yeah. It's always kind of been running my own little gig, so to speak, on it. But I had for years, I did some contracts with Microsoft out there in Redmond. Got a bit of an IT background. Oh, they're going to reverse the call on the field. Wow. The board says, let's punt it then. That's tough. Nice challenge by Sarkisian there. Huskies are too far on their side of the field to feel like they can try to go for the fourth down here. You got to just take the punt. Texas did a good job of tackling on that play. Oh, are they gonna run him out there? They're gonna ballsy DeBoer out here. Big ball DeBoer in the house. You are very lippy right now. Very lippy. Are they going to try to just draw him off sides? Could it be that? Could Penix go up and do that? Yeah, he's just trying to draw him off. They're just trying to run the clock down. They ain't fooling me. Don Power Ranger, how you doing? Good to see you in the chat. Tim, go Dogs. Kings is also when our compensatory picks given. If we let Leonard Williams walk, would that give us a comp pick in 2024 draft or 25? 25. It'd be the 2025 draft that you'd get that if that happened. And there is a way that there's a compensatory breakdown of how this could go for the Seahawks if they leaned away from free agency. So, you have Noah Fant goes out there and gets signed. Leonard Williams goes out there and gets signed. Jordan Brooks goes out there and gets signed. You could find yourself with something like Huskies go for it on fourth down and get the first down. Ballsy as hell. I love DeBoer going for this here. Wow, that's ballsy. They just run a little duo block up front there to make sure they've got the hole. And it makes it happen. Wow, gutsy as hell. 1st and 10. That's going for the game there, right? That's not playing not to lose. That's going for the win. I think he went past the line of scrimmage there. They're going to give him the call on that, but I think he went past the line of scrimmage. Get up to the line here, Penix, so they can't challenge that. I'd get right up that line of scrimmage. It looked like he was past the black line there that they have for the line of scrimmage. You only need a part of your body on that side of things, right? Yeah, they're going to challenge this. Texas is going to challenge this one now again. They're going to say, yeah, his whole body was across. So you could end up with that in the scenario. You probably get like a 3rd round to 4th round compensatory back for Leonard Williams. You'd get maybe a 4th rounder back as well for Jordan Brooks, if not more, depending on the contract he gets. And then you can get like maybe a 4th or 5th rounder for Fant, depending on what he gets. You got other guys in there that could kind of push it out a little bit further with some of the other free agents that you have too. So, see, I think he crossed the line. I think they're going to bring this ball back. So there's a way they could play that. The one thing with that though is that they would have to then not sign anybody in free agency, of course, for the flip side of that to work. Boy, you are loud right now. Why are you being so loud? Why are you being so loud? So loud. Okay. Are they confirming that? Jeez, they could confirm that to be completion. Wow. Nice break there by the Huskies. What if I do that? What if I do that? What are you going to do if I do that right there? He says, F around and find out. All right, 3 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Little tunnel screen here to Romeo and Dunzier. That'll be a gain of 6 or 7 yards there to him. Romo and Dunzier. Okay. Second and 5. Romo, 4 catches, 84 yards here. Start this first half out. Huskies happy to let this clock wind down. No doubt they'd love to just steal a possession here, go down, get the score, get the ball back at halftime. That's your ideal a little bit there. Looks like the Huskies are going to call a timeout here and talk over what they want to do. Kyle G says, why are their college refs better than the NFL refs? Less of the gambling stake? No, I don't know. I've been impressed with this crew so far and how they've called this game. Well, to your point on that. Joey, are the Huskies coming to the Big Ten next season? Yes, sir. Pac-12 is done after this year. Don, go Hawks. And go Dogs. King Bomber, yep, you nailed it there. So you got Damian Lewis is another guy out there who could be signed for a bit. And those guys might be more of the 6th, 7th round kind of compensatories you get back on that side of it. But you have the then top end good stuff you get on the front and then the good stuff you get on the back end too. It's a bit of the both. And that's where they could play that game if they want to, theoretically. I would say at very minimum you're getting the 2 4th-rounders with Jordan Brooks and Leonard Williams and then at least a 5th back on Noah Fant, with the potential of those being even more. Now we got Matthew McConaughey. I just want to see my Texas Longhorns. I love my Texas Longhorns, you know. Same thing in Texas Longhorns. 2nd and 5 here for Penix. Lets it rip. Boy, great throw, but a fantastic catch by Westover. That ball was coming with some steam on the top of it. We had the coal fires burning below on that football. Snap that one right out in front of Westover. Perfectly placed ball there by Penix. First down, Washington Huskies. 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. Huskies lined up from the 29-yard line in Longhorn territory. Whoa, Nelly. Pistol look here for Michael Penix. Play action. Dropping back to throw. He's got a good amount of time here. He laces this up over the top, and boy, he had a man wide open. Just put it a little bit too far out in front of his tight end there. Had him there. Just a little bit too much juice there for Penix on that throw. He tried to layer it up a bit, but just had a little bit of extra velocity on it. 2nd down. .133. Huskies, no timeouts remaining here. Ball's tipped up into the air. Reeled back in by Polk for a touchdown. Huskies. Another nice throw in there. Got tipped up into the air. Polk continued to track it and reeled it in off the carom. Huskies run a route to clear the safety out of the picture, turn this into kind of a one-on-one between the corner and Polk. And Polk showing you how deep this receiving core is between him, McMillan, and Odunze. They are hard to stop. 9-play, 76-yard drive for the Huskies. And they will take a 21-14 lead here with 1 minute and 27 seconds. Now, Texas does have all 3 of their timeouts remaining as it currently stands. And I think Polk actually was the one who tipped it up to himself there. It wasn't the defender. Hard to say exactly there, but it went in the right direction no matter what. Did he get it? No, I think that's just Polk tipping that up to himself. Great play. Touchdown, Huskies. Let's go. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. Says, I hate college football. I only watch Wyoming, alma mater. NCAA has a competition problem. I feel like the Power 5 should merge with the UFL. Yeah, it's got an issue right now with the big dogs at the top kind of rule the roost. It's kind of always been that way, but it does slide between which teams are ruling those roosts versus which aren't, and the have-nots really have not. So you're right. There is a college football problem right now. I think we're in a state right now, Sanchez, where college football finds itself in a fluctuating point, right? Like it's like the NIL bomb is hit, and like we're waiting for the smithereens to all settle and the dust to all settle, and what that will mean for college, football going forward. But it definitely could stand in a lot of ways to improve the watchability of the sport at this level. And be it in the competition, be it in the excitement of it, be it in, just, I guess at least on their part, kind of recognize a little bit at times that there's some points here during the college year where it's hard to watch some of these games, where it's just like, it's not good football at all times, and it's a lot of patty caking. Not a lot of physicality, a lot of finessing all over the place. But, yeah, we'll see how this kind of shakes out. Pac-12 dissolution, this Big Ten huge monster conference, how it'll all factor kind of out. Nice return here by the kick returner for Texans. Blue gets it out to the 29-yard line for them. But I do grant you, Sanchez, that there's going to need to be to keep the college thing viable for during the regular season and all that. There's got to be a little bit of times of an awareness to that, to your point. Thank you for your donations, man. I appreciate you. Joe E., thank you for the $2 donation. Says, when does Pete leave? What coach is the next for the Hawks? When does Pete leave is a hard question to answer. And I'll answer it, though, here. 1 second. We got 1:20 to go here in this second quarter. Ewers dropping back to pass. Surveys the field, comes underneath, and has about like third or fourth ball this half knocked down there. Letu Gasaanda knocks the ball down there. So this will be second down and 10. Boy, he already looks 42 years old. A minute and 15 seconds to go here in this game, or in the second quarter. Ewers in shotgun. Dropping back to throw. Finds a nice little easy route into the flat here for a 10-yard gain. First down, Texas. So Pete has 2 years left on his contract, Joe, and I felt like a part of me feels like he should be looking at himself right now in this team and going, I've probably reached the end of my coaching road. I probably just don't have the fastball anymore that I once did from a coaching perspective. And that we've reached that point in time where I've got to just kind of call the ball. 1st and 10 here for Texas. Huskies are going to show a blitz look here. They're going to drop out of it quickly here post snap. Ewers is going to try to flick this over the top, and it's a nice throw there by Ewers, but running back is unable to bring it in. He teardropped this one in, but just could not reel it home. Got a Luafoso out there in coverage. Second down and 10. Shotgun look here for Ewers. Nice little throw over to the right there for a first down. Little out route. Texas is going to try to run the ball here, huh? Burn one of your timeouts? Okay. So, Joey's got the 2 years. We know Pete's an internal optimist. I think on the surface and the face of this, you would say that he is not a guy that's looking to leave, at least in the next year and probably the next 2 years, based on what I know about Pete. Now, I would love to think that he's looked at the situation internally and said, no, this has kind of come to where it is, but that's me making a big guess there, Joe. That's not me basing it on anything. I think the Hawks having a potential sale that's impending here could impact a little bit of the way that the decision-making boils down on this one, being that, Joe, it makes the ownership group hesitant and Jody hesitant to pull the ripcord on Coach Carroll because there's these other factors coming in that impact this in a way that wouldn't normally impact a coaching decision like this, whether or not it's just the right guy or the wrong guy or you need to move on. So I'd love to be more, because I'm starting to lean in the direction of liking to more see this be the way this plays out, where we kind of start to look to move into a different direction. But unfortunately, I can't predict it to happen at this point, Joe. And I would be, absent you come back next year and you have a year that's just a down year again and don't do anything again next year. I don't know if I see it being outside the next 2 years period, We've got a quick completion in here to Jatavian Sanders, the tight end for Texas. He looks like he might be a little bit short of the first down, but he's getting a very nice spot by the officials. Clock will continue to run here. 44 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Ewers dropping back to throw under a ton of pressure. He gets smacked after the throw. Boy, he didn't see that pressure coming. Able to get it off and complete the ball nonetheless. The coach that I would like to see next would be a guy like Harbaugh, Joe, but I'm not really picky here. I'm just looking for a coach with some modern designs and modern philosophies and not bringing outdated approaches to what they do. So it can be a Kellen DeBoer, if you want to look at him. It could be a Ben Johnson, offensive coordinator with the Detroit Lions. It could be kind of a variety of guys, Monk and with the Ravens. Pressure by the Huskies. Bryce trying to get Ewers cinched up here. Ewers trips over his own feet, though he falls forward and looks like he probably has the first down here with 29 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Texas has 2 timeouts. Trice coming off the edge was right there on him. We're going to call this 3rd and 1 for Texas here. 29 seconds to go. Texas 0 of 5 on third downs today. Huskies also 0 of 3 on third downs today. So neither team is much getting the job done in that respect. Ewers in the open field is loose. Oh. We're going to get a flag here on Ewers there. He was kind of late to slide, but he took a late hit. Very well constructed drive here by Texas. So the next coach for me, Joe, I'd like to see as an offensive-minded head coach as much as anything else. It doesn't have to be just that, but I think that'd be the way I would like to preferably lean. Some of those names I mentioned be guys that I'd certainly be interested in. First to go from the 4-yard line of the Huskies here. 20 seconds to go. Texas does have 2 timeouts, so they kind of can call whatever they want to call here. I wouldn't be surprised if this was a run play right out the gate. You could almost go with 3 straight runs here if you wanted to. And it indeed is a run, and that's going to be a touchdown run. That's the freshman C.J. Baxter, who's had a good day for the Texas. It looks like he's going to be a future player in this sport. Inside zone run. We saw a lot of this with Najee Harris yesterday. Just a couple dual blocks inside and then run behind the big boys. And that's how you do it. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. How different is the season if Canales was around? Well, I think a big part of this season, you had some rotating chairs on your offensive line. And I think, Sanchez, you saw some of those rotating chairs last year from week 13 onward through the end of the season, as far as the way the health of the line was holding up at that time. And we saw that the offense was not able to be as explosive as it was in the first 12 games of the season when that was the case. So I would think that even if Canales was here, he would probably provide some benefits that we haven't necessarily had as much of here in what he does bring to helping out Geno. And Geno maybe plays a little bit better if he has Canales here. But I don't know if it means a significant overall improvement because of that fact that, that line situation has made it treacherous. You can't open up holes in the running game and you can't pass protect for large swaths of this year and from week 13 onwards through the end of the year last year. And I think that even if you have really smart coaches and whatnot, there's only so much you're going to be able to do offensively when that's kind of the reality of the nature of your offense on a weekly basis. I do like Canales, though, Sanchez, and I think he's legit done some not only great work here with Geno Smith, but Baker Mayfield, and he's another guy whose star is definitely on the rise at this point. But I think that those issues would have been more overriding than that impact of what he brings. 17 seconds to go in an action-packed first half here between the Huskies and the Longhorns, currently knotted up 21-all. Huskies have 1 timeout in 17 seconds. See if they don't come out here and maybe just try to run this out and call it a day here at the end of this, get back to halftime, and try to get to the other side of this one. Thank you, Sanchez, for all your donos. Megan says, how are you feeling about losing the second-round pick now? I think it's too much to lose. Some of it depends on Megan whether or not we're re-signing Leonard Williams. That's a big part of what happens and what goes on with this. Big part of this also was trusting in the assessment internally that though we had seen some diciness on the football field, that their trust internally that they were this close was true. And that they obviously did not, self-scout internally enough that they were overlooking or feeling much better about their team than when they were where they truly were at. But with this said, I do believe, Megan, that he's going to be the highest priority free agent we have this offseason. And I think the team is going to take some very big steps to retaining him into the future. So I think it's more of a to be determined on that one until we get to the point of whether or not he's really gone and gone on somewhere else. As well as if you do lose him with this, Megan, there's the compensatory aspect that comes into potential play here. So it's none of this stuff ever, as I always say, Megan, happens in just a vacuum. There's some other things outside of this that impact whether or not the trade is a success or not. But certainly the part of looking at your own team and believing that you were at this close to competing with the Niner team or this close to getting up with the rest of the bunch does go to show you that, they're internally do not have a clear idea of their team at that point to make that kind of go for a move. But I also think they made it, Megan, with the thought process, and why I'm kind of harping on this is that I think they made the deal with the thought process that they are going to re-sign him, that he's going to be the high priority free agent. And whether that happens or not, we'll see. But ask me when we actually see where he ends up, finishing out. Because even if he does re-sign here, then it's a very good trade, right? If he re-signed, he's obviously, Megan, giving you great impact, right? You can't argue with that part, that he hasn't come in here and been a monster on what he's provided for the defense for what you hope you were getting. It's just the rest of the defense is sucked around him, which isn't his fault. Again, doesn't come back to that's the tough way in evaluating those kind of moves. I just feel like it can't be as looked at to me, Megan, sometimes as leaning to the simplified. Like you go to the simplified, it's like, no, you got to go to give me all of the details. Show me you're looking through all the details in your consideration. If you show me you're looking at one thing on the front of the consideration, you're not looking at all of the stuff that impacts it. And so you're looking at something that's got a view like this and taking something with a view like this with all the landscape and drawing it down to basically this tiny little view that we're going to look through the narrow pocket of and how we view the deal. I just think that it, like with all things, whenever we try to drive into the realm of simplicity on something in the way that we look or view something in football, you're going to find me more often than not driving into more of, no, the answer and the solution, or whether this is a sink or swim, or whether this was a failure or a success, is more complicated and more driven by a lot more factors than just, you traded the pick, you weren't a contender, so therefore the trade sucks. That to me is it's such a simplified view of something versus all of the extra ways I just spoke about before saying it that way, Megan. Like what's the better way to look at it? All those things in the way that I built up in your considerations, or do you want your football franchise to just go, are we good enough now? Yes. Make trade. Okay. I think it's more of you want them to think about all these other factors. How are we going to address the defensive tackle position in the future? What defensive tackle free agents options are there this next offseason if we're looking to address it from there? Is there going to be a viable trade that we can make to bring it on, feasibly speaking? It's all of those things coming into play on making a kind of decision like that with Leonard Williams, because this position has been uniquely suited in the modern age of scarcity, where it's very hard to find a good quality one. I think you can make the argument that Leonard Williams is the best defensive tackle that you've had in here since Brandon McBain. And, unless you want to count technically Michael Bennett, who was not really a pure defensive tackle because you moved him inside and outside. But, I definitely think McBain was a one-tech type, but just as far as a quality lineman goes, I am very chill, man. That's my way, lazy beach bum. I had a late night last night, too, with the cutting up the stuff. Young says, hope to meet you guys in the Natty. Come on, Huskies, go blue. We're trying, man. We're trying to reinvigorate this old rivalry. We got to get the job done here, though. Trey Bodabadi says, watched an interview with Malcolm Smith 4 years ago, and he said that the 2013 Broncos offense was a bit of gimmick offense. I wanted to know your opinion on what you saw from that offense. Well, what I think he's really referencing in there, Shrey, is you have at that time a Peyton Manning who just can't make all the throws in the book. His arm strength is at that limited point where now it's really about his cerebral approach to the position, reading the defense, having receivers that can run a heavy amount of option routes. So, for instance, out there with a guy like Wes Welker that year, Shrey, it's a lot of, there isn't really a route called here on this play. You're going to read the leverage and I'm going to read the leverage, and we're both going to be on the same page because we played a ton of football in this sport to know what we're seeing and seeing it in the same true way. And then we can just eat on that all day. So it's a little bit of, I think, that going on with what they did. It was, a heavy amount of the bubble screens to Demaryius Thomas. It's a lot of just, trying to just get the ball kind of out of Peyton Manning's hand and let him just sort of, cut up the defense, but in a more shorter fashion than he used to back in the Colts. Where back when the Colts days, he could let it rip down the field. He could attack with some big boy throws. I just think after the neck surgeries, he didn't have the same kind of arm strength, and so everything became very compressed. And when you have a quarterback who can't make all the NFL throws, you're going to then get to more of the gadgety kind of offense in order to make it happen, Trey. So, for instance, I think you see this at times even with a guy like Jalen Hurts with the Eagles, where there's some of that manufacturer gimmickiness within their offense as well in what they do, where you can't just run it pure because you are dealing with some limitations there. And so you have to overcome those by getting a little bit more creative. But those would be the type of things I think that they would be referencing. They had a couple of other receivers there that made it a workaround. It was Eric Decker in there at that time too, I believe. Also but they had a lot of smart receivers who played the league a long time. You got the good mix between Demaryius Thomas, who could still beat you on the outside, and Welker, who was your underneath cat from the slot. But it was a lot of reading on the fly offense. It was a lot of trying to beat the defense's leverage, and in a lot of ways, it was an offense that was, think about it, to take this even a little bit further, Shrey. You've got a guy in Peyton Manning who's got such a brilliant mind that whatever you're at as far as your brilliance on the defensive coordinator side, you come up with a call, you come up with a blitz, he's seen it 18 ways from Sunday. And so when you then face Peyton Manning with now just a simplified defense that's not really going to give him any tells and is just going to basically let their dogs loose of elite athletes across the football field, he didn't have any adjustments he could make. He didn't have any gimmickiness that he could run into at that point because there was really not much to read because the defense wasn't trying to, X's and O's the Broncos to death. They were just going to blunt force trauma them to death. Nick Guzman says, just imagine Williams and Nwosu together. That'd be a great combo. It'd be a great combo. Megan says, Hawksnest, I didn't say the trade sucked. I agree with your opinion, but I think losing the second round pick was a bad move given what happened, B. Well, that's again where it's to me, Megan, the impact of the pick comes down to whether you're re-signing him, because it's also, is it a short-term move or is this a long-term move? Or was this both? Was it a way to impact the team this year and in the long term? Because the part that we can go down to, Megan, on this is let's just remove for a second. Let's remove for a second the rental aspect of it, okay? So, because that's the part that I think can get a lot of people caught up. We brought him in here to win this year, win the now, get to go now. Okay. You sign him to a contract and you get him to a contract extension and he's here now into the future. So, on the other second round pick that we would have used at that time, would we have gotten a player in the second round who fits to the abilities, who has as much abilities as Leonard Williams? Probably not. Leonard Williams is a former top 10 pick in this sport, only 30 years old, not that super old. You're not going to get the same kind of player mid to late second round as you get by re-signing Leonard Williams. So if you're talking about, Megan, second round defensive tackle that we would have selected instead, or Leonard Williams, this is even absent the rental aspect of things. Like, the rental thing's gone. Leonard Williams is still the better approach to go with, in my opinion, because I'm not so certain that there's going to be a defensive tackle in scouting some of these guys off the rip that's going to exist in that range that's going to be that impactful for your Hawks. Not in the level that Leonard Williams is, and certainly not at the level as early on in his career versus where Leonard Williams is at right now and actually ready to go out there and get it. I don't think the Hawks were going to have any answers out there as far as trade, Megan. I've made this point to you many times before. When you look at all of the contracts given out to any of the even semi-prime defensive tackles in this sport across the board, and there's a multitude of these deals been handed out in the last year and a half alone, there aren't any of these guys out there to be had. This is the scarcity point I keep trying to kind of make with you, is that this is not the same as other positions. You can't look at it like wide receiver or running back. It's a position that's hard to find this good quality of a player. So you have to give up the prime goods to get that guy. If it's a rental and you have him for only half a year, Megan, you can maybe start to sell me a little bit onto the side of where you seem to be landing on this deal. But if he signs for the long term, then it's a perfectly fine deal to give that up. I have no issues with it. I don't have any hesitancies against it. I'm in favor of it. I think it's very hard to find a defensive tackle. I think that there's times that we look at certain positions in this sport and fans think that it's just a matter of dedicating a pick to the position and then you can go get that guy, when in actuality it can be very hard to get if it's one of those positions that is scarce, like quarterback, like defensive tackle, versus other positions that have a lot more that you can kind of pick through, like say maybe, edge or wide receiver or running back, So yeah, I'm not going to be there. It's really on this one best for me, Megan, just that we know where he goes in the offseason to then make the final judgment of what the Leonard Williams is. Right? It's like, so you can get to the final conclusion of where the end of the road lies on the player. You can't really make that, certain call. If it's a rental, sure. But if you're here for long term, I'm still completely in favor of it. Because I don't think you were going to go find a defensive tackle out there on the open market this offseason that's comparable in talent and ability to Leonard Williams. And if it costs us a second round pick to get that, that's the price of admission to this show, in my opinion. Noah says, I just want Pete gone so I can have something to be excited about again, and I don't want Dan Quinn or anybody else related to Pete anyway. Yeah, I'm not a big on the Dan Quinn experience here either. I'm good with that. He's mentioned a lot to me as an alternative, and I'm just ready to get away from the Carroll branches of this tree. I'm ready for something new, something fresh. Paul says, yeah, laughing out loud, Leonard Williams means we did not DVR FT up, stop the run, and need re-sign him. Should we have drafted the Lions coach? Carroll is stopped. Paul, there are a lot of words ran together on that one, Paul. I don't know. Should have drafted the Lions coach. Carroll is stopped the run. Not sure what you're saying on that. I'm sorry, man. Kevin O'Connell, any vacation plans for the offseason B? I will certainly have to go make a trip out there to Maui and go see the moms. So at some point I'll be doing that. Other than that, nothing. I think I'm trying to think about whether or not I'm going to be moving. So I'm trying to decide if I want to move and head back to the west side, if I want to maybe go down to California, if I want to just remain here. Trying to kind of figure out where I want to lean to go into next a little bit. So I'm turning over some items. I'm turning over some options here. I tend to be kind of a free spirit. Every couple of years, my feet start to go to sleep, and I feel like I got to keep it moving. Oh, Paul, now I get what you're saying. So laughing out loud, Leonard Williams means we did not draft to stop the run and need to re-sign him. Should draft the Lions coach. Not sure on what you mean on that part. Brian Myers saw a great comedian last night for New Year's from Washington, Sam Miller. I'll check him out. Haven't heard the name before. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate all the donos today, Sanchez. Imagine being an offensive-minded coach and signing Daniel Jones to a fat contract. Laughing out loud. Immediate termination. Yeah, I mean, that's one where not only did you do that as an offensive coach where it wasn't even like there was a general consensus out there nationally or I think even locally in New York that this is the move we should be making. I think everyone had a little bit in that local market nationally, a bit of a, ooh, really? For Daniel Jones? And I'm not sure if that was one where Daboll got pushed. Maybe that's one also Sanchez where maybe that wasn't necessarily Daboll's call to make, where, he does have a general manager, unlike our situation, that does have more control than the coach does. So maybe it was as much a general manager move as it was a Daboll move, who is just a first-time coach, doesn't have maybe a lot of cachet to be able to dictate that kind of situation, right? But bad contract. That's the bottom line. And that Giants team is kind of stuck in that right now where they're at. I don't know what they're going to choose to do going forward. They're definitely a little bit of that team in the in-between place that you don't want to be. But boy, Sanchez, that was a bad contract. That was just an awful one. Young says, we got to view Leonard Williams as our second-round pick. Yes, he's older, but he's undoubtedly going to be more impactful than the majority, if not all, of the defensive tackles that'll go in the second round. That's my stance on it as well. If you look at the draft of defensive tackles out there in this one right now in particular, you have Zerzon Newton, who's maybe your one first-round pick. Maybe Tavondre Sweat goes in the first round, but you guys have been watching this first half. Have you guys seen Tavondre Sweat mentioned once in this first half? I mean, this is the guy that's viewed as your second best defensive tackle in this upcoming draft, behind Zerzon Newton. And there's guys that are interesting, but a guy like Chris Jenkins, another guy that's looked at as maybe being a second or third round pick, he wasn't even out on the field for the most impactful play between Alabama and Michigan on the key play today. And I could go through the rest of the names on him. Tyleik Williams, Deontay Corleone, Tyler Davis, Leonard Taylor, DeJuan Carter, Michael Hall. Mason Smith. I mean, with all of these guys, there's no knockdown, drag out. This is the guy in the second round who's going to be just awesome for you. You're going to be able to find. All of those guys have got big time question marks. And I think at the very least, many of them are going to take some time to actually give you some real true impact on the football field. To your point, Young. Make it to the Hawks Nest. What would we be re-signing Williams for? What impact does that have for what else we need? Well, the big reason you made, of course, Megan, to go after the defensive tackle in Leonard Williams is that you hadn't addressed it hard enough this offseason. You determined that you were going to sign Mario Edwards Jr. and Jaron Reed on value contracts, and then you were going to draft Cam Young, and that was all going to be enough to make do on the inside. It wasn't a one-man operation down there. You needed to start to fully build this back up in a major way. We turned away from all 4 of our defensive tackles from the previous year, so there was a lot of work here to be done. Leonard Williams is a beginning place. Jaron Reed's a guy that's also on another contract going forward. But you don't sign Leonard Williams, Megan, you're still then going to have to address the defensive tackle position. So I think, you do need him. And just because the defense hasn't played well since Leonard Williams' arrival, that doesn't mean that he's the reason that defense didn't play well. There's, in my opinion, in watching the tape on this, he's been the guy out there balling out, and you've had a lot of guys around him who have not been balling out. I think Jaron Reed has worn down as the year's gone on. I think Mario Edwards Jr.'s impact has gone down to nothing. Miles Adams has taken steps backward. Darrell Taylor, we go player by player through this, but that's not Williams' fault that those guys suck or have been sucking it up in the last few weeks. So we signed him for probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about $14, $15 million a year on like a 3-year contract. So something like 3 years, $43 million, something like that. He's been a really good player for us, Megan. Like he's been the best defensive player for us. He surpassed Witherspoon since he's arrived here. He's been that good. So Megan, you gotta be kidding here if you're not saying that you're not seeing the impact of what he's bringing to the team since he's arrived here. I mean, the guy's got like 5 sacks. He's like averaging almost a sack a game. I mean, just last game he had 6 tackles, 2 quarterbacks hit. He was the guy that supplied the only pressure for our Hawks this whole past game, and that's not been the only game. I mean, we're definitely, I think, Megan, seeing the game in a different way. If you've watched Leonard Williams' arrival here and you've been like, I don't see any impact that this guy's bringing. I can provide a lot of stuff to back up what I would say with this. I can provide you the tackle numbers. I can provide you the quarterback hits and the hurries and the pressures and the TFLs. I can show you the PFF scores to back this all up. I don't think I'm going to do a whole hell of a lot to convince you, but I don't know what a lot of what you're basing on your feeling that he's not at that point. If you're just kind of going off, well, I think I see on the field, I don't see enough. And maybe you're right on that. But as always, when I say with this, it's a marrying of everything together, Megan, when it comes to assessing a player. It's not merely the eye test. You want to take in all of the data you possibly can take it in. If you're making your assessment of Leonard Williams right now saying you don't see the impact he's bringing, that means you're ignoring the PFF scores. That means you're ignoring the hurries, the sacks, the hits, the tackles. That means you're ignoring that in lieu of just what you see from your eye test. So you're ignoring partial parts of the data to narrow in your scope on this one other point of data, which honestly, I don't even know how from the eye test standpoint, you're not looking at it and finding him with the impact he's bringing. He was about the only guy playing hard on that defense aside from Witherspoon yesterday. And it's been that way for weeks here since he's come aboard. So, I mean, this will be probably just an inherent place that we just, disagree with. But I do feel like you had a little bit of the built-in biases here on Leonard Williams prior to his arrival and your outlook of him. And that even though there's been data here to kind of push you off that spot, there's been new data here to kind of show you that's not necessarily fair the way that I look at him. He's been a really good player for us. I don't know how you come on to that conclusion on that one with this one. I grant you the defense hasn't played well, but I don't know how you can't come to the fact that Leonard's been a really good addition to this defense and what he's supplied. There's 10 other guys on that football field, I mean, the proof's in the pudding on this one to the NFL's perspective on this as well. He's going to be a top 10 pick in an NFL draft as a first rounder. He's Ben now, he signed a monster contract after his rookie deal. He got well paid by the New York Giants. He's going to now be rewarded with a third major contract in the NFL, which is one of the hardest things to get in the NFL as even a really good football player. I mean, the rest of the NFL doesn't seem to share this opinion, and your outlook of him as being just this not really good. I'm not saying he's a superstar as a defensive tackle. He's not Aaron Donald out there, but he's still a top-notch defensive tackle. He's still a top, I would say, 10, top 12, 10 defensive tackle in this sport, probably where it all rounds out. I'm not a fan, sorry, B. So I'm okay with you not being a fan, but like I always say with this, Hawks Nest, so the eye test doesn't matter. I don't get it. No, Megan, you're not, don't be evasive on this one now. The eye test matters. The eye test is impactful. But if you're looking at it with just your eye test and not taking any of the advanced analytics or statistics into the basis, and you're ignoring that part of it because it doesn't align up to what your eye test is telling you, then you're solely just relying on the eye test and you're ignoring a whole vault of data here. As I always say with this type of stuff, you can be anti-PFF or not, but you're not looking at Leonard Williams every single snap, every single game and grading him out play after play after play, which PFF is doing. So to ignore that data wholly, to just say my eye test, I have the magical eyes to see this stuff in a way where I just see it perfectly and I don't need any of that data. Number one, there's kind of a lot of hubris attached with that to believe that that's the case. Even I don't think that. Even I don't go to say, well, I just need the eye test. I've been consistent for years in saying that you need to pair both of them together. You need to take this side here and this side there. The more data that you can bring into play, the better. Not less data, more data. And what you're kind of advocating for is a little bit of the less data just to simply rely on the eye test, which is what I'm saying I really bristle a bit about, because what you're then doing is just kind of going with your gut instinct and you don't have anything really as a basis to build that off of other than, well, I look at him, I'm just not impressed. It's like, well, I've got the PFF scores. I've got the pressure rates. I've got the pressure efficiency rates. I've got how he's played the run. I've got the PFF scores. Yeah, ignore all that. My eye test overrides that. Okay. But you're not going to sell me to your side of it if you're telling me that, right? You may believe that, and I respect your opinion to have that stance on it. But at the same point in time, I'm going to also walk away going, okay, but then you're telling me I ignore large swaths of data that don't align to what I think my eye test told me. And sometimes the eyes can lie to you a little bit in what you're seeing on that, which is why you want to pair those two together, in my opinion, to get really the fullest picture of what's going on. Yeah, Megan, I love Witherspoon's season too, but Witherspoon's definitely had a bit of dip in play over the last 4 or 5 weeks. He still has some splashy moments he's been bringing, but and go back with the PFF scores, which align to my eye test on it. He's had some missed tackles. He's had some looking moments of maybe I'm hitting a little bit of the rookie wall, still playing really good football, while Leonard Williams has played really consistent throughout that time. 1st and 10 here for the Huskies as we get back after the first half kickoff here for them at the 30-yard line. 21-21 Huskies and Longhorns. Quick throw out to Westover here on first down will be completed. Yeah. Second down and 1 for the Huskies. Pistol look here for Penix. Quick little throw out to Polk, it looks like there. That play looked like it might go for a little bit more, but still gets the first down. Patrick Rosenberg also gave up on this season on our Hawks. I cannot watch another safe play Pete season. I think it's high time for some youth and a different look coach. The team isn't playing for him anymore. General consensus of feeling, I think, out there that that's where it is. We ran that poll last night, Patrick, and what do we have? Almost 60% of the people at that stage of things, Brian says, once we resign Williams and John acquires a second rounder, all will be right in the trade. There we go. I love it. John will get that second rounder back. 1st and 10 here. Penix is going to keep this quarterback option right up the middle here for a first down. Nice run there by Penix, showing off the legs. Do I got to force myself to watch bad Hawks game, training myself to be a true fan like the 80s and 90s when we weren't that good? There you go. There you go. First and 10. Another pistol look here. Huskies quickly on the Texas side of the football field. Handoff. The running back here. A little bit of a hesitancy, and then he gets up forward for a couple of yards. Megan says, the Hawks Nest, but how much is too much data? Well, I don't think that that's really the case as far as that's being an impediment for where you're looking at it and what I'm asking for you to look at this, Megan, because you're not incorporating any of that data I'm asking you to. You're not even taking apart. You're not even just taking a PFF score. Like just, if I was to say, Megan, ignore the sack numbers, ignore the tackle numbers, ignore the TFLs, ignore the pass rush win rate efficiency from the inside, just go merely to his PFF numbers. Like you're not even taking that into account. Because if you were so, you would notice that throughout his career, he's posted really good PFF numbers, which should amount to something for you on that. But you're not even taking one statistical point into basis. You're just completely eye testing it. And that's where I'll definitely push back against that to go, you're not taking any data in. And I don't know that there's too much data you take into when it comes to trying to assess players in this day and age. I don't think that there's there's too many numbers out here. You got to balance it all out and take it all into account. And then let it, I don't believe in the too much data thing. I think that's silly. You can't be too informed on what's going on in a football field, and the data will always tell you a bit of a story about what's going on. 3rd down and 8. Penix dropping back to throw, completes it. Jalen McMillan for a first down. Brady says the Hawks Nest will that Don field goal come back to bite us. It might. I don't know if it was a guaranteed spot. It was still going to be a pretty long kick at that point to get that through at the college level. That kick's far from an automatic. So I know you're indoors in climate-controlled conditions, but I don't know. I kind of am okay with them going forward on that. I don't like taking the ball out of Penix's hands there for that 4th down attempt, but I get it. Quick bubble screen here out to Polk again. Takes a second to get up the field where he's kind of picking his way through traffic, but then finds his way there for a nice 12-yard gain. Great job by the Huskies receivers of blocking down the football field. Space, what's up with Woolen? He's just not taking steps forward as a tackler quite yet this year, that's for sure. And he's on a defense that's had a few players making business decisions. He's been one of those guys, Our Huskies are going to run a little bit of a hurry up here on 1st and 10. They're on the 19-yard line. Texas territory. Shotgun look here for Penix. He's going to rip this inside. Touchdown, Jalen McMillan. Holy mackerel. That ball was thrown so hard the cameraman could barely keep up with it. He freaking split a diamond with that throw. Penix absolutely laser beamed this post route from the slot into Jalen McMillan. That's the sound you hear when you throw it. That's the sound it makes. 8-play, 70-yard drive coming out of halftime here for the Washington Huskies. Let's go, Husky team. Let's go. Herbicide says, I ain't got cable. I can't watch this game. We'll keep the play-by-play for you, brother. I got you. All right, we got a little bit of a timeout here. Bear with me one sec, folks. Be right back. Jordan says, Williams has been a top 10 defensive tackle for a while. He had one down year last year on a terrible Giants team. I'm glad we have him. Yes. Young says, copy a little off guard. The Cam Ward declared for the draft, but I'm super happy he did because I think we have a chance at him now. I'm happy about it too, man. What we want as far as what would be ideal to be able to grab to me in the second or third round is we take a QB who, if he had come back to school this next year, could have elevated himself into, let's say, first round contention. It'd be like going out and getting Michael Penix last year in the second round if he had declared. So in the case of Cam Ward, that's a guy that you can kind of go do that in now. And you can go out there in late, second round, maybe even early third round, maybe even late third round. You can go grab this guy now who would be that good of a player. If he had gone back, I think, for another year, especially understanding he had I heard 7, 8, now he had I heard like a dozen offers across this landscape to go to a variety of different places. He could kind of pick his spot. So I'm very, 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 very intrigued by Cam Ward and the potential of that one. I like the idea of that one considerably. All right, so here's the kickoff to Texas now. They'll take it to the 25-yard line. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, imagine the Hawks with this offensive creativity. You can really feel a difference with it, can't you, Sanchez? Watching between yesterday's game offensively and how we operate, the stagnation of the offense, the lack of movement, the lack of motion pre and post snap, right? Versus watching an offense like this, the misdirection, going this way, coming back this way, faking this way, coming underneath here, giving a lot of eye candy here to being over there. It's a lot of that. And you're right. It's much different when you watch this Husky offense versus watching the Seahawks offense in that respect of things. And Husky offense is one that looks more into the modern design of things. And ours is a little bit more, of course, back to that kind of old design, in my opinion. Bumbo! Huskies look like they might have got it. Huskies look like they might have got it here on the first play by the Texans, and they got that ball. Huskies ripped it out. They've done a great job of tackling today for the most part against a tough Texas rushing attack. Get a hand in there, yank it on out. Was that Olufoso? Nope. It was Trice. Trice has played a hell of a game. Came from the backside and punched it out. Olufoso is holding up the ball carrier so Trice could get up there. Your big-time players on the Husky defense are making big-time plays. Trice cementing first-round pick status with this kind of performance here today, in my opinion. Let's go, kid. Let's go, young man. Sack, forced fumble. He's made some plays in the ground game, and the Huskies have a chance to step on the throats of the Texas Longhorns here at the 33-yard line in Texas territory. Penix back to shotgun. Laces it down the field. The Westover, he's feeling it. Fits it into a very small spot there with some, again, just throws a heater out there to Westover, who's got a great pair of hands on him. Some of these throws, these receivers are reeling it in, I think, making these look like a lot easier catches than they are when you consider the velocity coming on the back of them. I mean, that ball is smoking hot coming in there to Westover. Excuse me. 1st and 10, Huskies. The offense continues to go on the attack. Semi-pistol look here for Penix. Handoff inside of the running back. He'll take it and bang it forward for a gain of about 6. Huskies have done a good job of just featuring that run enough in with the pass to keep Texas honest. Second and 5. Flip pitch play. Out wide here, Johnson. Johnson trying to stretch things out, look for a hole and find it. Can't quite find it. He does manage to carve out a couple of yards in that play where there didn't look like there was a lot of room to be had there. But just those pitch plays out wide, Sanchez, those kind of plays, like you're just testing out the width, going horizontal at times. Certainly something that's missing a lot from the Hawks offense too. 3rd and 3. Huskies are going to change this play at the line of scrimmage. They get a call in from the sideline to change it. Boy, tons of penetration there by the Texas Longhorns. T'Vondre Sweat showed up on that play. He blew that thing up in the backfield, and a lot of other Texas Longhorn players were able to do the same there. Husky is still on his back here. It looks like the tight end. Not sure what happened there with got hit in the chest. T'Vondre Sweat just hit him in the chest, and he just kind of went down to a knee there quickly. Huskies are going to have a 4th down here in a little bit of time to decide what they want to do. Hopefully the kid's okay down there. Yeah, I would have liked, again, let's put the ball in Penix's hands here, DeBoer. You know, you have that 4th down call earlier in this game. You got a 3rd down call there. Put it back in Penix's hand. That's the horse that you rode in on, right? You didn't get here with your ground attack and rushing. You got here with your passing. Especially when he's having the kind of game he is right now, already over 300 yards. Nulak says, how do you run 3 straight times when Penix is freaking lighting it up? I don't know, man. I wonder the same thing, especially because you've run okay today. Dylan Johnson's got 16 carries for 35 yards. You're having 2 yards an attempt. So what are we doing, right? Like, Alexander says it's going to be interesting to see what we do at the quarterback position. Do we keep Geno? The draft will pick a quarterback in the 1st round or 3rd round. I think got a variety of options, which you're right, does make that more interesting to see what they do because they're not just stuck to needing to go one way with this. The ball boils down to who does John Schneider fall in love with? Dabney says, does Penix have any touchdowns tonight? Indeed, he has 2 of them. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $20 donation. It's good to see you in the house, brother. Hope you're doing well. He says, Happy New Year's, buddy. Happy New Year's to you too, brother. Says, looking fresh today, bro. Dogs just need to keep the foot mashed down. Penix out there throwing absolute lasers. Boy, is he ever. You can definitely see the feel of the arm strength with him in this game. It does stand out. He's letting the big dog hunt, as they like to say on the golf courses. And mash down here would be interesting. You got an option here of going to the field goal and extending this to a 10-point lead, which I think is probably what they're going to do here. But I'm sure there's also a little bit of a draw from Penix in this situation, Randall, to go to do more of a go for it. I'll take the 10 points, though. I think this is the smart move to go. It's a pretty makeable kick versus the last kick early on in this game, which would have been, I think, a little bit more of a 40-plus yarder to try to put that one through. This one's only a 26-yard attempt. But a big kick nonetheless to get up by 10 points in this football game where the points are running so fast and furious. Snap is down. The kick is up. The kick is through. Huskies will take a 10-point lead here. That is big time. Randall, I hope you and your family are having a great New Year's and had a great Christmas along with it. I thank you, man, for all you've done here for years now and your support to the channel as we're just about to cross another yearly line on the channel. And you've been right here with me, brother, from the start on this. And I really do appreciate that. And we're cooking along here. It feels good, man. So thank you, man. I hope you're doing well. And Penix has been very impressive in this game. I think if there's anybody that was really wondering if this guy was really going to cement himself into a first-round status, I think he's done that. I think he's done enough. I know the age is a part of this process. I know the injuries are a big part of the process in looking and evaluating him. But the bottom line is that he's just a sensational arm talent. And I think that that's eventually going to win the day for one NFL team or another in that top 20 of this NFL draft. somebody's going to, in my opinion, fall in love with that. And I think he's even going to run a good 42 to where, he'll run like a 4.6 40. And that'll be enough to, I think, lock him in there at that point, Randall. I truly do. But it's great to see you in the house, man. And thank you. Thank you for the compliment there. I'm glad I'm not looking too tired there after yesterday's Sunday. Those are always a grind, those Sundays, by 3 or 4 in the morning. I'm definitely squinting through some narrow eyes. All right, here's the kickoff now at the, fumbled up a little bit here. He regathers it back in, takes it up the football field where he'll be taken down the ground there at the 20-yard line. Nice tackle there by the special teams unit of the Huskies. See if the defense can close this down a little bit. It helps getting the lead at this spot in the game, and especially you can get kind of a bigger lead because the place that the Texas has been most effective here is in running the football. So getting a big lead can be a way to, kind of remove their ability to run that ball if they're going to start to want to bleed down that clock, which you would think they would not want to do. Mom and Pops, SRT, thank you for the $5 donation. Mom and Pops, I appreciate you for that. Hope you're having a good night. Took me almost until the second quarter to watch ball or content. Go Dogs. I get it. Yesterday was a rough one, man. I was reading the comments on my videos on a few of them where people's mindset was at. I understand. 1st and 10 here, shotgun look by Texas. They're going to hand it off inside, and he's got some room to work. Nice 15, 16-yard run there by the back blue. Jade on Blue with the comic book name. That's where Texas has been able to find some road inroads here against this Husky defense today, is in that ground game. Again, another running inside out of shotgun. Oluyofoso is there to make the tackle for a short gain. But glad to hear you're able to turn it back around, Mom and Pops. And you're not alone in kind of your feeling right now where the team is and how hard it is kind of to... I can only imagine what our viewership's going to be next week with the Cardinal game, where I imagine there's going to be... It might be our lightest viewership of the year at that point, even though we've got the playoffs on the line because of where I think people are kind of at with the mindset-wise. And we got a false start here by Texas. That's really big. Takes them from a position of being able to run it here on second down to second and long now. Yeah, he jumped off sides. He dropped his head and he knew it. Big man knew it. Oh, hell. 2nd down and 10. Texas on the 36-yard line in their own territory. Got that semi-pistol look right now. Play action pass, quick throw, quick completion, taken down to the ground right after the catch by Jabbar Muhammad. And this will lead you with about a 3rd and 4.5, 5 yards maybe. Mitchell with the catch there on the play. Both Mitchell, Xavier Worthy, both NFL caliber receivers on this field for Texas. Worthy, your speedster. Johnson, more of your kind of possession guy. 3rd and 5 now. Huskies showing that pressure package they've unleashed on 3rd down. They're bringing it. Trice flying at Ewers off with a snap. Ewers just doing all he can to throw that thing off balance and essentially throw it away to no man's land. Raylan Trice has just been a monster in this game. Huskies bringing that pressure. And then, boy, they brought Trice from the inside there. Nicely done, creatively done. And, boy, he hit Ewers hard. Ewers reached up and touched his head. I think Ewers got concussed there, the way he reached up and touched his head. It got that was sort of that Tua Tagovailoa slamming of the head on the back when you come down hard on it like that. All right, let this ball roll. Come on, clock, keep rolling. Mom and Pops, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate you for that. That's very kind of you. And go Dogs. Go Dogs. Randall McDaniel with another $5 as well. Thank you, Randall. I appreciate you. Says, I think Penix got banged up in the first Oregon game, which led to the late season struggles. Month off, got him rejuvenated. It did feel like in that game that he was getting banged around in a way where he'd been kept so clean to that point, and he took some really hard shots in that game. I'd heard rumors that maybe there was something with the ribs in there, Randall, to your point on it, and that could have been some of the explanation for some of the strange play, because it was really, as we got through the years, some of the accuracy was just not quite where it was there early on in the year, where it was last year at times as you went through this year with the offense and Penix. And certainly having that long month to recover from the final game of the season in college football to get to these playoffs was really, really beneficial for, I'm sure, a guy like Penix and a guy like Jalen McMillan, who was fighting through his share of injuries here this year too, Randall. It certainly benefited this Husky team getting that extra rest. And that Oregon team was a rugged bunch, man. They brought it in that game. They brought it. They were, it was an onslaught a little bit that he hadn't dealt with all year. And I think he even got banged around the next couple of weeks, right? Wasn't he under a good amount of pressure the next week after that and for a few weeks there where they were struggling with some of the pressure packages and some of the blitzes, and he was getting kind of banged up a little bit. But yeah, he looks rejuvenated as hell. And that, I don't think there's a quarterback in this draft with more arm strength. Maybe Milton as far as throwing deep balls, but just throw for throw, you feeling the velocity of what he brings to play. I don't know if there's another quarterback in this draft that's quite at the level of Penix. I mean, he can really, really spin it, Randall. One sec here. Let me get a little more coffee. Boom, 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 boom. Randall with another $5. Thank you, Randall, for all the donos today. He says, Penix has me reconsidering my aren't stance against lefty quarterbacks. Not all these, but I can't deny he can sling the rock. Well, he's the lefty thing is definitely a real thing, Randall, with you having to kind of consider it and bring it into your thought process of, can we, flip things around? Because you got to flip everything basically offensively when you have it, go that way with the left-handed quarterback. And boy, Huskies, really talented running back Johnson for them has been on the sideline kind of. You can see he is not at 100% with his foot out there. He's been a good soldier, warrior out there. Going to keep fighting, but not at 100%. You can bet that. 1st and 10 for the Huskies here from the 19-yard line. Penix setting back up here. Quick throw out to Jalen McMillan. Millen gets the catch and takes it up for a first down. Penix has done a good job of working the ball all over the football field. He's not giving Texas any real true chance here to get a feeling for what he's doing. He's working it to all these talented receivers: Polk, Odunzie, McMillan, the tight ends. Everybody's kind of getting targeted here. 1st and 10. 4 wide receiver look, shotgun. Here is Penix. Play action pass. Stepping up. He's got some room to roll. He's going to run and slide down for a gain of about 7 on first down. Boy, and just doing a great job, too, of knowing when to use his legs. Yeah, I mean, just playing so well within the pocket of himself. I mean, Randall decision-making on top of the throwing, but just the choices he's making out here on the field and where he's going with the ball. Very, very impressive. Second and 4. Penix, quick sling out to Westover, showing off those gluey hands. Makes the catch. He's going to be just short of the first down, but this is going to bring up about a 3rd and a half a yard. Fantastic catch right at the sticks. Jack Westover, 39 catches on this year. Like every one of them is always just about a key catch on a key moment in the game. 3rd down and 1. Hand off inside here, and they will get the first down. Nicely done by Johnson. He'll get the first. Let's go. Clock will continue to run. And that does factor in here, in my opinion, because of the fact that you do have the 10-point lead here. You're starting to take some control at the time of possession. First and 10, Penix. In shotgun, 3 wide. Going to roll back to his left here. All the time in the world. Boy, Adunzie made that look like a way easier catch than it really was. He picked that ball out of the air, away from his body, and the ball was coming in with a lot of heat. He did reel it in. They're spotting him in bounds. That was a tough catch, though. One of the telecast now starts to show the offensive coordinator of the Huskies rather than show me the replay of the great catch the kid just made. Are they going to go back and review this? They might go back and review it. It was right on the line whether he actually made the catch or not. I was giving him props. I'm like, I couldn't believe he reeled that one in. Looks like it is going to get reviewed. Did he get this in? Yeah. Great job. Wow. He's got to pick it over his head, get the foot down, and he just made it look so easy, you know? You got to call that a catch. The guy pulls the hand in after he's out of bounds, but that's got to be a catch there. And Randall, I'll tell you, I mean, Penix has warmed me up slowly to him over the year. I had the trepidation that you did and some of the hesitation you did about having left-handed quarterbacks, the age, the stuff. You put it all together on it, you go, I don't know. But he's put together 2 of the more outstanding seasons we have ever seen for Husky quarterback, and you and I are about the same age, and we've seen a lot of very good Husky quarterbacks come through these halls, going back from us down to from the early 80s onwards, you know, and this guy stands second to none out of a group that has names from Warren Moon to Mark Brunell to the Heward brothers, you know, and he's got them all surpassed. And I do think I'm at a point where I would be okay to get a guy like Penix, but it does come with me, Randall, with a little bit of the asterisks of, if you're going to do this, then you have to do that. If you're going to go get Penix, then you got to get the offensive line to build up around him that can then allow him to be successful, allow him to remain healthy, allow you to get the most out of Penix's abilities. And that's going to be, to me, one of the biggest, most truest keys on whoever takes him, be it us, Randall, or whoever it may be at that point. But Randall, thank you for all the donations tonight, man. I really do appreciate you. Nolan, thank you for the $5 donation as well. How about the missed Lions tackle eligible call? The tackle didn't do the eligible wipe thing. If he had, there would be hell to pay for that ref. Yeah, it's an odd situation, and one that definitely has gotten a lot of reporting and discussion about it in a way that, you know, sometimes these plays, I'm kind of surprised almost how much has been turned over it. You mentioned about the hand swipe move that the players do when they're coming in ineligible. And indeed, that play is going to stand for the Huskies, so we're going to get a 2nd and 1. What makes it weird for me too, Nolan, is the fact that Campbell reportedly talked to the officials prior to the game about this very situation. So 2nd and 1 now. Penix, empty look here. Running back will run past him in the backfield here. Throw it out to him. Nicely done. Boy, this attack of the Huskies is so much fun to watch. Ooh, hopefully the tackle's okay. Stand up, big man. You okay? He's all right. First down. It's such a creative attack. You take the running back from receiver, have him hesitate for a second as the running back, then he goes to the other far side of the field. Then you have Penix flip it out to him over on the other side out in the flat. Hard to pinpoint offensively where the Huskies are going to attack you from the defensive standpoint of things. First down and 10. Huskies on to Texas side of the football field here. Penix in shotgun. Blitz coming. Penix read it, threw it out to his back. Backs bobbled it a little bit there. Penix saw the blitz coming, though. I know we got a couple other donations here. Bear with me a sec on that, Nolan. Let's get to the next commercial break on this. 1:42 to go in the third quarter. Huskies at the 36-yard line in Texas territory. Texas showing another 5-man pressure package look here. It's coming, Michael. Be ready. He's going to keep it on the quarterback keeper here. Penix taking it up the football field for a first down. Using his legs at the right time in this game. All over the place is Penix, and especially utilizing his legs to get up the middle of the defense. Longhorns lose their gap integrity contained there. Tackles just get taken out of their mark a little bit there. And Huskies now at the 23-yard line, 1st and 10. Pistol look here from Michael Penix. Handoff to the running back. Early penetration by the Longhorns. They continue to play the running game really well in this game, as that will barely get back to the line of scrimmage. Huskies saw Tavondre Sweat over on the sideline, and they said, let's get back to the ground game. Second down and 10. Shotgun look for the Huskies. 4-man pressure package here from Texas. Huskies are going to call in a play here to him. Huskies going to run a little bubble screen here. Bubble screen will go for a good little 4 or 5 yards. And the Huskies are going to let this clock wind down and let this turn over the fourth quarter, and why wouldn't you, right? So, Nolan, that was the weird thing to me, is that the coach was obviously aware beforehand that this might be a thing the officials call. He's trying to confuse the defense in the call, and he does let the officials know about it before the game. And that's the part where I have a lot of sympathy for Campbell, if he's kind of brought that up beforehand to say, if we get into this situation in the game and the guy comes out and tells you that this is how this is going to play out, that's all good. That's all good, right, official? Yes, that's all good if that happens. Just have him do this. And then the player goes out there and does the thing that, you thought you checked with them on, Nolan, to do prior to the game, and then you don't call it. But you are right. I don't think we ever got the point that you usually do see, which is the showing as a ineligible sliding that they're supposed to do of the hand move. But it's a strange play, and this has been a year built with a lot of different games that people have been very angry at the officials and how they've called it. And the NFL, I think, at the head of the stack of issues that they could find some solutions to, find some answers to. One of those would be, in my opinion, getting the officials on full time and working to streamline some of the rule book and making it easier for these games to be understood and how they're being officiated, rather than there being so many questions in so many of these games about consistency and whether we're calling this by the letter of the law, the spirit of the law, the subjectivity to some of these rules. But that one would drive me crazy if I was a coach too on that one. If I told you this was going to happen, this scenario, I warned you, and then you still call the penalty on me, I'm going to be like, how dare you? But thank you, Nolan. I appreciate the donation. Henry Diesel with a $10 donation. Thank you, Henry, for that big $10 dono drop. Says, Brandon, you've suggested draft O-line. Besides an average Cross and often injured Lucas, can you remember any worthy lineman in the last decade drafted by Pete Carroll, John Schneider? Okung, maybe? Indeed. I would say, Henry, you're on the button with this one. I wouldn't at all try to fight you on that, and that being that the team has not done a particularly good job of drafting offensive linemen throughout the Coach Carroll and John Schneider regime. I think something that impacts it just a little bit, Henry, and I would say that this is maybe where you feel a big part of the impact of having a defensive-minded head coach who wants to bury his share of assets into the defensive side of the ball, is that what also stands out over that time period to me, Henry, is a lack of dedication towards drafting players high in the draft on the offensive line. We've got Russell Okung, James Carpenter, Jermaine Ifedi, if I'm not mistaken, and Charles Cross, if I'm not mistaken, in 13 years, those are the 4 linemen that you've drafted in the first round on the offensive line. So only 4 linemen in the first round taken over a 12-year period. In the second round, you've taken Ethan Posick and Let me get back to your thing on this, Henry. I'm just putting it down for a second, but I want to pick this back up because I think it's a good discussion. Huskies come out here now in the fourth quarter here with a 2nd down and 5 play. We're going to get a false start by the Huskies on this one. I think of who did we have? Oh, yeah. So we have Huskies have done a good job of keeping things pretty clean in this game on that side of things. That's only their 2nd penalty of this contest. But it does take you out of a 2nd and 5 or a 3rd and 5 to now a 3rd and 10. So a little bit harder to make this play happen at this point. What Penix does here. He's got a little bit of time. He's going to go for it over the top here and throws it a little bit long to McMillan, incomplete, and that will bring up 4th down. Okay, so we've got 4 guys you taken in the first round, Henry. You've taken 2 guys, I believe, in the 2nd round. We got the kid that we took that was the tackle, the guard, and then eventually the center. And then you have Ethan Posick, right? And then if you look at it, I think you've taken 2 or 3 guys in the 3rd round. And so from my perspective on it a little bit, Henry, Russell Okung was a great pick, played a lot of years in his career, got paid a couple times. Field goal attempt here by the Huskies. 41-yard attempt here. The snap is down. The kick is up, and he squeezes it through the upright, though we do have a flag on the play. Going to be offsides. I think they're probably offsides on Texas. I think they'll probably decline this as this will not get them the 1st down. As they always say, don't take points off the board. So 34-21, Huskies now take a nice commanding 13-point lead here with 14:51 to go left in this football game. So you look at a 12-year period there. You've gotten between the first 3 rounds, you've got maybe about 7 or 8 players you've drafted in total there, Henry. Okung played a lot of years. James Carpenter had I think a 10-year career in this sport. Even a guy like Ethan Posick, Henry, has found his footing as a pro. And a lot of his failure here came from the fact that you refused to use him as a center first and foremost, but you had him spend his first 2 and 3 years as a guard. He was also beat up a lot and injured highly a lot. Justin Britt played a good amount of years, has played a lot of years in the sport. All these guys have played 5, 6, 7 years, Henry, of the guys that you did draft. Now, there have been varying levels of success that they've had. But to me, the problem more comes down to more of it being there being, let's say, a lack of an ability on John Schneider and Coach Carroll to draft linemen well. To me, it's more about the willingness to devote the resources for the draft picks to the offensive line in the way that I'm advocating for. Get me a 1st-round guard, right? Because the first time that you draft a 1st-round guard, that will be the first round guard that you will have picked in the John Schneider and Coach Carroll era. The very first one. You take Cooper Bebe, Graham Barton, Tony Fontenot at 24, 25, 27. That's the first guard you've taken in the 1st round in a 12, 13-year period. So to me, it's more, they just got to devote themselves to picking those high guys. A lot of these years why the linemen failed, Henry, is because you would take that guy like a Drew Nowak, in the 5th round and go, okay, he'll be our starter, and you were trying to move guys to different positions and you got cute with it, especially during the Tom Cable years. And a big part of that, in my opinion, was Cable holding them back with some of his approach to the coaching part of it. Not that Cable was just ultimately a horrible bad, but just that I think that he wasn't as forward thinking in his coaching process in the offensive line as some of these other forerunners are now. 1st and 10 here for Houston, I keep calling him Houston, for Texas here. They're going to run the ball here on 1st down. Not the greatest of field position there. The Huskies kind of got him with a squib kick there, and the returner had a little bit of a struggle with it. Ewers back out on the field after smacking the back of his head down, kind of gnarly-wise, on the previous series. Arch Manning over there trying to stay loose. 2nd down and 5, clock rolling here in the 4th quarter, 14:15 to go. Nice throw there by Ewers to Jatavian Sanders. 15-yard completion and a 1st down. But I would say, Henry, if I get a 10-year career out of a lineman, if a lineman gets 2 or 3 contracts over the course of his career, like a guy like James Carpenter did, you get into that stance. Is it an impactful lineman at that point? No, but you have gotten, functional play. You've gotten starter play out of that, league average play for a lot of these guys, at least in that point, even though they weren't at maybe like the Pro Bowl level. 1st and 10. Pressure bearing down on Ewers. He recognizes it well, gets it back to Sanders. Sanders still on his feet up the sideline there. Nice catch and run. I currently have Jatavian Sanders as my number 2 tight end in this draft, I believe. I have that set up. I haven't dived deep into the tight end so far, but I do have him as a 2nd-round talent here. And Huskies are kind of playing some soft defense here. You can feel like they've kind of softened this up on this drive against this Texas team. We might have a fumble here. Yeah, that ball's fumbled. That ball's out. Running back ran into the butt of his lineman and it knocked the ball free him. We got a butt fumble. That's going to be big here. Texas was just driving down into Huskies territory. Calling Seahawks is hard doing a Hawks broadcast to Husky broadcast. Right down into territory there. They're going to bring it up for review. Huskies came away with possession. Xavier Worthy appeared to be the guy that had the ball knocked free on the butt fumble. I'll be interested to see what you think on that, Henry, on that thought. If you're buying what I'm selling on some of that lack of really investing in the linemen, through the years, especially when it comes to the draft. In the first couple of rounds, you've drafted a lot of guys in the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round range, in those teen years especially, but you didn't go to the high end, top end kind of targets really. It's kind of like even look at this line, Cross is maybe giving you an average league level season, but he's been probably, him and Lucas have been your best performing linemen on this team. I had no coincidence those are also 2 of your highest drafted guys on this line, I would say. Randall with another $20 donation. Randall coming in hot tonight. I love that, Randall. Thank you so much, brother. He says, odd that Kalen DeBoer successes hasn't equated to recruiting yet. I think 45th ranked for 2024, but we hit on transfers. Success on field, usually a leading indicator for recruiting success. Gotta believe 4- and 5-star recruits are coming. Well, it's definitely, I think you bring up a lot of great points within that, Randall. I think that some of the Husky program reaching back to a state of prominence it's just getting back into there now in the second sort of year there with DeBoer. So a little bit of the ripple effect, I think on that, you have to kind of wait for those pond ripples to eventually get to you. I also think that the NIL money is definitely going to change up recruiting in a way that it was 10 years prior, Randall. And I'm not sure that we've kind of, as I say, we haven't really seen where the dust is going to settle on this and how we're all going to be able to feel the impact of this. Does it change recruiting? Is it now more, does the transfer portal become more of the onus? I mean, does that, because you are getting now the ready-made player, you're getting the player you're not waiting on in development. You're getting the player now that you're not having to sit on, who might a year from now, as you're developing him, just suddenly decide, you know what, I'm going to get paid going to Arkansas more than here, so I'm gone. And now you've sort of brought that guy in to develop him only to have him then move on to somewhere else. I wonder if some of that, Randall, impacts a bit of this now and the way the coaches are, and it would for me, if I was a coach, Randall, I would much more go to that transfer portal because of that fact, for that very fact that I could end up getting that 20, top 10 recruiting class and come to find that a lot of those guys end up 2 years down the line, head somewhere else because I may not be giving them the playing time or, they may be homesick or somebody just may be willing to spend more money on them for a deal. And this play will be a fumble overturned back to the Huskies here by Texas. big time play here with 12:47 to go here in the fourth quarter in the Sugar Bowl. Penix setting up from shotgun here, rolling out. He's got about a 9 years of data and time here to throw this ball anywhere he wants to throw it. He ends up just throwing it away. He's looking for a penalty flag in the secondary. And he's not going to get it. Penix might have been able to go get himself 4 or 5 yards there. But Randall, they've got the quarterback coming in. I don't think they're going to have any issues in recruiting here into the future here, especially if Kalen stays and remains as the head coach. 2nd down and 10 now. Penix dropping back to pass. Got a little bit of pressure. He's going to go deep here for this. And that's going to be a penalty flag down the football field as he had Odunzie wide open. I don't know why the cornerback's bitching and moaning about this. He just rammed right into the receiver. Penix saw Odunzie breaking open a little bit late on this play. And it will be a pass interference and an automatic first down. Odunzie he just kind of just ran open. The cornerback just broke coverage there. I don't know what the corner's thinking there, if he was expecting help over the top. And he's off the football field now as the cornerback, so maybe that illustrates to him that he broke the... All right. Huskies now at the 39-yard line. 12:30 to go in this football game. Under center is Michael Penix now. Handoff, pitch play, pitch back to Penix. He's under an onslaught. Just throw it away, kid. Good job there by Penix in his decision-making not to try to force that play. A little razzmatazz trick play there by the Huskies. Trying to catch the Texas Longhorns leaning there a little bit defensively and getting him a little bit over-aggressive. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation. East Coast bias, Penix should have won the Heisman. I think you can make the great argument that he was maybe even a little bit more deserving. I love the season that Jaden Daniels had. I really do. 2nd down and 10. Texas starting to take some risks here defensively. They bring the blitz there, and that ball's knocked free by Taffy. They're starting to dial up the pressure looks as Texas, maybe getting a little bit more desperate up against this Husky offense and willing to bring some of these pressure looks. $12:18 to go here in the fourth quarter. Both teams have all 3 timeouts. Huskies on the 39-yard line here with a 3rd and 10. Another pressure-based package look here from the Texas Longhorns. 6-man blitz, 7-man blitz. Everybody's coming. Michael got to recognize it. Just flip it out to your back there. Let him try to do something. He does flip it out wide there to Johnson. He's knocked off his feet quickly there. Huskies didn't do well in that 3-play sequence of recognizing those blitzes coming and how they were coming. Didn't seem to have many answers kind of drawn up there for Penix on that series. Nonetheless, Huskies have an opportunity here to kind of flip the field position a bit, and they are going to grind on the clock just a little bit more as they've continued to own the time of possession in this half. But Adrian X, I think you can make a great argument that Penix should have been the guy to win it, that last 2 years he's put alone and all that. Jaden was magic man in the SEC, and no doubt about that. 4th and 10, let's see if the Huskies can get this punt off. Texas is not even going to try to bring any sort of real heat here. It's a short line driving punt. Texas player will take it there. And Bruner with the tackle. Texas will take back over down 21-34. Thank you, Adrian X, for the $2 dono. Randall says, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Sark has a remarkable ability to fail upward. He's definitely been one of those guys that's been considered that hot coaching commodity for years on end. You know what I mean? And, he gets a lot of different prime bites of the apple, be it an offensive coordinator for Alabama or a multiple-time head coach over in a variety of different stops. People really do buy in where he is as a coach and what he's doing. So I've seen a lot of different good coaches come through there in Texas to try to take that program to prominence, and they keep waiting for that one to come in there. It really does cement them in and make it happen there, Randall. But they continue to kind of keep searching in that respect. You got to give him props. He's done a good job with that team, and in a lot of ways, I think, Randall, he came into there facing a situation that's a lot like what Lincoln Riley's faced with USC, where the cupboard isn't exactly stocked really full. And there's a lot of sort of turning a lot of different things over a bit to get this thing pointed in the right direction. But he is a guy that, as Sanchez says, Sark to Arizona confirmed, Randall. Oh, jeez. You know what's going to happen, Sanchez. You know what's going to happen. Megan says, would the Hawks get the players around Penix that he needs if we were to draft him, Hawks Nest? You could still do it in the second, third round. You could do it by getting guys potentially in trades or free agency. You know, there's a variety of ways, Megan, to address the offensive line. But it does come down to a commitment thing, right? So, you know, you have here an offensive line where you've made the commitment on the edges at the tackle position. But then when you take a look at the left guard, you've got a former third-round pick who you drafted to be a right guard that you've kind of force-fit, moved over to over to left guard into a scheme that he doesn't exactly fit in. You know, you're spending $2 million on a free agent center at the center position. And then you have Phil Haynes, a former fourth-round pick who used to be a left guard that you've moved to right guard, who's not a particularly good right guard or never has been a particularly good right guard at that, who you then determined would be your starter this year. So you just have to invest those assets into it. It can come by the draft, Megan, or it can come by free agency, or it can come by trade. But it just is the organization taking a philosophical approach of saying, this needs to be at the front of what we address. We need to make this into a strength of the football team, not just we've got some good parts on that unit, but an actual strength of the football team. And that's not, I would argue, it's not a direction, Megan, that they've taken in recent years. That's not been an approach in the way that they've looked at their team to build that to the strength. Quinn Ewers back on the field here. He's not had a lot of time this half on the football field. Fumble last time, was kind of backbreaking on that drive for Texas. And they've got a long field here with 1st and 10 at the 28-yard line to operate from here. They're going to try to run the ball up here to Jalen Blue. Huskies ripping at that ball, trying to get another fumble caused. They got a couple of them today here. Short little game there. Clock will continue to roll. You do wonder how much Texas feels like they can lean into this ground game here. It's been the most effective thing for them today. But at the same point in time, you can't really afford to keep running this clock through down by 2 possessions. 2nd down and 7. And we're going to get a false start here by Texas. Oh, Nelly. Second and 12. Sanchez, thank you for the $5 donation and all your donations today. Scenario. Pete retires. John hires an offensive coach. Who stays, goes on both sides. I'll answer in just a sec here. 2nd and 12. Shotgun look here for Ewers. Easy completion and catch there down the football field. Huskies playing with a little bit of depth there on that one. Kind of protecting against the deep ball, and they left that open for Mitchell underneath there. He's a good route runner, and he can open up on that route. Nice throw by Ewers. 1st down. I think that if Pete retires, John is going to, any coach you bring in is going to want to bring their whole staff in. Adonai Mitchell, 2 catches today on 6 targets. 1st and 10. Play action, pressure on Ewers. Trice in the backfield. Braylon Trice out there eating with his 2nd sack of the game. He's having a monster game here for the Huskies. They tried to block him up with a guard coming back across the formation post-snap. I always hate that when teams do that. You put the guard in a hell of a pickle. He's a guard for a reason. You're going to try to have him block an edge that you're leaving unblocked, screaming down the sideline there. 2nd and 13 for Texas. Huskies are blitzing. See if they can tackle here. They do. Keep it cleaned up. Nice job there. So bring us to 3rd down. Like Baxter hit something on the sideline there as he got thrown out of bounds. Oh, just kind of limped on the foot a little bit there. 3rd down and 5. So Sanchez, it tends to be one where you don't have a new coach is going to inherit some of the old coaching staff. It would be a clean sweep. Everybody would go at that point. No one would remain, in my opinion. Kind of it just has to be that way. You got to let the new guy hire who he wants. He inherits people, and that's where you can create some unfortunate dynamics. Nick Guzman, I like Cedric Van Pran. Nick, have him as the best rated center in this draft, a sub first round talent, certainly a top 50 guy. They want to go with Cedric Van Pran. You're not going to get any argument from me, man. Give me quality. Give me quality. So we'll see how Baxter is here now. The freshman running back is a big part of this offense, and he's been the biggest part, I think, of this offense today for Texas. I know Ewers has got 180 passing yards here, but it's really been Baxter with the 9 carries, 64 yards, who's mostly made it done. Jadon Bloom's done his part, too, as well on the ground. 3rd down and 5. Potentially 2-down territory here for Texas. Huskies showing a blitz, drop out of it. Ewers dropping back to throw, tries to float this over the top, completes it. Brilliant pass by Ewers over the top. Nicely done. Xavier Worthy, the burner, got up the football field there on that play. It was a press look, and he just wasn't able to get any press coverage on the receiver. Worthy did a great job of getting lateral post snap and away from the press coverage. Away from the press. 9:06 to go here in the 4th quarter. Houston is on the 16-yard line. Ewers dropping back to pass. He completes it underneath. Both of these quarterbacks are doing a good job of playing really under control and within themselves. A lot of poise in the pocket on both sides today from both of these QBs. He will complete it for a short little gain there. That's a big tight end. That guy looks like he goes about 280. Thank you, Sanchez, again, for all the donos. Appreciate you, man. 2nd and 4. Ewers dropping back to throw. Throws it a little bit behind Xavier Worthy there. He can't reel in the one-handed grab. 3rd down and 4. Actually looked like a pretty good pass there by Ewers. Worthy didn't exactly get his hands up. Worthy just didn't get his hands up to recognize the ball coming in. It is thrown behind him, but Ewers has got to throw the ball behind him to take him away from the defender. The closing safety there. It's not an easy catch, but the ball's also not coming in really tremendously hot either. 3rd down and 4. 8:14 to go in this football game. Pitch play, outside. Broken tackle, and out of bounds finally, but not before he got the 1st down. Matty Jack, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for doing that. First and goal. Quick snap by Texas. I'm calling him Houston. And drugged down there by Olofoso. No, that was number 7. Sorry, that was Hampton. 2nd down and goal. Clock winding, 7:41 to go in this football game. Just over here like, roll clock, roll. Pistol look here for Texas. Another little fade route outside here. Wow, what a grab. High pointing the ball in the play by Mitchell. Fantastic catch on his part. He absolutely went up and climbed the treetop there to get on up. And he got it. Nice job. Big time catch there by Mitchell. Boy, he's skied, man. Kid's got about a 40-inch vertical leap there he's showing off. So Texas crawling closer into this football game. 10-play, 72-yard drive. And the extra point will put them within 6 points. Here we go. Quinn Ewers with a very, very nice drive there and some nice throws on his part. Right back. I was looking at See, Lord of Bravos just tuning in as I've been doing some ferry travel. One question: how in the hell can the Hawks get Penix? I think he's going to be within the radar of them being able to get him if they want to get him. I don't know if he'll land to their native pick where they will end up finding themselves where they, stand in the draft. They might have to move a couple selections up, but you're looking at them make a move up like the Bears had to make a move up from 20 to go get Justin Fields a few years ago. You're not going to have to give up a future first round pick. We're talking at probably a third round pick that you move up for to go get him. Also packaging, of course, any of your first round pick in there. So they could get it done, Sealord. I think you certainly could get it done. Nick Guzman loves him some Newbin and James Williams. Some good players. Brady says the first round pick on a guard would be sweet. I agree, man. Especially the ones we got in this draft. Half Daddy trading for Jamal Adams and drafting D. Eskridge over Creed is going to haunt Seattle's franchise for 3 to 4 years. Probably has been, yeah. U2K's lack of investment in the offensive line is what ended Seahawks championship era early. Criminal behavior, pure malfeasance. Fire them all. Clean sweep. Definitely has been a long-standing issue of not addressing it in the way it needs to be addressed in this modern era if you want to have success. Nick Layton, with Pete Carroll's reputation as a defensive coach, what do you make of the Seahawks' terrible tackling? Is it coaching or personnel? What's the answer? This is a question I think that Nick sometimes is very hard for me to answer because I can point to directly the fact that the last 2 CBA negotiations between the players and the owners have seen the players driving towards less practice time, less padded practices, no more 2-a-day padded practices. And so what that's done is it's removed, I think, a lot of the NFL's ability to train tackling appropriately. And so coaches with long-standing techniques, Nick, for how they get their players to tackle correctly have to throw some of that out the door. When it comes to the Seahawks, for instance, sorry, I was watching a replay or something they were showing on the television. Threw me off. Took my distraction away there. So with Coach Carroll, he's probably trying to find the new methodology and how to train something that he's been training for 30, 40 years a certain way in the practice field because he's had the practice time and the padded practice time to get it done. 1st and 10. Under center here is Penix. He's going to manage to somehow get this ball completed, albeit it's not going to go for much as Texas seems to be operating with a little bit of momentum here, though we're going to get a flag here late as maybe a late hit out of bounds there on the player. So in some places, Nick, they've gotten ahead of the 8 ball on this one in that they've been able to find some sort of methodology and approach for training tackling that's working, or they're targeting players in the draft that are just naturally better tacklers, or whatever they're doing that's doing it, they're a bit of a head on that curve of how they're teaching it. But I think that all coaches and across the league are in a way trying to figure out how to teach this correctly, how to, without being able to do what is the tried and true method, which is it's hard to teach it if I can't have you in pads and have you actually working on true live fire technique. You know, if everything's sort of a pantomime, it makes it tough to do that. 2nd and 11 here for the Huskies now. 7:05 to go in this game. Penix dropping back to pass. Lets it rip out there to, that's Westover, I believe. He'll make the catch and get them very close to the first down. Kid's got some very strong hands. Third and 2. 6:35 to go in this football game. Huskies are 2 of 8 on third downs today. 3-4 look from Texas up front. 2 high safety look on the back end. Penix is going to throw this quick into Westover. He makes the catch. Why not go to him, man? You need 2 yards. You know he's going to catch it. He makes the grab, falls to the ground, makes the catch. First down, Huskies. Penix didn't overthink this one. Just bam. Guys right open off the line. Get it to him and go. Westover 6 catches, 59 yards. Five minutes and 43 seconds to go on this clock. Penix in shotgun, 2 running backs in the backfield with them. Play action pass, throws the little bubble screen out to Jalen McMillan. McMillan still on his feet up the field. Nice job by McMillan. It wasn't an easy catch to make there. He had to go down and pick that up low and then get back into a running position, turn back into a running back post play so very fast after that. Very nice job, man. He had to snow cone this off the top of the ground to be able to pull that in. And then to turn then quickly into the runner and get up the football field. Jalen Polk with a nice block as well as the Huskies will cross the midfield stripe. 5 minutes to go in this football game. McMillan, 5 catches. Much like was said earlier by Randall in this one, we've definitely seen a McMillan, a guy back to maybe feeling at his full health here, feeling at his best here for one of the first times this football season. Handoff inside to Johnson. He's going to get corralled up and pulled down to the ground, but not before he's able to make a little bit of headway there. And as he has all game coming up, Gimpy, the Warrior, just fighting through. He gets himself a good 6.5, maybe 7-yard gain there on first down for the Huskies. Clock, roll, clock, roll. Pistol look here for Penix now. 2nd down and 3. Huskies going to change some things up at the line of scrimmage based on what they're seeing Texas do with their 4-man front. Probably going back to the run game here, I'd imagine. No? We'll play action. They're going deep. Boy, this Husky team has no chill. Going right up over the top to Romo Odunze, and they give no craps here, this Husky offense. They're not just going to bleed this clock out. They're just going to go and take this game. You got to play where you think it's going to be a run play, start to maybe eke out on the clock. Instead, they run a 9 route over the top. Texas isn't thinking anything like that's coming down, and this Husky receiving core has continued to show why they are the best in the nation, this collection of this trio today, and what they've been able to do. Michael Penix, 430 yards, 29 of 37, 2 touchdowns. We've got a 1st and goal here for the Huskies as that clock will continue to roll. Pitch play out wide here. Drawn forward there for a gain of about 2.5, 3 yards. Here we go. 2nd and goal. Come on, clock. Tick, tick, tick. Tick, tick, tick. 7-play, 67-yard drive here by the Huskies. Pistol formation look for Penix here. Another pitch play out wide. They're going to pull him down to the ground. And Sarkisian is quickly going to call the first time out of the game here first time out of the second half here for Texas to stop that clock at 2 minutes and 50 seconds. And this will lead us to a third down and an interesting call from the Huskies. You got 10 yards to gain here. You go back to the running play here, theoretically. Bam, you get them to take another timeout. You take the field goal. You've got a short field goal kick here. You're up by 9 points at that point. It's going to be very tough for Texas to then overcome that at that spot. But as we've seen with them and the pedal to the metal attitude that the Huskies have been bringing throughout the course of this football game, they very well might decide that they're going to go ahead and try to cook this one up and try to go get the tutty. I think they'll probably just run this, but you never know with the Boar. He'll let it roost. Lord Boom, how you doing, man? Aloha. 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 Matty Jackson's Penix had more clutch games to win. He's been clutch today, man. Oof, this second half, he's been nails. Third down and goal for the Huskies. Penix back in shotgun. Do they dare try to really throw this one? Looks like Penix rolling out. He'll just throw it at the feet of the offensive player there. Fourth down and goal. Huskies are going to have to just take the field goal attempt here. Take the field goal attempt. Come on now, kid. Does he got ice water in his veins? This kid, of course, got us a great kick. Did Grady Gross with the Washington State game, with the winner there in that one. Lining up now here. He's on the kicker's favorite hash mark. 27-yard attempt. The snap is up. The hold is down. The field goal is up and good. It's up and good. The Huskies are going to go up by 9 with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in this football game. Texas fans looking mighty deflated over there. Not out of it, but it's getting tight. It's tight. We do guys go Cougs. Spaces, my brother's at this game. He said Bourbon Street was off the chain last night. I bet. That would have been fun to be out there on Bourbon Street last night. Megan says, Hawks Nest, do you see it happening though? Agree with what you said, just don't see it myself. It might not. On the lineman thing and with Penix and all that. I mean, that's kind of the thing where, the recent years they've tended to put their resources in other places and thought that it's a better return just to stick this in other spots rather than putting it on the offensive line. So, predicting that after a good 12-year period of pretty succinct data that tells you that they lean in this direction, that they suddenly shift to this way. It's definitely one where you go, maybe not likely, maybe not as much a likely direction they do go, but doesn't mean that it isn't maybe the right answer too, Megan, for what they should do with that, with leading into building off that line and recognizing the fact that this other approach in trying to make, let's say, your safety position be $50 million deep is not the right way to go. That those are resources that should be invested elsewhere, and now where is the elsewhere? Where's the place that'll have the most maximum impact of return at that point, or be it in draft picks? Dan says we can't practice on tackling because we need to focus on the defensive backs and linebackers on practicing their backpedaling. How else are we going to be elite at dropping into soft zones? Amazing. My God kids were at the Winter Classic. So jealous. Ooh. That's awesome. Yeah, Pumpkin's into it. Look at her. She's on the edge of her seat right now. I mean, look at this. You can see the nervousness. You can see the heart palpitating over here. Look at those eyes. Look at how on edge she is here. Yeah. Yeah, you're on edge. 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 All right, here's the kickoff to Texas. And they'll get taken to the ground here. What does the Sarkmeister come up with at this point? He's got an uphill battle here. 9 points. Ewers is going to need to throw some dots and dimes all over this football field and get him up that field in a hurry. Texas does have 2 timeouts. But ordinary. Derek says your cat looks unimpressed. She's usually pretty impressed. Yeah. Brady says poor Matthew McConaughey. Horns frown. 1st and 10 here for Texas. 3-4 look here by the Huskies. No soft zone for them, I guess, huh? And that will be a catch here by Texas. Clock continues to roll. 2:22 on about 11-yard reception there on a stop route to Mitchell. Texas on the 36-yard line. Looking. Ewers is going to scramble this one, and he's going to get himself a 12-yard gain there for a first down, right up near the midfield stripe. Quickly are the Texas Longhorns here. Clock will stop. And now continue to roll once they get it set. 2 minutes to go. Ewers dropping back to pass. Trice bringing some pressure. Ewers breaking the pocket. Looking down the field. Got his man complete to Jatavian Sanders. First down. Very quick drive here by Texas, man. They got right up the field on 3 plays now on Washington. One minute and 33 seconds to go in this football game. Ewers scanning the field, looking, again getting flushed from the pocket, having a long period of time here to assess things, and there'll be a flag here on this play. We might have a holding somewhere on this. It looked like a couple guys there on that offensive line could have been held. Jatavian Sanders is still down on the ground after this play. Officials coming together to try to figure out what's what on this one. And it's going to be a holding on the Washington Huskies. Jatavian Sanders is reaching for his knee there. Oh! Just tripped up and his knee just... It's where they don't have knee pads anymore, you know. This used to be where they used to wear knee pads, and these guys don't wear them anymore. So when you have your knee hit that ground, you're taking the full force. There's no padding beneath you on those ones. And then, man, that can sure hurt, I'm sure. Hopefully the kid's okay, but got to not feel good, that's for sure. Texas done a good job of getting up this field quick, preserving their 2 timeouts. The Huskies' unwillingness there to just maybe run the ball there on that 3rd down play with Penix and force them to call another timeout might end up factoring in a little bit looming large in this game as we wind down here. Yeah, really, let's finish them off here. Come on, Huskies. 1:24 to go in this football game. Huskies up by 9 points, 37-28. Texas on the 13-yard line. Dropping back to throw here is Ewers. He'll complete it out wide. That will be a catch here. And Ewers has gotten himself into a nice rhythm here in this second half, even when he's not necessarily had the ball a lot of the time. When he's been impressive. First half was kind of sketchy for me with him, but the second half has been a lot better. 2nd down and 4. $1:19 to go in this game. Gotta watch that Mitchell fight there at the top of the screen. He got that touchdown the last one. They're going back to him again here. That's just going to be thrown through the back of the end zone there on that one. 3rd down and 4. 1:15 on the clock. Ewers, 21 of 33, 262 yards and a touchdown. He's in shotgun. He's got a 3 wide receiver look. Mitchell again aligned at the top of the screen there. Ewers dropping back to throw, quickly deciding to go down. Ball knocked down at the line of scrimmage by the Washington Huskies. Incomplete. 4th down. And the Texas Longhorns are going to actually take the field goal here. You do need 2 scores. So this does make sense to go with the kick here. Bert Auburn, the kicker for Texas. Auburn, the kicker for Texas, lines it up, knocks it through the uprights. And so the Texas Longhorns will crawl within a touchdown of the Washington Huskies. 37-31, 1:09 to go on the clock. Texas has 2 of their timeouts. So Texas kicks this off, and if they don't try an onside kick, you can, if you're the Huskies, run it 3 times and end up giving them the ball back with the punt with theoretically, you put them on about the 30-yard line, 35-yard line with like 30 seconds to go. If you want to go that just full on, we're going to run it route. Obviously, we've seen the Huskies real aggressive here, but boy, if I'm the head coach in this position, that's going to be that would be a pull for me to do if I was DeBoer here, to go to the run 3 times. Because boy, you go, man, you guys are going to get up the field and score a touchdown in 30 seconds on my D. I might want to just trust in that more than I'm trying to press to go get this first down. But we've seen DeBoer's very aggressive, and that he'll bring a mentality where he ain't scared to do it. I will say that this is where we come back to, if you'd run the ball in that last time and force them to call another timeout, you'd be in a situation here where you would force them to onside this kick rather than even having a chance of maybe seeing them try to kick this deep. I think they are going to try an onside, though. So it will be an onside kick. Huskies are going to call a timeout after they see what Texas is going to do with their formation. .109 on this clock. DeBoer takes a big, deep breath, swallows. I'm sure all the players are doing that here in this moment with this onside kick. This will be the first attempt of the season for Texas with an onside. Thank you, Russ the Hunter. I appreciate that. Thanks for watching. Do kindly, if you could, for me, folks, hit that like button if you haven't. All right. And it's an onside kick. It is recovered by the Huskies. Let's go. Boy, it didn't look like it was even going to get the 10 yards, but the Huskies fall on it. 1:09 to go now. Get the onside recovery, and it's looking dark here for Texas and mighty light for the Huskies, as they look like they are going to progress on and potentially play for a national title here. Let's not count our chickens before they're hatched. 1:09. Pennington shotgun here. You've got to feel like you're just going to run the ball here with Johnson 3 straight times. I mean, you could pin them back at the 1-yard line with 30 seconds. I mean, you just go, let's do that. And indeed, it's a carry up the middle here to Johnson. Quick timeout by Texas. .106 in this game left. Huskies will get this down to pretty far low. All right, don't get cute with this. No reason to get cute with this, Kalen. Trust your process on this. They ain't gonna get it up the field in 30 seconds from the 15-yard line. Come out, grind this clock to hell. Grind it to hell. 1:06 remaining in this game. A little shifting of the personnel by the Huskies pre-snap. Handoff inside to Johnson. That's right. Don't get too wonky with it. And another quick timeout here by Texas. 1:02. That is their final timeout of the football game. The Huskies can move this clock down very, very low. They do a lot of the running out of shotgun, Tommy. There's very little that they do that's in under center. Tommy says it's amazing how much more intelligent coaches are with decisions and play calls compared to NFL coaches. They know exactly what to do. I've been pretty impressed by them too, or what I've seen. Watching the earlier games, and Saban and Harbaugh are definitely on their P's and Q's, but both these coaches have been very smart in their approach as well and what they've done from the sidelines in this game. 3rd down and 5. Don't get cute on this decision. You can roll this clock down so far here. I mean, you can do the whole thing where you roll it down, you take the delay of game, you take every last second off the play clock you can. And they do have a 2 tight end look here from the Huskies. They're not going to get weird with it. Just a run right up the middle, brought down to the ground. Smart. Oh, hopefully Johnson's okay. Don't need him rolling around. Come on, kid. You got to get up. We don't need the play clock stopped here. You got to get up, kid. It's going to stop the clock. Oh, no. No. Ah, dude. Oh, crap. Oh, that's going to stop the clock. You talk about the worst possible time for injuries. The worst. Damn. I think that stops the clock. I don't know if it's the same with the NFL where it takes a timeout from the team or if the clock starts to roll again. That's a big loss to lose Johnson there. Johnson's been a great runner for them. Boy, looks like he's in a lot of pain too. Poor kid. Hope he's doing all right. They said the clock runs at the whistle. Thank God. Like, oh, Lordy. Yeah, clock's not running at the whistle, and they gave him 3 extra seconds. So that injury is big in this game. Oh, my God. Yeah, dude, just kneeling it there would have been better than taking the run play. I mean, like, this is big. This gives them a lot of time on the clock now. I mean, compared to what you were going to hand them on this on the other side. And it's not like Texas has been unable to get the ball up the field pretty quick when they've decided to in this football game. You know, God, just the worst time for an injury. And then things are kind of getting unsettled now with the Huskies on this injury. You got the false start, and then now you got them running into the kicker. Guys, keep your composure here. This is where things start to slide, where you feel the team just starting to lose a little bit of that poise that's been so there at the precipice here. Come on, guys. What are you doing on that play, man? Use your head. Right? Like, you got no reason to come down there and get up in the guy's face like that. Just people, sometimes I watch football players do the dumbest things on the field where they just, man, just do some stupid things. It's one thing when you just get beat on something, but just to do something like, come on. Use your brain, dude. You got one job. You're on the special teams unit with one job. And that's too much for you to just not run into the guy. Idiot. 1st and 10, grid field position now for Texas. Quick throw, incomplete pass, 41 seconds to go. Second down and 10. Ewers dropping back to throw. Again, throwing it where the receiver's just not already or aware of that he's throwing it to him in the space there. Jatavian Sanders. 38 seconds to go. No timeouts for Texas. Third down and 10. Huskies got a 5-man front. Ewers going over the top. What a grab over the top. First down. Longhorns. Just a prayer throw and goes up there. Jamar. Boy, this is rough. Holy moly. 28 seconds to go here. 29-yard line Ewers. Dropping back to throw quickly. He's looking. He's just going to throw it back up over the top again here. Jabbar Muhammad makes a nice play in the air this time on it. 2nd and 10. I mean, if I'm the Huskies, I'm dropping back some too high safety looks here. I mean, Ewers is just dropping back and throwing 9s over the top. Like, he's not hitting anything over. Now Jabbar Muhammad comes up limit. Boy, Huskies just, everybody's getting bashed right now. Westover went down. Running backs out. Muhammad's now stepping out here. Not the time you need your best cornerback to walk off the football field. Yikes. Second down and 10. Timeout for the Huskies here as they're going to try to gain back a little bit of their stuff here. Rajo, I don't know why they didn't take a knee. Some of the thing Kalen did there at the end, choosing to try to run the ball and get yourself a first down, Trust your defense with 15 seconds left on the clock. Don't take risk when you don't have to take risks. I don't like the 3rd down and 10 throw with Penix on the previous possession. It's know and understand and the board's been good on some of the decision making, but those 2 points, you got to understand that. Just take the run on 3rd and 10. You're not going to get the 3rd and touchdown down there. It's a low percentage play. Make them burn that last time out, and you're never even into this position. But that's sometimes where these aggressive coaches just get a little bit too much in that mode of just always pedal down. And it's never ever kind of that, find a little bit of balance here. Find a little bit of balance here. 2nd down and 10 here, 20 seconds to go in this football game. Ewers dropping back to throw. Again, just lacing this up over the top. And he's going to complete this throw in bounds. Huskies not defending any of the deep ball here, which is kind of weird because this is what the Texas needed to do to attack here. Strange defensive calls here by the Huskies team and what their approach is. Wow. You just let them run 9 routes up the field when they need a touchdown? You don't drop any coverages back to help them out on that? 15 seconds to go here. Whew. Boy, this is some confounding stuff here from this Huskies team that's played such a good game. But defensively speaking, yeah, I don't know if he's got control of that. That looks like a little bit of a bobble to me. That ball's being readjusted. They may say it's in his control, I guess, sometimes with. See what the call is. This never had to be in this place, boy. As a coach, you can't lose your team, the game with your decision making, and DeBoer, unfortunately, might have just cost his team here. 15 seconds to go, and if they make this complete, this is going to be a catch. God, you let him run the 9 routes up the field. You don't even go back into a sky. Oof. What are you doing as a defensive coordinator here for the Huskies? Like, Huskies are going to burn another timeout here just for the sake of things, I think. But can't believe that decision making there. And boy, the injury there. It's like you tell the running back, I don't care if you got to crawl off the field. If you get injured after this play, get off the effing field. Don't allow the clock to be stopped. Oh, hell. What a brutal way to lose if this does go down this way for the Huskies. Jeez Louise. Yeah, terrible coaching on the 4th quarter. You lose this. It's your coaching staff lost you this game as much as anything at this point. The 3rd down and 10 pass play, in retrospect, just looks so horrible. Say nothing of the kneel play, but you put those back-to-back as end game decisions that you roll with. You haven't run the ball all day. You're not getting a 3rd and 8 run up the middle for 8 yards. So a little throw out to the flat to the running back will take 5 seconds up here as the play was confirmed as a catch. This will bring it to 2nd down and 10 with 10 seconds to go. Longhorns have probably 2 plays depending on if this is a quick hitting play versus a sort of let it develop kind of play for the Longhorns. You got to figure they're going to try to get one in here to Mitchell at some point here as he's been effective for them on that 9. Second down and 11. Ewers dropping back to pass. He's going to look into the back of the end zone, and that's going to get thrown away to the back of the end zone. 5 seconds to go. We may be to our last play of this football game. Huskies are trying to get to the national title game here against Michigan. Can they stay strong for one more play? Third down and 11. Texas Longhorns are on about the 13-yard line. It's touchdown or bust on this play for them, no doubt about that. Ewers in shotgun, 4 wide, running back in the backfield. Huskies are showing a blitz, and they're bringing the blitz. And Ewers is going to be brought down to the ground. No time on the clock. That will be the end. That will be final if that's it. Sarkisian is saying there should be still 2 seconds on the clock. It looks like they're going to grant him based on him looking at his play sheet here. Officials saying there should be 1 second left on the clock, so they're going to give him back a second. Wow. I don't know when I've ever seen that before. I don't know when I've ever seen that before. When the clock runs out, the clock runs out. But fair enough. One second to go for the opportunity to go to the national title game. The Huskies showing another blitz here. Shotgun look for Ewers. Ewers looking through, throws it up. That ball is going to be knocked away, and that ball is going to be incomplete, and the Huskies are going to go to the national title game. Huskies win. Huskies win. Let's go. Washington is going for the national title. As they take down the Texas Longhorns, the defense holds up at the end just enough. And this Husky team is going to play for a national title. How about that? Let's go, Dogs. Let's go, Dogs. Hell of a game. Hell of a 2-game experience today between the early game and this late game. And as a fan of history, you had so many matchups in the 90s and Rose Bowls between the Michigan Wolverines and your Washington Huskies. And we're going to get a return to that here in this national title game. Great job there on the end play by the corner to make a play on the ball. He's not trying to go up there to catch it. He's just trying to go over there to knock it away. Get it free, get it out of there. Great play by him. Like I said, you thought they were going to go back to Mitchell down by the sideline at some point, and that's just what Ewers decides to do there. But a fantastic job there by the cornerback to knock that away and not try to make a play on the ball, not try to go over there and catch that, just swat it out of bounds. And the Huskies are able to get the win. Big time win. Boy, what a game. That thing had you on the edge of your seat. They made it a lot more interesting than it had to be at that point, at the end. But they got the dub. And it was great to see. What an awesome job by this program, by Kellen DeBoer and company there to get this team onto the promised land. The college football scene is a tremendously competitive one. As we've seen, the South is dominated in so many respects. But you've gotten yourself to the spot now. You've gotten yourself closer than you've been since 1990. 34 years since you've been basically at this spot, since you've had this opportunity to be back here again. So Michael Penix showed you in this game, when you got a gunslinger like him back there, anything's going to be possible. And with this trio of wide receivers that they bring to bear on that side of the field, man, they are hard to cover. You might have one covered, but you aren't going to likely have all three covered, are you? And Brady, that was definitely a Seahawks ending. Look at Johnson. He's pumped up by the win as he's being taken out on the cart. And Penix balled out, Lou. I mean, I don't know if he needed to do this to reinforce his position as a first-round quarterback, but I can't imagine that this doesn't just completely lock him in that way at this point. He was awesome in this game. Just awesome across the board. 29 of 38, 430 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, no fumbles on his part. The decision-making was great. He also came in and added on. I mean, he was really the most effective thing that you were doing on the ground in this game. 3 carries, 31 yards. Dylan Johnson got 49 yards, but it took him 21 carries to get there. And then you look at the throws that were made. The 52-yarder to Odunzie, the 77-yarder to Jalen Polk, 29-yarder to Jeremy Bernard. I mean, just he had a lot of big-time throws in this game that he made. This was a game where he went out there as much as anything from the quarterback position and took it and showed you why he is such a talented passer of the football. Just tremendous, tremendous game there by Michael Penix. Lou says, I've been a fan of the Dogs since I was a kid. Son's graduated from UW. Nice, Lou. Me as well, man. Living on the West Side, I definitely, and that 1990 team and whatnot, what I grew up on as well. And there were some dark territories there, especially when the Pac-12 kind of snipped us with the whole, sanctions they imposed on us that sort of ended up finishing off Don James's career. But hopefully somewhere up there in heaven, Don James is looking down with a big old smile on his face, seeing this Husky crew return back to this land. And boy, if they can pull this off against the Michigan, you talk about a storybook finish to an amazing season. This would be one hell of one at that. That's for sure. He says the two right-handed quarterbacks we got suck, so nothing to lose with the lefty. Roland says, but we lost the running back and best corner in the last minute. Looks like Muhammad was back on the field there. We'll see how well Johnson can come back potentially for the game in another week. But hopefully you didn't lose that because you do need that. Maze Guru, what's up, man? Porter Van says Penix to Seattle. There'll be a lot of Hawk fans saying Penix tonight. I get you on that. Can't blame you for doing that. He looked amazing in this game. Just amazing. And now we get to play Michigan for the chip. Our old Big Ten nemesis. You know, that old nemesis coming back around. We come full circle, don't we? We come full circle. And Cooper-wise, 15th pick, you definitely have a chance to get Penix. So you're within shouting distance. You're within, maybe he goes up or would be due to go up a few more slots ahead of that, but you certainly then could make a trade up into the draft to go get him. He's not going to go top 5. I don't think he goes top 10. You're certainly going to be within striking distance if you're picking around 15. Megan says, HawksNest, I need Howard Cosell now. The Washington Huskies came into this football game underappreciated, unknown whether or not they could bring together what was needed to get themselves to the national title. They said those in the Pacific Northwest were unable to play with the big titans of the SEC. But we saw today that the innumerable Huskies, that the ever-talented, astonishing arm talent of Michael Penix is not to be underrated, and this team appears ready to push Michigan to the ends for the national title experience. No, maybe my Cosell's not quite there right now, Megan. I'm trying. Jordan with the $2 donation says, my heart. Washington teams, man. Doesn't matter the Huskies, Seattle, whatever, man. They always got to put you on the edge of your seat. No such thing in the Pacific Northwest as easy victories. That would make it too simple. But now the Washington Huskies will go on to play the Michigan Wolverines for the national title and prove to the nation that indeed we play a top brand style of football out here in the Pacific Northwest. Terry Reese, that's right. An old Rose Bowl battle coming up. Oh, Nelly, we got ourselves a Rose Bowl battle today. The Michigan Wolverines coming out of Ann Arbor, taking on the University of Washington Huskies for the national title game. Alexander says, I like Penix, but he's bad fit for us with our O-line. That's not good enough to keep Penix from getting killed. You definitely are going to have to address your O-line if you bring in Penix. You know what I mean? That is for sure. Loses indeed, Brando. Time to kick some Michigan ass. Go Dogs. Yep. Time to go take a little bit of a bite out of that Michigan Wolverine. All right? Time to grab that Wolverine by the head and I want a little bit of that from my Dogs next week. Kid from the hood, give me Penix as my quarterback. It's 7 a.m. in Germany. I don't know. We're going the championship game. Let's go. I may live in Hanover, but my sports heart beats for Washington and Seattle. I love that kid I love that man. Let's go, bro. And hey, I've loved what I've seen out of Penix, man. He's got a dynamic arm talent. I'm a guy that always first and foremost goes to that arm talent is the thing that I really am going to hold to the highest esteem with quarterbacks. I want more. I love processing. I love throwing with anticipation, leadership. There's other things you want to look for, but that's always going to be something that stands out to me. And there's not a better arm talent in this draft, maybe, than Michael Penix in that respect of things. Rockman Drums, or Wilbert says Falcons met with Penix space. The Falcons might take a look at him. Definitely could be a potential guy they look at. Lord Boom, I've been calling for us to get Penix since last year. Hopefully it's coming closer to an actual realization. You never know on this. Derek says Washington Huskies beat former 49ers head coach Jim Harbaugh to make sure he never wins anything in his coaching career. Them Washington teams just robbing Harbaugh of his true greatness, Derek. Megan says, off to watch the Kraken Rewind. Sounds good, Megan. You have yourself a great night. Appreciate you. Huey says Penix is going top 10, probably 5 quarterbacks taken in the top 10 picks. Ooh, that's a bold take, Huey. We haven't seen that happen in quite a bit of time. It certainly is possible in the post-draft process. Anything can happen with some of these guys getting elevated in a hurry. I think he's top 20, but I wouldn't be completely shocked if he went up in the top 20. Tommy says, honestly, I think we need to address our O-line no matter who is our quarterback on the Seahawks. We got a lot of work to do there still. Absolutely we do. And King Bomber, it's going to be a hell of a game, man. Good GGs. Brady says Jim would replace Pete out of spite. The angry coaching hire. I love it. Adiz says Penix should have won the Heisman. Archie will start for Texas next year. We'll have to see with that, man. I mean, if Ewers comes back, I think he's going to be maybe still be their starter, but you do wonder about Archie if he's going to be happy just sitting there for another year. Radu says DeBoer to Seattle next year. Anything's possible. Anything's possible with the job that he's done. Alex says, why do we hate him, Jim Harbaugh? I don't hate him, Alex. I think there's a segment of Hawk fans that have had a little bit of that fueled up since his days with the Niners. And it's just kind of that rivalry kind of built that out a little bit in them. Would I take Caleb DeBoer as a Pete Carroll replacement? Sure. I think he seems to be willing to run some modern designs and do some things that are what I would like to see from more of the coaching experience here as we go forward. And as I've said, I'm not really stuck on one individual candidate, more on just finding a newer candidate to come in and start to, really update this thing in the way that it needs to be updated. Lord Boom, do we feel like Penix will last the 15th pick? I'm not sure. I do feel like if he's getting outside top 7, top 8 territory, that who's ever there in that 8 or 9 point, you can move up for to go get him, and the cost is not going to be that significant going from 15 to 9 or 15 to 10. It's a different territory than versus if you're talking about going from 10 to 1. It's nowhere near the same kind of cost. But I do think he's not. I think he's somewhere between 10 and 20 myself. Derek the Lightning fan says, I don't have it in me to root for us to not make the playoffs because I don't think it'll get Pete fired anyways. It's a fair point. I think it's a fair point. I've long said that him getting in or him not getting in, if that's the determiner of them whether or not they keep Carroll, then they're not probably really appropriately or properly assessing the team and where it's at that point. It's certainly not an indicator of confidence in the ownership group and what they're rolling with if that's how they're making their decisions. Alex Smith, but I do hate on him, Brandon. I have for a long time. Laughing out loud. No worries. I get it, man. You're not alone. You're not alone on that. So there's quite a few of those out there. Tom Eden says it's going to be interesting to see if the number 1 defense in the NCAA can stop this offense. Indeed. You've got a team out here offensively that can really potentially do some things. And I think Michigan's probably going to try to play keep away a little bit in their approach offensively, where it's going to be a lot of running and a lot of trying to grind out the clock, keeping the Washington offense off the football field, keeping them out of rhythm. I wouldn't be shocked on that. Terry says, Penix just claimed with enthusiasm. We have one more to go. Let's go. He played a sensational game, man. Decision-making, the throws, when to run, when to scramble, when to use his legs. Very hard to pick anything apart in the way that Penix played the game today. He was darn near perfect in his approach to the position. King Bomber, I really don't watch CFB, but how does the championship look like? Are we supposed to get blown out, or is it going to be an even matchup? NFL comparison, if you can. This would be, I would say, a little bit like the Miami Dolphins running up against. Well, yeah, I think it's a little bit like the Miami Dolphins running up against a 49er team whose offense is not quite as good as this 49er team. It's like those two teams matching up in the Super Bowl. So it's a Niner team that's not quite there on the offensive comparison, but defensively it does fit between the two. So Michigan's going to be, they're going to be a favorite in this game. I don't think that they're going to be a huge favorite though. It'll probably be a 5-6 point, something like that, I think would be where it's at there. So, but I think, yeah, Miami 49ers, that feels about right to me as a comp. Maybe Miami, Philadelphia. Though I think Michigan does a better job of stopping the run and stopping the pass than Philly. So maybe that's not the best of comps on that one. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. Wonderful if Penix skips Senior Bowl. Oh yeah, Randall, he's not going to go to the Senior Bowl. He might go to the Senior Bowl to get measured and do some of that stuff that they'll do, but he's not going to play in the game or do any of that type of stuff at that point. I don't think the hay's in the barn on this one. You've put in your proper work for Penix the past 2 years. If you haven't put enough tape up at this point that an NFL evaluator can see that you're a first round talent, certainly going to the Senior Bowl and isn't going to sway anybody any further at that point, Randall. You've got him bought in or not by this point. And, you either get it or you don't with him where he's at. So I would be gobsmacked if Penix actually played in the Senior Bowl this year. He'll go there. He might get measured up. He might do a drill or two through the week and interviews and stuff, but he won't be out there playing in the games or when they're doing any actual live hitting, I would say. 1 second, folks. I'll be right back. Lou says, good night, 12s. Go Hawks and Dogs. Go Hawks and Dogs there, Lou. Thank you, man, for tuning on in. Secret Asian dude, there must be so much pressure coaching in such big, important games because these coaches make such a brain fart decision sometimes. Yeah, I agree, Secret. Sometimes it is, when you do get nervous and you get a little bit worried when, you got your heart pumping and your hands are shaking, certainly probably not always making your best decisions. And sometimes you can kind of look back and go, man, what was I doing on that one? Oh, Kid from, this is so great. Never would have thought I would see the day the Hawks gave me so much depression this season. Like we all feel the same, right? Are we scared what will happen in the future? I don't know if it's scared. Just if people are looking, are we going to get actual change in the future? I think is the main thing people are looking for at this point, Kid from, and whether or not that's going to happen. And I think there's more of a little bit of a worry and concern about the fact that things are going to remain the same and that we're not ever going to see the true change that many people are calling for. So I do think that the voices are more in unison now this year, Kid from, than they've ever been as far as the Hawk contingent and their outlook on this team and where it's going. But I don't know if that's going to be enough to draw about true change. That's the part we're just going to have to see this offseason, and we'll have a much firmer answer on it as we get through this offseason. He wants one of the top 5 quarterbacks in this draft. I wouldn't mind it, man. I wouldn't mind it. And Randall, thank you for all your donations today, man. I appreciate you for all your support. Terry Reese says the Ravens with the stifling defense. I was thinking of doing the Ravens one. I just didn't think that they offensively are as much the fit for what the Michigan Wolverines bring. Because the Wolverines run the ball really well, but I do think that they are a little bit limited offensively speaking. Kid from, we need to cover Corum, the monster. That's going to be the key for you is defensively speaking. You had a hard time in stopping the run game here in this game, and luckily you got on top of Texas in the second half, and you probably had them then leaning a little bit away from that ground game that was working so effectively for them. Are you able to do the same thing with Michigan? Corum's going to provide a much bigger challenge than there is a running back in stopping him, and Michigan's not going to overthink this. They will keep hammering you with the run game over and over again. Closo says, funny you compare the Dolphins. Tua and Penix, both lefties. I hadn't thought of that before you had written it down, but I guess I did maybe subconsciously pick that for that reason, Closo. But that is pretty funny. King Bomber, what's with the names? Are they just nicknames for matchups? Rose Bowl, Sugar Bowl? Well, it's where they're holding these. It was part of the way that they were trying to capture King Bomber, still holding on to the old ambiance of the old traditions and all of that. So you didn't want the Sugar Bowl to die. You didn't want the Rose Bowl to die out. So you're still keeping them alive, but they're not really what they were before with that. US's mission is going to try to bludgeon the Huskies to death, ground and pound, and D up the Hawks receivers. Yeah, I think they're going to definitely try to get over on 40 carries in this upcoming game, Huey, for instance. News analysis, Arturo. Wagner retires. The Seahawks should replace him with Oleofoso. I like him. Oleofoso has been a guy that's been very impressive to me going back to last year and watching his tape. I thought he played a really good game out there today. Again, he doesn't seem to be a highly rated middle linebacker in this upcoming draft. A guy you can maybe get in the 4th, 5th round. But he's been a good player every time I've turned the tape on and watched him. Alex, I'm concerned about the Michigan defense too, man. That's a real deal crew over there. Clivic, I'm interested to see how the Bears will play their pick in the upcoming draft. Bears fans want to keep Fields, so hopefully they'll keep Fields so we have a chance to draft a quarterback in the top 5. I think they'll end up taking the QB on that, Clivic. I know the Bear fans are talking that now, but I think the big key here is that the general manager crew, the coaching staff that's in there right now, they're not the ones that drafted Justin Fields. So they're not married to him in the slightest with that. Holy hand grenade. How does walking feel? You guys always hit me up you guys always want the impressions when I'm 5 hours into the stream. Like the voice is toasty right now. Holy hand grenade. I'll try to do a little walking beforehand, but you guys got to give me some room once I'm 5 hours into the stream. I'm already off of yesterday's streaming for like 9 hours and doing 4 shows, and the voice is just, it's hard to do those impressions this deep into these kind of shows, you know. It's a lot. I'm just trying to keep my talking going and keeping the chat going. Sometimes it's tough to do this. Go do this one. Get that. Go. How about now? Ethan Tech World, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, let's go. Bow down to Washington. My heart, though. You're not the only one. I think many folks are having a bit of the heart attack stuff going on right now. So they had to make it nervous for us at the end, almost kind of needlessly so. Made us worried at the end. Don't know why they had to, but they did. But we're in the championship now. We're going to win it. Haba, cry, tears. It's what's going to go down. You know it, Ethan. It's the way it'll be. A person says that was too close. That's right. That was too close. Power code B, we used to pray for times like this. Go Dogs. Go Dogs. Tom Eden says 1992 Rose Bowl, the number 2 Washington Huskies defeated the number 4 Michigan Wolverines 34-14. I think though Michigan did get us also, like whether it was I don't know if it was 91 or 93. I remember Tyrone Wheatley ran all over our defense in that Rose Bowl. But I believe that there was also a game there in the 90s where they got the best of us too on the other side of it. Cat Breath says Sark was drinking me things. He likes it. He gets tipsy all the time. All the time. Kid from OK, thanks for your opinion. I think we have too many holes in our team to fix. I think only name a few players where I'm confident to watch the future if I'm honest. B-Wag's gone too, plus O-line problem. We got a lot of holes to fix. Yep, that's for sure, man. And you may see B-Wags retire at this point in time. We'll see how it finishes out the end of this season. But O-line needs to be addressed to me, kid, from at the head of the stack here, in my opinion. Terry Reese says the Michigan D is really good, but the O-line for Washington is also quite good. Indeed. You got some strength to power back on them with. News analysis with Arturo. I've known Ulufoso since 2010. His older brother played on my YMCA basketball team. Oh, nice. Well, he's a hell of a player. I like him a lot. I don't know why he's getting a little bit more, you'll hear a lot more about a guy like Tommy Eichenberg out there at Ohio State, who I think is pretty mid, versus this guy who I think pops a lot more on the tape when I watch him. Matty Jack says, how was the 1 second put back on the clock? Is that reviewable? It wasn't reviewable. One of the officials, you could read his lips saying there should be 1 second on the clock. So one official just kind of came in there and said, this is what we're going to do here. It should be 1 second. And the rest just kind of fell in line with that. The review did show that technically the ball was out of bounds before the time it had expired. But boy, would that have been controversial if they got that second back and actually scored there. Tommy, you have a good night. Great win, man. Great win. And thank you, kid, for watching. Appreciate you. Boy, hand grenade, I tried to give you a little bit of walk in there. Try a little bit there. It gets dodgy 4 hours in, man. 5 hours in, it starts to get a little shaky. The impressions all start to run together. And when I'm trying to differentiate them, it comes out that way all the time. Brian, this shouldn't have been hard. That's true. Brian, okay, I'm late, but somebody please tell me why you'd have punted the ball into the field to play instead of punting out of bounds deep in Longhorns territory. I don't know. Their punter doesn't seem to have a real big leg at times. He was kind of knocking a couple of little dusters off that foot there today. The end of game decision making was a little bit weird all the way around for me, Brian. The going for on 3rd and 10 to try to throw the ball with Penix rather than just make Texas then burn another timeout. The not just kneeling down then on 3rd down when you weren't going to get a first running it again. Some strange decision making with that. Luckily, it just didn't cost him, which was good to see. Which was really good to see. That makes sense. Yui's probably right. Dogs were probably just trying to get the punt off. So there was less of an onus on probably trying to really drive the ball as much as just get it off. Don't get it blocked. Which makes sense. Arturo says, replace Wagner with Ulufoso. People are underestimating Ulufoso because he grew up in Alaska. That's the truth. I think he's going to test very well, and maybe we'll start to hear a little bit more of him when he goes and tests, goes to the combine, does that type of stuff, that maybe he starts to get a little bit more, kind of like Deion Henley did last year, where he starts to get a little bit more love, maybe slides his way up into the 3rd round. Something like that. And King Bomber, yeah, hopefully Johnson's okay, man. They sure could use him for next week, but it doesn't look like he's coming back when they're carting him off the field. So, doubtful he'll be back. They're going to have to really get it done with the passing attack next week. But they had to do that this week. It wasn't like you had much of a ground game to go upon this one against Texas either. So, they can potentially pull that out. Not Vexo. If Penix somehow falls to the 2nd round, we should take him, no doubt. Yeah, Vexo, there's no way at this point that Penix is going to fall to the 2nd round unless there's some horrific medical evaluation that they find on him that just stands out, that just looked bad. So he's absolutely going to go in the 1st round at this point. And now it's just a matter of top 20 or top 10. And this kind of performance in this kind of game, think about last year, not Vexo, a guy like CJ Stroud, who had some questions about him coming about where he would land in the draft, comes out there and has a real defining performance against Georgia in a game they didn't win, but he balled out. And that cemented his draft status. This kind of game with Penix doing what he's done on the back of this season will only cement that for NFL evaluators. This will make them feel warm and fuzzy about taking him in that 1st round, even with the age concerns, even with the injury concerns. King Bomber, what happened to J.J. McCarthy? I think he's always been a little bit overrated on this stuff. I even watching the game today against Alabama, Michigan was, keeping him in that box, keeping him protected. He's got good mobility. He can get out there and scramble. But I don't think his arm talent, he can't even stand with a guy close to a guy like Ewers as far as arm talent goes, in my opinion. Shrey says, do you think Penix being 24 will be a concern? Not really, because I think Shrey, he's very pro ready. It's a concern at 24 if you have a raw quarterback at 24 where you're like, okay, I think the cake is pretty much baked here. I don't know how much more upside there's going to be left here. But in his case, you're feeling like he's at that upside. He's realized it. You like the upside, and you don't feel like it's going to take him a long period of time to get himself acclimated onto a football field at the pro level. So I don't think it would hold me back in this case with him because there's not that rawness factor that would have me hesitant. Klivix is interesting. I didn't hear that name before, standing on the fact that I live here in Alaska. Makes sense, though, since I'm just 20 and got into football in 2013. Perhaps I need more football study. Well, some guys slip through the cracks. There's a lot of players, Klivix. It's hard to keep track of everybody. I have a hard time with it. So, but Ulofoso is a really good player. Eventually, I'm going to learn how to pronounce his last name right. ZZ, should we draft T'Vondre Sweat? I've always felt like T'Vondre Sweat's a little bit overrated in the way he's being looked at. He's had a great year from a PFF standpoint, and he's been able to supply some pass rush where he was more of kind of a trash can run stuffer last year a bit. But I didn't really feel a big part of his impact in this game for a guy that's going to go in the second round. I don't know if I always feel his impact when watching Texas play for where he's going to be selected. I liked him a lot better when I thought of him in more of that late third round, fourth round area. I just feel like in the second round, he's getting a hair overdrafted for what he really does bring to the football field. Alex says the big fat lineman fell on his foot. Oh, so that would have been T'Vondre. There's his impact. Juju Case is on the Huskies side. Michigan hasn't faced any real potent offenses this year. Not pushed at all. True enough. Because certainly even when they're playing Ohio State doesn't have quite the passer back there that they had with C.J. Stroud to go back there and really, lace it up. Stover's an okay tight end, but he's not dynamic. And certainly Harrison's great, but then I think Obuku's not, I think Obuku's a solid, but not spectacular. So, I don't think the Michigan's going to has faced as explosive an offense as they'll face here in this next week. Tan May says, Brandon, are you in favor of the college football playoff expansion? Kind of not really. I think that it more often than not will come down to a top four teams that are pretty clear as to who the top four teams are. You had Florida State get screwed in this particular year, but I think more often than not, it ends up settling out in the right fashion and serves to accomplish what it sought out to accomplish, which is crown the best team in the land. The supposed upshot of this would be we need to give a team like Georgia its chance to come in there. We need a team like Florida State to still get their chance to come in there. We need this team over here to get in there that's had that loss or two on the season. I like in college football, you gotta gleam the cube. You gotta go undefeated to get there. You gotta truly earn that right to get that national title. And that makes it more special if you do accomplish it then because of that, because it's so hard to do. So I like it where it's currently at. I think they eventually will be expanding it. But I think who gets in deserves to get in. This year was kind of a rare year on that. But I don't think it would have made a big difference anyway. If you had Florida State in instead of Alabama, Michigan still beats them. Terry's, I hope it just aggravated an existing sore foot. No further damage, just needs as much rest as possible. He was limping on it throughout the game, Terry. So he was definitely, to your point, dealing with that foot and trying to get through it. And it's a national title game, Tape it up, and hopefully he can go out there and give you just a little something. You don't need a lot out of your rushing attack. You just need to keep the Michigan Wolverines honest. Tyler Singh says a lot of people have Penix going in the second. Does his performance move him to the first? I already thought he was in the first round before this performance, Tyler, so this only further embeds him in that spot. I think the second round talk from people and pointing that, I don't know where they're drawing that from. I don't understand how they're coming to that conclusion watching him. I know he has the age and the injury, but He was basically runner-up to the Heisman Trophy. He's had 2 outstanding years of production of making every NFL throw in the book, processing, and he's got mobility to where when he tests, he's not going to run a 4.8 40. He's going to run like a 4.6 40, which is going to be plenty fast enough to put him up into that first-round contention, in my opinion. So there's no, in my opinion, unless there is some red flag on the medical evaluation with Michael Penix, there is no way that he does not go in the first round. And I think top 20 is a minimum at this point. Minimum at this point. DVN says, Georgia showed the world that the Florida State did not get screwed. My Lord, laughing out loud. I was doing an oil change and walked in on 35-30. Well, remember, DVN, that they had a lot of players who chose to sat that game out from Florida State's standpoint of it. And it's sort of like they're sitting that out. Even the Georgia coach referenced this in the post-game press conference, that he himself said it affected the game. So, the players sat out. Those guys that were going to go to the pro level, the guys that could opt out of the bowl game opted out. And it was a little bit of a, in anger, a little bit for the college choice and not choosing them to go to the game. You're not playing for anything by going to that bowl game against Georgia. There's nothing really to be gained from past putting on more tape for pros to draft you. So that was a little bit also what impacted that a bit. But I think Florida State deserved to be in there. I don't think that just whether or not they got smoke showed by Georgia or not. Again, if you earn your right, you earn your right, and I thought they'd earned it. Brian says, all right, in the sack. See y'all, man. Have a good one. Appreciate you. Henry says, I'm afraid that Michigan might copy the Steelers game plan and run it down the Huskies' throat. That's my worry on this one too. And that's maybe the biggest key coming in this game, Henry, at the forefront of this is how you stop the run with Michigan will as much as explosive and as Michael may be on the other side of it, as many yards as you throw for in the air, how well you're able to hem up and stop up that ground attack by the Michigan Wolverines might determine a lot on whether or not you win this football game or not. Russ the Hunter says, Brandon, what's your cat's name? My cat's name is Pumpkin. So to match the color, of course. She was a gift for an ex-girlfriend I was with, but I ended up with the cat. Jerry says he also has a very quick release, which is very NFL friendly. Penix does indeed. Yeah. Dan May, they're expanding to 12 teams starting next season. I'm not in favor of it. I'm good with what is currently, but I'd also be okay with 8 teams max or 6 with seeds, 1 and 2 in the first round bye. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to hate on it if they do it, Dan May, but like you, I have more of a thing I'd favor, which is to keep it where it's at. I think it's worked well. I think that who's been crowned, I think it's been pretty much. I don't think that we've had any point through the last few years in college playoff football where we've said, well, this team that got crowned was really not the legitimate winner. It seems like every year the one that gets crowned is where everyone stands at saying, yeah, that makes sense. That's the best team in college football. That's the team that deserved it. So it'll make it more action-packed. It'll make it more exciting for college football fans, but it is also only going to further erode, Dan May, than the regular season of college football, which has already started to have its share of issues as far as engagement with the audience goes. DVN says, HN, I did not know that. The coach looked so stressed, I figured he put his best foot forward. I think the coach definitely did. It was the players' decisions to sit out DVN, where you've got 5, 6, 7 guys that are NFL pro ready, your Florida State guys that are the best players on that team that helped you get to where your record was that year going, okay, we're not in on this. I don't think that they had, for instance, Burse out there on the field in that game. So I don't think that they would have beaten Georgia at that point, DVN, but I think they would have definitely given them a bit of a better fight probably. Terry Reese says FSU was way overrated. Liberty and FSU should have been the matchup. Having Oregon and Liberty was silly. I'm in favor of expansion because while still imperfect, it's a closer step to really settling it on the field. Current format more contaminated by politics and bias. Bama had no business in the CFP. That's true. That is certainly an example of that playing out in the way that you describe it with Bama giving in over Florida State. So I don't have a real big dog in this particular fight. I have a preference, but not one that I'm passionately ingrained in. Nick says, does Penix look good in Denver? Oh yeah, he'd look great with Peyton. Peyton would love Penix. His ability to throw on time, make every throw in the book, His pocket presence, processing, his ability to throw with layered touch and also throw with some real good velocity. Sean Payton would love to be able to snatch him up, Michael Penix, if he can get his hands on him. Henry Diesel says she looks like Garfield. She does look like Garfield. Unfortunately, I'm not a good cat dad about not giving out the treats. They give me the sweet Puss in Boots eyes, the big old eyes that are reflective and glassy looking up at you. You're not going to give me a treat, Father. Father, may I have a treat, please? Ding, 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 ding. Right? Giving those little cutie eye looks, and he's like, okay, here's some salmon. Russ the Hunter, are you streaming any Saturday NFL games? I don't think so. I hadn't planned on it, Russ. But I'm potentially open to. I'll take a look at the schedule here this week and how they're setting everything up and how it's all kind of playing out. But I hadn't made any great plans to do that necessarily. Radu says, Brandon, do you have any of the Huskies CB in the upcoming draft? Cornerbacks. Huskies cornerbacks? Well, I like Jabbar Muhammad. He's a junior, I guess. If he came out, I would certainly like him as a middle round kind of guy. He's feisty and he's fun as a cornerback out there. He'd probably be the only guy so far I've seen that does stand out to me. I think they've got a safety, Asa, that everybody likes a lot, but I don't think he's quite gotten up to where he was when they brought him on as a recruit. But Muhammad impresses me every time I turn on the Huskies this year. And he'd be a Trey Brown replacement. The one thing is you do have Radu, Trey Brown still on a cheap rookie club control year going forward. So he will be back on the team. Alex, I'm college football. You can have a lot of players sit out. They have backups, unlike the NFL. They do, but there's always a drop off, and there's a reason they're backups, as they say. King Bomber, I'm a fan of the new 12 playoff team format. I think it gives more value to the regular season. That makes sense. I'm with it. I could be convinced of this. I'll try Russ to see if I can maybe stream on Saturday, man. I'm open to it. And we will definitely be doing the national title game between the Huskies and Michigan here for sure. King Bomber, because injuries are really huge in terms of how the playoffs look right now. Georgia, who lost one game and missed the playoffs. FSU, who was undefeated, missed the playoffs. True. Something that I would say was a bit of the error in the committee's decision-making. King says, making that one mistake in the one game at some point in the season doesn't cost you the season, or losing your starting quarterback doesn't cost you the season. It makes sense. It's solid logic, man. Solid logic. Dan says, I'm so happy the Huskies got this win. Me too, Dan. It's a good thing to see. JT says, Penix is the scariest quarterback in all of college football. He is. When he's rolling, he is just about damn near impossible to stop because he can put the ball wherever he wants to put it, hard as he wants to throw it. There's sometimes a feeling that there's not a lot you can do about that. And you're right, King Bomber does give fans more games to watch. I'm just kind of more of the traditionalist with the college look. It's not that any of the points you raise aren't completely right on the button. I have a little bit just more of that traditional kind of lean to me, I guess, a bit. Happens as you get older. Get nostalgic. MJ says the squirrels around our house gives us that look for peanuts. Oh, it's they know, man. They know how to lean into it. They learn with time, and cats are kind of the best at that. I learned, I was watching a documentary about cats 6-7 months ago, and the pitch of their caterwaul or their cry is literally the same pitch of a baby crying. And they've learned through their interactions with humans through generations of evolution on that to mimic the cry of the baby because it gets the human to react to them because we're, of course, when we hear that certain, it's a frequency. When we hear that frequency, we know to react to it. The baby is, I've got to go to, it's a natural instinct to then go to the job. So it's weird that they've done that. But yeah, she's got me wrapped around her finger. That's for sure. No doubt. I dig Docs. Hey, Brandon. Hey, 12s. Now that was an exciting finish. Too exciting. Boy, was it ever. Hold on to your hats. Hold on to your butt cheeks. He says, I think playoff expansion places more importance on regular season, not less, much like expanded MLB playoffs. Now teams won't be out of championship contention after one loss. Solid points all the way around, guys. Definitely solid points all the way around. I dig Docs. Any news on Johnson's injury? Looked bad. He had to be helped off the field. They had him carted off the field at the end. He was clapping and pumping his fist that they got the win as he was being carted off the field, but carted off the field nonetheless. Russ, we got Steelers, Ravens, 4 o'clock Saturday. Okay. I'm definitely might. Let me take a look after the stream today at kind of what's playing out. Maybe we'll do a red zone watch or something if there's enough games going on with Saturday popping off. Alex says, what's your opinion on if the Broncos will keep Russ? I think that there's almost a 0% chance at this point, Alex, that the Broncos keep Russ. I don't think that there's any way that you can do so with what they've done. They've burned down the bridge with Russ on this one by choosing the contract and going to him and asking him to take a discount. He will. I can thoroughly say, Alex, that Russ is not going to be a Denver Bronco after this season. It ain't happening. Kyle, whoa, boy, Kyle, really? Really, bro? Come on now. Come on, you're better than that, man. You're better than that. JT says, damn, and Michigan is playing Husky Stadium next year. This is the start of the new Big Ten rivalry. Yeah, that's right. We're taking over OSU. It used to be OSU. Now it's going to be us in Michigan. King Bomber. Also, I know the draft is coming up. Seems like we might miss the playoffs, so something to look forward to. But any thoughts on players who jump out to you off the bat? Which you mean in the King Bomber? Do you mean in the draft, or do you mean from a specific team? Do you mean for a specific position? Can you elaborate a little bit on your question on that one? Spaces, let me get this straight. They benched Russ because he wouldn't restructure for less. I think that they were damn well aware of the fact that when they went to ask, this has all been a pantomime. It's all been theatrics. And so much, folks, you got to understand in life is stuff that you see play out in the news is sometimes played out for a theatrical bent. And what Sean Payton has done is he's been creating this theatrical bent throughout the course of the year. He was never signed up to wanting Russell Wilson. He was going to do make a general try at reclaiming back in Russ. But this whole thing has been a heavy-handed situation of a drive from Payton's standpoint to move on from Russ. That's not his kind of quarterback. He doesn't want a quarterback playing off script and doing their own thing. He wants the quarterback playing on script. So going and asking Russ for the restructuring space, Russ was never going to take the restructure. They knew Russ was never going to take the restructure. You know, why do you have a moment like Payton on the sidelines blowing up at Russ and losing his mind and screaming at Russ? That wasn't because he was trying to get Russ's attention. That was so that he could come back and say, you saw how frustrated I was. You saw how my wit's end I was. You know, it's theatrics. It's theatrics. But the bottom line comes down to that Sean Payton doesn't want Russell Wilson as his quarterback. He didn't trade for him. He wanted the Denver Bronco job. He probably liked the thought of the Walmart money in the place, not only giving him a nice contract, but also being able to support him in every way he needed to be supported to get the players that he wants to go get. But none of that has anything to do with Russell Wilson being the guy that he wants to go with now or into the future or ever wanted to go with. And I've maintained this for quite a bit of time that when he walked in that job, I said right at the start, you know, I don't think he's going to want Russ. This is not his kind of quarterback. When he signed Jared Stidham to a 2-year, $11 million deal, and then absolutely was telling you at that time, Space, hey, they don't want Russell Wilson here in Denver. Still, people didn't want to hear me when I was saying that at the time. So it's reached the point now where it's undeniable. They don't want him there in Denver. Russ has his share of limitations. There's an offense that maybe he can go out there and flourish within, but it's going to have to be an offense that's built towards his skill set and his skill set solely and completely. You can't partiality this one. You've got to fully buy into the Russ experience if you want him to be your quarterback. And that's not something that Sean Payton was able to do, unfortunately. Henry Diesel, Jim Harbaugh is having NFC flashbacks, thinking about the team from Seattle. Boy, wouldn't that be weird if he had Seattle teams just are his Achilles heel. Good Lucking says without Dylan Johnson, Huskies should go empty backfield. They might. They just might. Alex says they asked him recently if he would, and he said yes, Brandon, if he was willing to restructure. They asked him recently. He said, yes, Brandon, if he was. So, again, Alex, I think that they came to Russell Wilson understanding that Russell Wilson kind of likes money, right, Alex? So this, a lot of what I do, Alex, is of course, when I'm trying to give an opinion on stuff, I'm definitely making guesses. Okay. So I get asked about questions on stuff, and in the name of answering the questions, I will answer the questions. But I have to admit, a lot of times I'm getting asked questions about stuff that I don't know behind the scenes what the hell's going on. I can only make the guess on what I see by the patterns and what's being reported and what I'm watching from coaches and whatnot. When it comes to Russell Wilson, I have a 10-year career of watching this guy. Money matters as much to Russell Wilson as anything in this world. You could make a very strong argument that it might be his number one priority in the entire world is making sure he is reaping in that money. Okay? Russell at no point in time has ever shown in his career that he's even partially going to be willing to take one iota less dollar. You better believe the Denver Broncos were aware of this, especially when he was pushing so hard to be paid before he had even played a single snap with the Denver Broncos. So yeah, they can go back at this, Alex, and they can go to him and they can say, we want you to restructure. But they also could have known that, understanding very clearly that he was never going to accept that restructure. It's a false, they're not really, again, it's just because somebody tells you they're doing something, Alex, doesn't mean that's what they're really that their true intention is. We live in a world of a lot of sleight of hand, right? A lot of people BSing and lying their way through because they want to control the narrative, right? Sean Payton doesn't want the narrative to be that he couldn't make Russ work. Instead, the narrative needs to be that Russ is greedy and he's not a player that can operate within the conjunction of his offense, and get that narrative driven forward, right? Get that narrative pushed out so that Sean doesn't take the heat on his back. So I don't really care what the team says. You know, it matters to me. I more of watch the actions, Alex. You just signed this guy to a contract extension. The contract extension has not even clicked in. The new contract has not even clicked in yet, Alex, and they're already asking for a discount. No player is ever going to accept that. No player is ever going to do that. And they knew that. But they can come back to the press, Alex. They can come back to people like you and me and say, see, we tried to find some common compromising ground here with Russ that would work, but man, he's just so damn greedy, that Russ. What are you going to do? Right? And this is the game that I don't get in there and play that game when I can see stuff being PR heavy-handed pushed down to the audience on this. You know, it does just boil down to, like, sometimes stuff just ain't that complicated. Sean Payton is a coach who believes in his offensive approach first and foremost in how he builds a football team. He wants to build an offense that works on structure and works on time. Russell Wilson is incapable of operating a modern offense within structure and on time. That is not who he is. It's this simple. You come down to the equivalent on that, the equal sign, come out to it. It's going to be a breakup of a marriage. It's not going to work between the two parties. And this is one that, again, you could see, I've been long on this one and saying this is where this is going and this is where it's playing out. And it really was not that hard to kind of put it together. Yeah, Sean Payton worked with an undersized quarterback once before, but he worked with an undersized quarterback who operated on script, on time, who could process on the football field, who could throw with anticipation. That's the opposite inverse of Russell Wilson in his game. And Russell's got things he does well, but that's just not who he is as a player, you know, and how he plays on that. A reporter just asked him in the locker room. So can you elaborate? So Alex, I know it's getting cut off a little bit, but it's sometimes hard to exactly read what you're saying. A reporter just asked him in the locker room. Then your next comment is they just want Russ to play better. I need you to expand a little bit more on what you're trying to say here, because I can't read through on kind of half. I know you're restricted by the character count, but I don't do slow mode on my chat. So if you want to type out expansively what exactly it is you're saying, I can kind of deconstruct a little bit and then maybe better react to that. But it's hard on just little snippets of half a sentence to see what you're trying to say to me on that, or what you're trying to say. Russ did not take the renegotiated contract. I don't know what we're talking about. The Broncos came to him and they offered to him. He said, no, I'm not taking the renegotiated deal. He also was informed that he's going to be cut this offseason. There's a guaranteed money hit coming a week within the end of this offseason for Russell Wilson and for the Denver Broncos perspective. So, Alex, the Denver Broncos have to sign up for more Russell Wilson money. The contract clicks into place now this season. So I'll give you a second. Maybe you can type out a little bit more of what you're trying to say on this. But Denver understood very well that Russ was not going to take the discount, and Russ is not going to take the discount of money. Those things are not going to happen. Russ is gone. Russ is not remaining with the Denver Broncos. This is not even like there's calls I'll make sometimes, Alex, where I'll go like, well, I'm not really sure on this one, where it's going. This is going this way, and it's going to be finished up here before a week ends by the final game of the season. 100%. He is gone. No longer with the Denver Broncos. His time there has finished up. And whatever is going on now that you're hearing about talk between reporters and he said, she said on this is just that. He said, she said. When the rubber meets, and then again, understanding, Alex, with this situation going on between Peyton and Russ, you have two guys that are trying to drive a PR campaign at the same time here. Russ is trying to keep his reputation cleaned up and not be sullied. And in Peyton's case, he doesn't want to have to catch any of the blowback of the Russell Wilson experience not working out in Denver. So you have two different parties then that are going to try to push their narrative in the way that they want that direction, but that doesn't mean you're getting the truth from them by then the reports that come out. Watch the actions. Merely the fact that they go to the guy and ask him to renegotiate. That's a key point to pay attention to on this one where it says they don't want him there. That is as clear as it can be, you know? Alex, I don't know what the Broncos are trying to do, but a reporter asked him in the locker room if he'd be willing to restructure to make it work. Russell said, sure. Yeah, Alex, so this is where, again, they're willing to restructure. Well, you know, Alex, restructure can be low. Well, let's convert my base to bonus money this year and then just spread that bonus money then over the course of my contract. So Russell can be technically at that point, he gets to say like a politician, yeah, I'm willing to restructure there. Is he actually then saving the Denver Broncos any money at that point? No, they're on just as much of the same amount of hook for money that they would have been prior. They're just turning it into bonus money so that it flexes down the length of the contract. But Alex, if Russ was willing to take less, he would have agreed when they came to him a couple weeks ago and asked him to renegotiate, right? If he was willing to take less, this wouldn't get at this point in time in the story. It's interesting on this one, Alex, that this doesn't look as clear on this one to you. And maybe I'm seeing this one weird, but that doesn't look clear to you on that they came to him and said, you want to renegotiate? He says no. Now a reporter comes back to him 2 weeks later and goes, will you be willing to renegotiate? And he says sort of yes. Doesn't something on that not quite smell right or add up on that? And it does come down to that. It's Russ playing the politician game. Well, yeah, I'd restructure. Yeah, but you wouldn't take less money. Yeah, but I'd restructure. But you wouldn't take less money, but I'd restructure. I'd work with the team. Yeah, but you're not taking one less nickel off your contract. Yeah, but I'm willing to restructure. See, this is why I don't like playing that politician game on this stuff of what a reporter says to the guy who talks to him here and talks to him there. It's like the team will show you and the player will show you about what they value and what they want to do. And it will always come to the forefront where it's really not much into question, you know? And it's again, a variety of actions you can see building over this season when you look at it, Alex, like, you know, it's Sean Payton saying, I need you to stop kissing so many effing babies early on this year. It's the sideline blow up you saw. You know, it's the anger with Russ for not wearing the armband still. It's him, again, throwing up his hands to the national market saying, see, I'm doing what I can here. I'm trying everything. And he's just, I can't work with the guy. And then they come back later on and go, okay, now we want the restructure. You know, the building of the narrative. The building of the narrative. Is it a true narrative or a false narrative? Well, I'll let you decide on that one. But to me, it feels a little more of the false narrative. This was just all of your intention the whole time, which is fine if that's their intention. But, you know, don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. Good luck, says Huskies beat the Wolverines 27-20 in the 1978 Rose Bowl. Let's go. We got a rich history. Rich history. Kevin O'Connell says, I really think it's questionable to have that kind of convo occur to Russ. Then you see absolutely questionable play calling and sabotaging Russ on the field. I'm not a Russ fan by any means. That's a little bit of what I see with this, Kevin, is I just think that there's some of this that's, I don't know. I feel strongly about it. I think Sean Payton came to that Denver job drawn to Denver by the market, drawn to Denver by the Walmart ownership group that owned it, knowing he was going to get the support there. and liking what he was going to get as an opportunity there to put in his system in place. That was the draw. I don't think Russell Wilson was any part of the draw for him. And I think, in fact, part of what took a long period of time for the negotiations between Denver and Payton to go down had to do with the fact that Payton wanted assurances that he wasn't married to the Russell Wilson experience, that if he determined after a single season that he was done with it and let's move on, that the ownership would back his play on that. And indeed, it does appear that the ownership is going to back his play on it, and that my prediction on that looked very much true, as I've been calling this out for about a year and a half, because Alex, you can definitely see this one coming down the line. You know, there's some things that happen that there were no signs that was ever going to occur. And then there are times where you see the signs all over the place that this is where this is heading to. And in my opinion, there's been so many signs over the course of the season that this is, where this was going to be headed. It doesn't make any sense for Payton to hold on to Russell going off this year, moving forward. It just, there's no way. He says, I think Falcons fire head coach and draft a quarterback. If they don't, then maybe Russ. Also think if Pierce keeps Raiders' job, Russ would be a decent fit there. Those would be two of the organizations that stand at the forefront for me too, Iwi. Absolutely. I certainly think that the Falcons make the most sense if Arthur Smith remains there as a head coach. Raiders make a lot of sense. They've got a rich history of aging quarterbacks going there kind of at the end of the line. So that could make some sense there too. There's a couple fits out there that could make some sense. Radu says, Brandon, I wish we had reporters that interviewed Staley the day before his fire from the team. It was brutal. I always like you get the reporters asking questions at the high time. You get some real truth in those kind of moments. JT says, Huskies 29, Wolverines 33. But Michigan made a lot of mistakes today. I hope the Huskies can pull it off, man. It's going to be a good game. Devian says, low-key, Michigan did us a favor. Alabama's run game, man. If they had a better quarterback, they would have won. Yeah, Alabama. I was wondering a little, though, with Alabama, watching some of Michigan's passing concepts, flood zone concepts, attacking what they were doing in their zone, Alabama. For me, it felt a little bit in watching that game like Michigan didn't have the quarterback or the skill position personnel on the outside to really attack some of those holes that were there naturally in their zone, Alabama. Where I think we could have. And I do feel like Alabama does provide you a pretty close as much of a challenge in running the football as Alabama would. But both are going to challenge the Huskies in something that they don't do well defensively and stopping the run there. And they will both be teams that will be willing to lean on it all day long if you're going to give it to them all day long. You know what? That's for sure. Good luck in Corum is good. Very good. Ray says he's not worth the money, but to scream in Russ's face a little out of pocket to me, regardless of how he's playing. Yeah, and that's that theatrical aspect, I think, that's in play there with that, in my opinion, where he's doing that as much for the cheap seats as he was for Russell Wilson there. Right? He wants to stay in Denver, and Sean Payton is at fault for losing games from what I witnessed. Do you think, Alex, that Sean wants him there? Because definitely Denver's riding with Sean over Russ at this point. Yui says it's simple. Broncos planned on cutting Russ postseason. They asked him to waive his injury clause so they could get him, so they could play him without worrying about him getting paid in 2025. Bingo. Bingo. They showed you what their true intention was on that, Yui, right? JT's got Russ to New England. That's possible. We got to see where Belichick's going to go. Space, I've seen it before, but it's been back in the 80s you used to see it. You'd watch guys like Mike Ditka or Bill Parcells go after Sims. Those guys would definitely, chew their heads off on the sidelines, but it's been a long time since I've seen a coach do that in recent years, especially for a guy that's as established as Russ is. Alex says, all I'm saying is I'd keep him for at least another year if I was the general manager. But would you, Alex, understanding that you're going to have to go on the hook for the more money that you have, I think it's $37 million more money that you have to sign up for in the Russell Wilson experience, making it harder to extricate yourself from that down the line. You say that you would still do that, understanding that a week after the season, that $37 million marker kicks in. I mean, you say that as well, understanding that you're not moving on from Sean Payton, and the mix of Sean Payton's on-script, on-time offense with Russell's improvisation is kind of oil and water. You would still do that understanding that the relationship is not good between the two of them and that you would have to sign up for the $37 million more a week after the season ends? I'd have a hard time doing that if I was in the Broncos' shoes on that one, especially because you want to have Sean Payton feel like you are backing him up fully. And if he doesn't want Russ, you certainly aren't making him feel probably like he's being backed fully if you're going reverse of that. Especially if you put the cap in a more perilous situation going into the future with that new money that's going to kick in a week after the season. Please, at least the Huskies win a title. Let's go. King Bomber, hopefully they can win the whole thing. Well, we're about 5 hours here over on the stream. I think we will start to put a bit of a button in it. So let's get the last bit of the questions on down the pike here as I will kind of wrap this up. We'll come back tomorrow with the B&B show, of course. Jimmy says, how do you think Penix will do in the NFL? First round pick. I think he is a first round pick, Jimmy. I have him as a top 20 first round pick in my assessment right now as it stands. I think his success is going to be determined more even heavily than it normally would be with a rookie young quarterback going to a team. He, amongst any of the quarterbacks in the top of this draft, his success is really going to be placed on going to the right place to not only utilize his skill set, but provide him an offensive line that can protect him so you can get the most out of his skill set. And you can also keep him upright. Now, this might be something that you try to tend to apply to most quarterbacks across the board, but I think it's even more extreme so the case with Michael Penix. He's got to go to a team that's dedicated to building up the right offensive line in front of him. He's got to go to a team that's dedicated to allow him to utilize that arm talent in full and his decision-making in full. Maybe even more of kind of the high-volume passing attack type offense. But if you provide him that landing zone, I think he can be a great player in this league. If you try to put him in a place where he's got one or two good blockers and the rest of the time he's under a lot of pressure and he's constantly under duress, I think that he's going to be a much more reduced player / maybe hard for him to ever realize his full potential. So landing zone is going to be very, very big for me with Michael Penix on where he truly does go. Radu says, B, why do you want to see the Seahawks make the playoffs? I see only bad situations from that. It will definitely be pulling an argument from Pete because we still made the playoffs. We know how it ends. My feeling on this, Radu, is this, is if we have an ownership group or anybody that is in the position of making decisions on this team, and they're being driven on whether or not to make a major decision like a coaching change simply on the back of whether or not you slide into the back door of a playoffs on a yearly basis, then my argument on this, Radu, is it really doesn't matter whether we move on to a new coach or not at that point because your ownership is broken, because you have ownership that is weak, that doesn't have a spine. And so it doesn't really matter at that point whether or not that is at the case or not. You have poor ownership in place, in my opinion. And if that happens, then all the rest of the stuff kind of is irrelevant to me at that point because I've learned in my history in watching football that if I have a bad owner at the top or I have an owner that is persona non grata, that's not an owner that's going to take me to a Super Bowl. It's so hard to win in this league. You can't do it if you have an owner that's pulling one of your hands behind your back. And that's what I would think is occurring if I have an ownership group that's thinking with such a simpleton-like state of mind that they're going to make their whole basis of whether or not a coach is the right coach to be here in place or not simply on the back of whether or not you barely get into the playoffs. So that's why I feel as way I do on this, Radu, and that I will always hope for this team to do well and better, but that I want that decision to be made on the assessment of Coach Carroll for the last 7 years, not the one final game of the season, 7 years. And I'm always consistent on this, Radu. I was just talking about this with somebody else in the chat tonight in regards to data. Base your decisions on more data, not less. Don't seek to make the decision on one single point of data or one single game or one single sliding in, but make it on the totality. How is Coach Carroll resonating with the players? Is his scheme still working? Is his development of the players still on point? Is he maximizing the talent out around him? Is he modernizing? Is he updating in the way that he said 2 years ago? And if the answer down the line is no on all of those, then I don't give a hell and high water whether we make the playoffs. That should push him then out the door if I've got a strong ownership group in play. And that's going to be, Radu, what we're going to learn about this offseason is whether or not we truly do have strong ownership or whether or not we have a placeholder in play who just wants to sit there and stuff their fingers in their ears and not make a tough decision that needs to be absolutely made. So when we get to the end of this, I'll be able to make that determination and say, this is either that or this is either that. But I will be making that determination this offseason. And I don't know. I've got some suspicions on this, Radu. I'm willing to stand back and let it play out before I make any kind of full, determinations on that ownership and how invested they truly are in this process. But I really do, I can't understate this enough. I really do think it would be moronic to the nth degree to think that we have an ownership group driven to make this decision simply based on that. And if they are driven in that way, like I say, Radu, then that is an example of the fact that we don't have a good ownership group and that we're not getting back to the mountaintop with this current crew in play, and that we're just going to have to basically tread water until we can get to an ownership group that actually has the stones to make the proper and appropriate decisions to actually get this team back to being an elite squad, once again. But I don't have it in me, Radu, to ever, I'm not built, I know some are built this way. I don't throw shade at the folks that are built this way, but you have to just understand about me. I've got certain things that I'm built a certain way to be. When it comes to my Seattle Seahawks, I don't have a way to be a fan for my Seahawks team to lose. That's not a thing. I don't go, but it's for the better, this, for that. It just doesn't exist inside of me. And I understand if it does for other people, but you're not going to find that as the way that I'm wired. It's just not. If we're in it, if I've got a chance to make the playoffs, if I still have a punch I can throw, then I want the punch thrown. And that's will always be kind of my bottom line on it a little bit, where I stand. Alexander says, Russ and Jamal kind of in the same boat. It's not working. Cut ties, move forward. Too much money involved. Amen. Sometimes you just got to cut it away. Sometimes it's a bad situation. Sometimes not even about being about fault. Just not a good fit between the two parties, Clifford, I never heard anyone asked you or heard you answer this question, but would you take Penix at 15 if he's there? I don't know. I'd fill holes on defense first, especially after the bad defense from the last game. I'm willing to take Penix. If I take Penix, Clifford, it's less about me needing to take a different player who I might want more there at 15. It's more about Clifford. If I take Michael Penix, I have to commit to building a great offensive line around him. If you do that, then take him at 15. I'm perfectly happy to do so. If you're going to go take him at 15, Clifford, and put him behind the same offensive line that we've trotted out for the last 8 years, then hell to the no. I wouldn't do that at all. But if you're willing to go get actually the true good top line offensive line and put him behind there, then I'm fine going that route at 15. I'm perfectly okay with it. Especially if you didn't have to trade up to make it happen, then Clifford, because hell, if he doesn't work out in a couple of years, you can always go out there and get another QB. It's not like that's you investing in 3 first-round picks and moving up into the go get this guy, right? It's a little bit of a different territory when you're then picking there at that 15. But you can't pick him and put him behind the poor pass-protecting offensive lines that we continually put out there year after year after year. He's got to be protected. He's got to be made and kept ultimately clean. JT says, no way. Bo Nix is probably the first quarterback, then picks. Yeah, Chad's popping tonight here. You guys, we're 5.5 hours in. You guys are still rolling. Ticket sales, losses, ownership has been weak. That's why I'm ready to move on to 25 already. They have been pretty weak so far, yeah. Good night, good luck. Good luckin'. You have a good one. Anyone know a good place to watch that? I don't know a good place. Maybe someone have a good suggestion. You says Nix is at 5 in this class. I got, yeah, I got Nix at, I don't know if I put Nix above Penix. You think Nix will get taken above Penix, Huey? I can't see that. Cliffy says, currently Jody is Thanos with an empty Infinity Stone gauntlet, and if she fires Pete Carroll, there's 1 Infinity Stone. There we go. That's I like that metaphor. Tyler saying mock draft simulators are awesome. What are you talking about? I love me my mock draft simulators. He says draft order will be Williams, May, Daniels, Nix, Penix. I'm with you on the first three, Huey. I don't think that Nix gets over Penix, though I do think he's the next quarterback off the board after Penix. Daniels' Penix game today reminded me of C.J. Stroud versus Alabama. Prior, everyone was saying they aren't pro prospects. Penix looked like a pro quarterback today, moving around, evading pressure. He did. I like the comp. I think that there's something in an equivalency to those. I think CJ's probably becomes a little more impressive because it was against that great Georgia defense. He lost Marvin Harrison Jr. kind of somewhat early on in that game and yet was still balling out, was still making some pretty crazy throws, especially under a lot of duress, which was a big question with Stroud coming into that game was how he could deal with pressure, and he answered that call. But it is a game that I think is going to impress a lot of talent evaluators when they look at this one and how he played. Rodney says, I agree with everything you said 100%, but I'm old school in this way. We know history will repeat itself with Carroll. How can I root for a team that doesn't change? Winning probably doesn't. As I like to say with this, Radu, I don't expect people to necessarily be in alignment where I'm at with this, and I understand the folks that are in the camp where you're at. So it's not lip service on my part. I certainly understand those that are in the favor of seeing the team go in that direction and down that pathway in order to push change a little bit faster down the track. And I do get that. I have the ways in which I'm wired personally on this kind of stuff. And my wiring doesn't allow me the plus doesn't go into the minus electron and all that for me on it. I still will always want to see them win if we're in it, if we're in this playoff hunt, if we got a chance, if the fat lady hasn't quite yet sung. She's getting warmed up though off stage. I'll say that. Tammy, ironically, if Jody really wanted to honor Paul Allen's legacy, then she'd fire and replace Pete because Paul would have done so years back. He was a no-nonsense winner. That's right, Tammy. I've said the same point myself many times on this channel, saying that, if you're looking to honor, part of what I think has driven Jody in not firing Coach Carroll is that is a Paul Allen hire, right? Coach Carroll wasn't hired by John Schneider. He was hired by Paul Allen. And so there's a little bit of, to fire and move on from Coach Carroll is to sort of go against the Paul Allen's decision on that. But like you say, if it's about honoring the legacy, then it's got a little bit be about what would Paul Allen do in this circumstance? What would he want to see done if you're going to honor that legacy in that way? And I think that it's undoubted at this point, knowing his track record and history in Seattle, knowing the kind of guy he was, like you say, no nonsense winner, I think he would have moved on from Coach Carroll by this point. And a couple years back at that. Daniel W. says CJ Stroud was younger and didn't have the injury history and threw a better ball, but Michael Penix impressed me. I'm not comparing the two quarterbacks. Well, you compared the two quarterbacks and then said I'm not comparing the two quarterbacks. He's definitely was younger. Didn't have the injury history 100%. I don't know about the throw a better ball. I don't know about that part. I do think Michael Penix has more arm strength technically than CJ Stroud. Stroud might be a bit more accurate. I also think we're talking about two different quarterbacks drafted in two positions where I'm saying that I think Michael Penix is a top 20 quarterback. I think that in CJ Stroud's case, that's a top 5 quarterback. So there is a difference between the two and their talent level with the age brought in, with the injury brought in. I'm kind of dinging Michael on that one at that point from my standpoint. But I don't know if threw the ball better one. I don't know that. BB says, man, get Carroll out of Seattle. The whole culture in Seattle has to change. Thanks, Husky Nation. Let's go. DB, I don't believe in the injury stuff. DK was dealing with injuries in college and has played almost every game for us. True. 9 to 10 quarterback starved NFL teams. And remember, Trubisky went before Watson. That's right. That's true. It's possible in Knicks, and they're closely aligned together. DBN says, Rashad Penny and Jamal Adams had a clean injury history and then proceeded to be plagued by it. It's true. That's a good point. Greg Brandon, thoughts on Xavier Worthy and what round you think he goes? I like the guy. Also does returns, and I'm looking for return guys that can replace DJ Dallas. I mean, the other receiver was kind of more impressive to me in this game. Though I will give you, I think that Worthy is probably the higher drafted of the two. I have Worthy as a late 3rd round grade right now. I think that he is a little limited as a wide receiver. I think he's kind of more of your burner type that can be a special teams guy. I think his hands are a little suspect at times. I've seen some drops on tape with him. But he's legitimately fast. He'll go out there and run probably a 4.35, 4.37 kind of 40 out there. And he does bring the return element to his game, Greg. But late third round receiver, there might be some other guys that we might like a little bit better to be picking him at that spot. I'd almost kind of like to prefer to be getting him more in the fourth round range at that point if I'm taking that guy to be that kind of specialist for the team. He could do some fly sweep stuff too. He says NFL's going to have the measurables. Nick's going to have the measurables. The teams go gaga over. He's Bo Callahan. It's possible. It certainly is possible. And like you say, it's happened in the past before. Daniel, I'm comparing the two quarterbacks evaluation that they weren't viewed as pro prospects because they played very college-ish offenses, then went to a big-time game and showed out. I guess that's the part that's throwing me off here is when you're saying they're not viewed as pro prospects. Like C.J. Stroud coming into that Georgia game was certainly viewed as a pro prospect and probably a first rounder, you know. Penix is I feel like been pretty concrete into being probably very close to being a first rounder at this point, if not into driving himself in that top 20 range. So I guess that's the part that you're throwing me off on a little bit is to say weren't viewed as pro prospects. Both coming into their final year of college were absolutely viewed as pro prospects. You know, both had two upper level years of production before they went into the draft. I'm talking about Arch. Talking about Arch. Maybe I'm confused, Daniel, on what you're saying on that one. Sorry, man. Again, sometimes message isn't always super clear and I might be misreading it. WTC, are the Seahawks going to draft a quarterback this draft? I do believe they are, WT. Yeah. I think that, I don't know where you're going to grab necessarily between the first and fourth rounds, but I think you're going to come out of it with one. DVN says, man threw like 6 deep dots in the first half like it was nothing. Yeah, he dropped in some passes in this game that shows off Michael Penix's ability where he could throw it wherever he wants on the field and he can put it right on a spot. The kid's arm talent is just sensational. Sensational. All right, you guys, we're going to probably put a bit of a wrap up on this. Daniel says, it's all good. Let's just move on in the discourse. I just mean they faced heavy criticism and were told they needed to sit and develop and learn a pro offense. Oh, okay. And again, that's why I wanted you just to expand on it because I sometimes am not reading it right on that one, Daniel. You know, sometimes I can get a little locked in, especially I get deep in the stream on this. That makes sense. And there's certainly some question marks on both those two guys to your point with them coming out. I think they were viewed as pro prospects, but both seem to have a little bit of maybe some things that were hindering them from being viewed as being truly top-end prospects in their own way, to your point. This time making Jamal won't be here. Won't be the same. Yeah, Jamal probably won't be here. I think he probably. I know there's reports about them maybe bringing him back, but I still think that they end up cutting him. And I hope the draft lottery never happens to Alexander. Please, God, no. Please, no. And I think you use as much, Tyler, talking about the arm strength, the mobility. Tyler, Bo Nix will probably run a 4.5 versus Penix will be probably like a 4.6, 4.65. I do think Nix will potentially creep into the back in the first round, but I do have Penix ahead of him, on that. TJ, that would have been one of the biggest jokes of all time, up there with Super Bowl 51, 49, Seahawks, Packers, NFC title game. Well, they pulled it home, though. They pulled it home. Don, happy 24. Happy New Year to you as well. Thank you for checking out. Do you know if Quinn Ewers is declaring or going back? How would you feel about Ewers? I think there's a still slight up in the air thing here. Manning didn't enter the transfer portal. Ewers is not yet declared for the draft. There's a little bit of I'm not sure what's going on there kind of thing, Daniel. I can't see Manning coming back and sitting for another year behind Ewers. Ewers impressed me in the second half. He did in the first half. In the first half, he showed a lot of the kind of quarterback that I've seen on tape when I've watched him. An offense that's heavily scripted, a lot like Bo Nix gets with Oregon, where it's all this just short passing attack and dinking and dunking here. And it's not really him pushing the ball up the field or really commanding the offense and going through reads and progression reads and that type of stuff. He did show a little bit more of that in the second half and showed off a little bit more of that arm talent in the second half. I still am very slow to warm up on Quinn Ewers when it comes to seeing him anything more, in my opinion, than a late third round kind of quarterback. I don't see him as even a second round guy. There's a lot of people that really do like him quite a bit, though, and including reportedly even John Schneider is a big liker of Quinn Ewers. So he played a great second half. He had to play. He had to really make some throws there to get them back in that game. But I just feel like when I come back to it, there's so much that's heavily scripted there that's kind of, to me, overinflated him a bit as a prospect. Greg says, Brandon, I've seen Xavier Worthy do pivot routes and post corner routes, so his routes are fine. But me, I did notice the drops, but think he can have some upside to work with. And while he does, he can do returns. I'm fair enough with that. With me on that, Greg, it's not much of not liking him as a player. I do like him. I just want to make sure that we're taking him and then in the right value area, right? He can be a guy. It's a little like a Jalen Hyatt last year, Greg, where you watch the tape on the guy and you kind of, this is where he is. This is not, they're not the same players, but you can see kind of where this guy fits into and what he is as a player. Not that he doesn't have some good things he brings to the table, but then make sure you're picking that guy in the right spot, understanding both the pluses and the minuses that do kind of come with his game just a little bit. So I like him, and I do think he can do some receiver things, and I think it'll take him a little time to develop as a receiver. So I don't know if you're getting that day one from him, but when we got a receiving crew like we have right now, Greg, we wouldn't need him to do that, right? You could have him kind of take his time to sit through and go through and find his way with it. But yeah, it's mainly just the hands with me that are the deal with on that. Maybe a hair undersized than I would normally technically like, but very explosive, very fast. He can run some pretty good routes. So if you get him late third or you get him in the fourth round, I'm okay with that. Sheree says, how high are you on Bo Nix? I wouldn't want to take him until the second round, but I don't think he's going to last to the second round, or if he does, it'll be like where Levis went last year, because I do think that there's going to be some evaluators that fall in love with him. He's got 57 starts at the college level. He's 73% accuracy with Oregon this past year. I just think somebody's going to, at that point, get goo-goo-eyed for him somewhere in that late first round, probably. Juice Peters, Nix had good receivers too. He did. Devion says, yes, after that game, yours isn't that good to me. I've just been very slow to warm up on him. Everyone would point to me earlier this season and they go, what you got to go do is you got to go watch the Alabama game. That's where you really can see what Quinn can do. And in a couple of throws, he had a real wow throw in the game that I think really sticks in people's mind in that game. But it's a lot of just everything was artificially produced in that offense throughout most of the course of that game against Alabama. It is a bunch of bubble screens, tuttle screens, short little tosses here, short little tosses there. It's not him going through progression reads or reading the defense or changing calls up at the line of scrimmage. He's just going out there snapping and throwing, snap, toss, snap. And that doesn't mean that he doesn't have some upside to him, but it does mean that it's a hard evaluation, and it's going to make it slower for me at that point to get warmed up to him as a prospect, Devian, So it more confirmed today this game of what I've seen from him in recent history. Jason Tudor, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, why don't you like the idea of a draft lottery? I believe that the NBA created the draft lottery because of there being an issue with tanking, and that we've seen even in the NBA with lottery that they've had a horrible problem of teams tanking halfway into the year. They start trying to lose. And that's been an issue in the NBA. I don't believe that that's been an issue in the NFL. I don't think that we've had a lot of teams over the year. I don't think that we have teams on a yearly basis that are leaning into the direction of tanking, because unlike the NBA, all problems are not merely solved because you can go draft a Luka Doncic or a Wembayana or a LeBron James. That's not going to fix everything by you doing that. Maybe if you have a generational quarterback you're picking, but how many of those come down the line? So I just don't think it's as much of a problem. I don't think it's as much of a problem in the NFL with the tanking aspect of it. I also don't like it having an opening then for the NFL to then kind of rig some of those results in there. There's a whole theory about Patrick Ewing in the 80s where you have it's not ping pong balls at that time from the NBA. You've got them with the envelopes, and supposedly they had the New York Knicks envelope was in the freezer So when he reached in to grab the envelope, he could figure the commissioner could grab the cold envelope and pull that one out to have it be the one. I don't like that. If you're the worst team in the league, you get the first pick. It's straightforward. It's easy. It makes sense. And if there's a tanking problem, then maybe I'll be open to doing more of the lottery at that point, Jason. But until we actually are running into a tanking problem, I say keep it for what's worked for years and has worked really well for years. But thank you for the donation. Appreciate you for that. Devian says, all I'm saying is imagine the deep balls from Penix to JSN. Just imagine. Anyway, I do like Knicks potentially in the first round. So I'm really not out on that. Penix, I think you're right on. There'll be some teams that do like his skill set. Daniel says Seahawks are picking at 15 right now. If we win, we're going to stay around 15, maybe jump up to 18. If we lose, we're down to the 13th pick. How would you feel taking Penix 13 to 18? I'm okay with that. I think he's a top 20 first round talent, so the value is appropriate there at that point. If the team does their background checks on him medically and they like what they see from him in their interviews and all of the evaluation process, then I'm fine with that. The key, though, does become, Daniel, on that. It is not merely just a one-step process of picking Penix. If you're going to take Penix, you need to rebuild the interior of your offensive line. No more Damian Lewis, no more Phil Haynes, no just trusting Oluwatimi and Bradford to be your starters going into the future. You've got to fully address the interior of your line and actually get true quality brought into the building then to protect Penix. So that's the key on that. It's not as much caught up on, is that the right spot? That's perfectly fine spot. But it can't be that you just pick Penix and then try to short sell your way on the offensive line like you've done the last 5, 6, 7 years. You've got to make that a kind of a tandem decision on that one, Daniel, from my perspective. But yeah, I'm on board with it. Completely on board. May says, I know each profession is different, but what are your thoughts about there being a complete free agency in pro sports, here specifically NFL, like there is in all other jobs, as opposed to a draft system? I don't like it. All you're going to have then is the major markets winning the day at that point. And one of the big draws within the NFL and 10 May, I think one of the things that makes this sport one of the best sports, the best sport out there going, is that you do have everyone feeling like they've got a chance at this thing. And part of the reason that you have that feeling is because of the system and the way that it's built right now. And that I just don't think that if you start doing this, let's free market economics to NFL, you're going to harm the sport, in my opinion. It would not be for the better of the sport. It's to me, not everything is the economy-based model on capitalism and the best approach. Sometimes things need to be a little bit more controlled in certain spots that aren't economy-based, So I wouldn't be in favor of that. I like the way that everything works right now. I think that they've got a good thing. Why break what's working, Tan May? You're the number one sport in town. You're rolling. Why change that? Break what's working, so to speak. Greg Kemp says, Brandon, I think Xavier Worthy is better route runner than Hyatt, but agreed he needs time, which makes him more appealing to me because you don't have to rush his development with him being behind Tyler. And this is where sometimes, Greg, I know I speak really fast on stuff and I can't always go into it sometimes takes 15 paragraphs to kind of get all my thoughts out on it to make sure I'm being clear on what I'm saying. I wasn't trying to say that Jalen Hyatt is comparable to Xavier Worthy as a player, okay? That's not what I was trying to say. What I was saying is just that there's some tricks to the ponies that they run where they're not a full out trick pony, in my opinion. And what will happen with a guy like Jalen Hyatt last year when he goes and runs his 40, and what might happen this year with Worthy when he goes and runs his 40, Greg, is they go, bam, man, he ran a 4.36, and I got all these highlight plays of him running 9 routes over the top. Bam, let's get him up into the middle of the second round. So this is just the important part of it for me, Greg. Of course, with me, when it comes to the NFL draft, I'm a value-based guy. Give me the highest value guy I have on my board. And the problem I have with a player when I watch Worthy on tape right now, I see shades of what's going to happen a little bit with the Jalen Hyatt, where you're going to have teams, they're going to get caught up on that speed and they're going to push this guy 2 rounds higher, a round and a half further ahead than really where he should go. And so that's the comparison I was making there. Not that they're anywhere near the same player or they have the skill set. They're both burners, I guess, in that respect. But it's more about that you're artificially pushing this guy up then at that point, and you end up overdrafting him. You end up leaving outside of your value-based conceptual place to go take this guy. And that's what I think is going to happen with Xavier Worthy is I think he's going to end up, Greg, being taken like we saw with the Jalen Hyatt into that back into that second round. And then you end up getting this guy who you're like, man, there's still a lot of work left to do. And there are some limitations here within the skill set. And we might have overdrafted this guy just a little bit. That's when it comes to him, it isn't about whether he's a pro player or can play in this league. It isn't about whether he can develop as a receiver. It isn't about whether he can play on special teams. But it is about whether that you end up overdrafting for a guy that you got to wait a little bit on that development to really come. And that's got to factor when you're picking in the first, second, third round, because part of the value for those players and where you're getting them is the instant impact that they're bringing on the football field, while they're also still then bringing in a relatively cheap contract that you have them on that rookie deal. So when you're talking about having a 2 to 3 year period, which I do think, and we may disagree on this, that I think you're going to have to wait a little bit on Worthy to get the returns back as a wide receiver. That's then going to want me to impact down his value and then push him down my board into more of the later third, into more of the fourth round pick. So that's it. Hopefully I kind of captured more of my feeling on that. I'm sorry when I sometimes quick sell this through. It might seem like I'm saying it to one degree, but I'm just more trying to kind of shorthand through the answer to get to kind of the quick thing. But there's the expansive one. You know what I mean? It's not the same player. It's just that I think he's going to get artificially pushed up in the post-draft process in the same way that Jalen Hyatt did by pro teams getting caught up in some of those, some of the measurable concepts at play. Marcus says the NBA does not show the actual lottery live, only the reveal. They leave themselves open to controversy in the process to this day. Yeah, and unnecessarily so. I get a little bit why the NBA does the lottery thing though versus other teams versus other leagues, because they have a tank problem in the NBA. They got an awful tank problem in the NBA. So it does make a little more sense, but it doesn't mean that they are transparent like you talk about, Marcus, in their process. Kevin B., do you ever go to the games in person? Kevin, big part of what I do on this right now is, this is where I make my money, man. When I go live on my Sundays, this is my job. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like you'd be saying, do you go to your job? Do you go and watch a entertainment deal on the day where you got to work, or do you at home and you got to work? And when it comes to the NFL in these days, Kevin, there's only 17 games in a season. So I got 17 working days that are my most important days to be working. I live stream 4 shows a day on a Sunday. So I can't just take a whole day off and go on into the stadium. I did that last year, and it really did kind of hurt me on some of the time where I needed to be in there. So I'm not likely to go back in and watch a game anytime soon. To be honest with you, and going back in that stadium recently, as much as I did enjoy going back watching into it recently, I do feel like a little bit of the specialness of that stadium's been wore off. We're not as loud as we once been. It's a big process getting down there. There is no tailgating out in that stadium. It's, kind of a very almost, clinical experience going down there right now into a game at times. It just doesn't have kind of the rowdy, fun party experience I'd like to enjoy if I'm going to go in the stadium, but it's just too hard for me, Kevin, I can't take the days off and doing this stuff, man. You have only so many days during the year. And when we get in the off season, fans tune out and check out. So getting subscriptions, getting people to watch, getting people to tune in, getting the growth to happen, you've got to be doing that during the season and during game day itself. And if you're not doing that, tuning out, that's a day lost. And they're so vital. And there's so few of them that you got to kind of capture them as you absolutely can. Alan says CJ Stroud was the real deal the last few years, in my opinion. Agreed. Yeah, I think he had done enough those last couple of years that, there were some questions, especially coming in that Georgia game about playing off script and playing under pressure, because he had some stats that weren't the greatest with showing how he dealt with pressure, but he certainly answered them. Kovic says, yep, be getting that bag. I don't know about a bag. It's just that you got to put the time in to make this work full time. I got to put the hours in, or else I got to go get me a job. And so it comes down to go to the games or have to go get a job and do the channel at the same time. I'll just do the channel full time, But maybe someday I'll go back, and once things are more settled, then I'll have a chance to maybe go to the games. But I will say I've enjoyed going to the game. Last time I went down a year ago, but some of the things that are out down there that do kind of drive me a little bit crazy about it. The lack of tailgating, the lack of I don't know. It's been a different feeling in there than it was 10 years ago. It's been a different feeling in there than it was back in the Kingdom days. And maybe it's because the ticket prices are up and it's a bunch of wine and cheese crowd, and maybe the 12s don't care quite as much as they once did in that respect of things. But it just ain't as cool as it once was on that. How you doing, Flag? Game was great, bro. Game was great. Got me here just at the end, man, as you're coming in. But it was a great game. Penix played out of his mind in defense with a great stand right at the end. Right at the end. All right. We're going to go ahead and put a wrap up on this. I'm getting a little bit hangry. We're 6 hours in. I think that's a good enough time here for the live stream today. I want to thank you guys for watching the stream today. I want to thank the sponsor of this show. Sponsor of this show is going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog been sponsoring us throughout the year. You can take advantage right now. Click the link down below, and they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit on their site, $100 on me to you, and you support the channel. Not a bad deal. Just click the link below or use the code NEST when you use their Underdog Fantasy app. They still have a great contest ongoing here throughout the course of this year. One last week. You can still get your one final fantasy team in. Go head-to-head with someone this next week here for these Sunday contests. Salvage your fantasy season. They're giving away $200,000 this week. Still plenty of contests ongoing throughout the course of this year with Underdog Fantasy. And I want to thank them for sponsoring the show throughout the course of this year as they have. Do use that code today. I said $300 on me, not too bad. There are some restrictions that apply in the state of Washington, but if you go into a casino, you can get around those restrictions. Clifix, thank you for the $2 donation. Is at least you're getting paper like this, B. It's why I love what I do. You know, I've got to work really hard at this channel, Cliffic. I can't take very much time off at all. I was telling the other night, it's you know, I'm going to work well over double the regular hours of a normal person would on a 40-hour week, but it is my own thing. I get to run it, and it's got ultimately a lot of potential within it. I don't do this necessarily for the money. I do it because I'm able to do it full time, which is the part where the money factors in, so I don't have to split myself. It was hard in the first couple of years trying to do a full-time job and then throw another 50 hours into the channel every week. So I don't mind it. I don't mind the work. I love what I do. This is my dream to do this, but it's also my job, right? It's also how I make my living and earn my living, and I got to give it that respect too on that side, and making it ultimately the highest priority on this kind of stuff. Crockabut, but thank you, Cliffic. I appreciate you helping me get that paper. Yeah, Crockabut, Seahawks fans don't even show up the games anymore. There were more Steeler fans this weekend. Same with the 49ers game. That's where it's been for me too at times. It's too many other fans in the stadium. There's been a bit of a loss in the spirit, and I don't really have an explanation for it, but I felt it a couple times going in there, and it's made it less fun to go and watch a football game. It really has. Sometimes it makes it a bit depressing. And I've walked into that game before, and I've been standing up and cheering, and I've looked around me, and I've looked at the fans around me, and I've got everybody in every single row around me completely silent, stuffing their fat faces full of fries as they can't even they can't even try to be somewhat loud for their defense on a third down. You know, I'd pay for this second. I'm going to eat my food and sit here and watch. And meanwhile, the stadium just grows ever more silent. Drives me nuts. Greg says, Brandon, I know what you exactly meant with the comparison. I was just saying, I think he has more to work with. And to your point, Worthy's weight also has factors into why he drops to me. He's only 170 or something. True. The only thing I wonder with this, Greg, and I'm definitely dialing it forward, is does the success of Nathaniel Tank Dell, does the success of Jordan Addison this past year, does the success of Zay Flowers, do those help a guy out like Worthy with a kind of a similar physical profile, you know, in the way that he is put together? And I think maybe it will. That's where my worry comes into, Greg, where I think he gets elevated a little bit, where the NFL is starting to kind of at times overlook these lighter receivers. I like Dell and I liked Addison. I just don't like Worthy at the same place. And I worry he's going to be drafted in a lot closer place to where Addison I lost my train of thought on. The other guy I was saying, Tank Dell, where he'll go where they go, where I think he should be more of the third round guy. I do like him, to your point. I do like him as a better player than Jalen Hyatt. Hyatt to me was a guy that was going to be definitely a one-trick pony, and he couldn't even give you the special teams. I mean, he was just a guy that could run 9 routes. That was what he gave you, with a little bit of size to him. Worthy is a true, at least receiver. But that's what I worry on, is just that I want to make sure that my Hawk team with these last 2 drafts that have been so great, Greg, that we do stay in that pocket of making value letting that carry the day through, right? And letting that really, really guide you through. And if another team wants to overdraft this guy around earlier, then you let them make that mistake. But if he does drop into that late third round, I got no issues with it at that point. I will say, as interesting as the conversation is with this, Greg, it's probably one where I really don't see this team taking a receiver inside of the first 4 rounds. You're bringing back DK, Tyler, JSN, Bobo, and you got Derek Young coming back. So whoever you draft has got to beat out Derek Young, and especially what he provides on the special team side, which Worthy probably would. But with all the holes and other places that they have to address, would they go back to a receiver in the third round at that point? Having to get so much that they have to deal with, from middle linebacker to defensive tackle to the guard position to potentially center to looking at needing 2 tight ends, maybe a safety as well, depending on how much and who you cut in the defensive backfield. Appreciate you, Greg. Thank you, man. And great discussion. Klivik says, yes, sir. I appreciate the content you're giving us as a fan base of our Hawks. Clearly, you deserve to see a game. I'll get back out there at some point. I will. But I do love doing too. I love my Sundays, man. I mean, I tell you guys this too. I love what I do on this. That's part of why I say it is a job, but it's not a job in that I get up every day and I'm like, damn. It's one of more of, I get to go live. I get to just talk football with you guys. I get to chop it up. And so, when it comes to those Sundays, being able to do a live stream show and go do the Bleacher Report and come back and do the post-game discussion and putting together the post-game breakdown video up until about 5 or 6 in the morning, as I tend to be up to. I love that part. It feels like I really get a lot done in that day, and I walk away with a lot of new subs. And usually it's been a real fun process to enjoy the game for me. In many ways, maybe even funner than being in the stadium at times on that. But I'll be back out there at some point, Cliffick, I promise. We're wrapping up here, Holy Hand Grenade. I know I promised before that, but, He says separation's key at the NFL level. It is. It is. Especially, and that's where speed will help you to do it, regardless of size, which is something that Xavier Worthy definitely brings. Agreed, Space. There's no way the Penix doesn't go in the first round, in my opinion. No way, no how. Dealer Nation travels higher, Dewey, but I'll tell you what, I've seen in recent years a lot of fans of other teams starting to more and more fill up that place. Greg says, Brandon, I'm with you. I think the Hawks go O-line, D-line, linebacker, safety, and maybe even tight end before receiver. Yeah, I think it goes that way too, Greg. You might have to get 2 middle linebackers, or a Mike and a Will, and quality ones at that, as you might have only Radigan on your roster right now. And 2 tight ends with it. It's a lot of holes here we got to kind of get filled up. We got some parts in good place, but a lot of holes in other places. That's the way it's rolling. Lord Boom, aloha. Go Hawks, man. I want to thank you guys today. Do me a favor on our way out the door today. Hit that like button for me. I would really appreciate it. Helps this channel grow. Helps this video get shown out to other people looking for good Hawk content, Husky content, either of the or. Wonderful Husky win today. Exciting couple games of this college football. I'm sure the college football committee's happy with these 2 games and how they've played out. We got the old rivalry coming next week with the Michigan Wolverines and the Washington Huskies. Oh, Nelly. Look how we got a burner today, folks. So we've got ourselves a hell of a matchup coming on, due on deck. Finesse against the old hard-nosed, gonna grind it out football team in Michigan. Who wins out in this modern era? Which style wins out? Football's about styles, and that's what we're gonna get next week is a head-on collision of different styles, and see which one wins out. See which one is going to be better. I thank you guys for watching. I thank you guys for some great, always scintillating discussion here in the chat, and keeping me always on my toes with it. I thank you guys for being patient with me sometimes on making sure we're clear on what everyone's saying and how, so I'm not, misunderstanding. As sometimes I'm not always a smart man, and sometimes I'll take a little bit to understand. But I appreciate you guys bearing with me on that side of things. So we've got coming back tomorrow. Tuesday, we'll be doing the B&B show. Thursday, B&B show. We will be coming back on Sunday, of course, with the Hawks. And we'll be back here on Monday, I believe, is when they got the national title game. So keep tuning in here. We got a lot more shows on the way, coming down the pike here very soon for you guys. I thank you for watching today. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the support and all the donations, as you guys always do on every single show that we go live on. I thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart. As we talked about this, you guys have allowed me to be able to do this full time and not have to split my attention up. That's what lets me to just be able to do more and more content. So thank you very, very much from the bottom of my heart for this past year and being able to really provide me this ability to do this, because it's your guys' support that's helped to make this get done in this way. We will be back tomorrow in less than 24 hours to do the B&B show. But until that time, even though as I know many Hawk fans right now are struggling a little bit with this team and the direction of where they're going and where we're at as far as the coaching staff goes. But of course, I still want you guys to remember, don't want you guys to ever forget. Don't you? Go Hawks.